Couple of notable economic data points just coming through here. U.S. initial jobless claims 230,000 versus 240,000 expected on a week-over-week basis. U.S. durable goods, the overall number downside in a big way. 5.2% there versus a 4% print expected. U.S. core durable goods, 0.5% to the upside versus a 0.2% print expected. Continuing claims, 1.7 million, basically in line with expectations there, 1.705. To the upside. Chicago National Activity Index as well, a little bit downside for that. Remember, it's day one of the Jackson Hole Symposium starting today. We'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell coming out tomorrow at 10 a.m. Not really expecting anything significant today. We will keep our eye out for anything that does come from. There are other chair or federal bank chairs that are at this event. So we'll talk about it a little bit more in depth as we get going this morning. AMC, meanwhile, reverse split in place. We'll get the conversion to APE coming up tomorrow. So we'll touch on AMC. The big one, obviously, NVIDIA, just an absolute monster after the close last night. We're higher again this morning. All AI stocks, anything related to AI, to the upside as a result. All the chip names to the upside as a result as well. Going to be impressive. It is Thursday, August 24th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, there's AMC, the big gap on the daily chart to the upside. We're downside in a big way, though, coming off already following this 10-for-1 reverse split. That comes into effect as of today. As I mentioned, we'll get the conversion to APE effective as of tomorrow, I was reading this morning. So we'll touch on AMC, obviously, coming up here this morning. So we get all the way up through 520 after the close last night. It comes all the way back through to 500, ends up settling around that 500 area. But what a move for NVIDIA, coming off just an absolute blowout report. After the close yesterday. Sean brought that to you live in the recap show. Just impressive. As I said, everything AI related, even the little teeny tiny ones, Big Bear AI I saw was higher this morning. AI itself, C3 AI to the upside, all the chip names, I mean, tech in general going to benefit from this right across the board. We were wondering if, we talked a little bit about earlier in the week, that 11 billion mark. And how lofty everyone thought that was. But wow. Here we are now at 16 for the next quarter.
And he beat the 11, 12 and a half. What really caught my attention was the eye-popping margins. 71.2% for an actual physical good is unheard of. You see that in SaaS and in software. You don't see that in goods. And the guide, 16 billion, watch them beat again. Jeez.
Yeah, unreal. Here's missing some data on this chart, but wanted to show that's Tesla. Wanted to show Palantir also benefiting from this, but my chart is not working. There we go. I'll show you this one. 3.3%. Even Palantir getting a nice move up to 16 after the close. What a day we're in for here, guys. Good morning.
What a day indeed. But I have to.
I take offense at even Palantir.
Well, it's. Even C3 AI should have been okay. But the correction has to be made. Not everything is up. Intel is down. Intel is down today. 71% margins. Intel is recovering to try to get 40% margins. That's what's so ridiculously impressive. Now, there's been like a counter trend sort of thing that happens with the AI crazy name sometimes in the chips, and then Intel goes the other way. We've seen that happen, gapping, and then in the mornings, usually it rights itself somewhere in the middle of the day. So it wouldn't surprise me if this kind of went a little higher, if you had a pullback in NVIDIA, and then things level off and go the same way the rest of the day. But yet, not everything. Just want to make that quick correction. Obviously, that number is ridiculous. Then they've got it even bigger. So the question becomes, how does the market respond to it this time for NVIDIA? Because you're already seeing a bit of a dip. 500 is obviously psychological level. There was a little bit of dip support there in the aftermarket. I think that's, to me, like a good litmus and a line in the sand. There's going to be a wealth of names which have local breakouts because of this. C3AI, already mentioned Palantir, above 1580. 1580 has been a big level for that. Above that stock, it looks good for a breakout. But it's not the only game in town. You've got Guess, 28% short float. They beat after Abercrombie and Finch. You don't want to ignore them. You've got whatever happens to AMC today and APE. I do expect some movement after the split. You have Mullen trying to get to $1. You have key levels on Amazon, which are coming into play. There is a lot to watch, and I think it's going to be an exciting day of trading. Everyone was waiting for the Super Bowl of earnings. Well, it's here, and I don't think anybody can claim that NVIDIA disappointed. However, we're less than that 9–10% that everyone was speculating on. So it didn't exactly, I guess, break the market that much because, you know, the options market tended to price it right in terms of the move in the aftermarket at least.
Yeah, I'm just writing the sticky note out right now and kind of doing the same thing as well, and that is just like you got to wait for some support and resistance. There's been so many times where we've seen great quarters come through, and then the stock actually retreats the other way. I mean, we saw that with big retail numbers where we came in and saw Target up, Walmart up, and then they started to fade out. Similar thing with the banks, and now you got NVIDIA up here right now at 500, and it's like that's going to be the key level, and that's what I'm writing down right now on the sticky note and getting that out to you ASAP. It's like it's probably going to break it. So do you want to stand in front of it the first time, or do you want to wait to see if that is a level that's respected? I mean, I don't mind missing along at like $500.25 to get it at 501.25, meaning like let's just make sure that it holds it, and then we can try to play with some momentum back up to the upside. My main problem, I'm going to put out a video soon about risk management, is that you need not get carried away and just make sure that you have a plan of action. So it's like you got to trade the right amount of shares. I don't know how much this thing's going to fly around today. We saw it move $35 2 days ago on nothing. It was just, there was no news, no nothing. We saw a big, huge upgrade when it was at $400, and that ripped it back up to $480 from Morgan Stanley. So they're looking like geniuses right now as well. I just feel that this is going to be a risk management day, 100%. You're going to want to trade NVIDIA, but you're definitely not going to get it right every single time. It might not even be a scalping day. This might just be wait to find a level, see if everyone gets on your back, and then ride this thing as far as you possibly can. But NVIDIA is a great name today. There's so many, like Brendan and Neil were saying and Sharif were saying there. That's just joking about the Palantir hat here, but it's like Palantir's up. Snowflake had a great quarter, right? So that's going to affect a lot of these AI names. You had AMD, which was rifling up on that report yesterday, but now has faded out quite dramatically back down to the downside. They're going to be releasing their AI chip in Q4, so we'll wait to see if that can sort of battle back. It'll probably be about 20 to 30% less cost than NVIDIA, so we'll have to see what the metrics are on how it performs and whatnot. But AMD looks pretty juicy to me as well, coming right back into yesterday's close of 109.110 as we speak. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of opportunity here. This big shiny coin in the corner is going to be NVIDIA, but there's so many other things to look at. We had Google breaking out yesterday. It's going to be just a real exciting day, and we have Michael Noss will be in the building at some point today, going over some trade ideas and whatnot like that. So it's going to be a great day here, and I did want to thank absolutely everybody for what was a banger show yesterday in the aftermarkets here. And it's just yesterday. Let me go here just to live, just to show everybody, and I just really want to thank everybody for that. Yesterday, here it is right here, Trader Talk. Almost 10,000 views. We set a record yesterday with that show, so very exciting to be part of that. We had a great guest on, Chris Brecher, yesterday, so I mean, we rocked it, and just a big thank you to everybody for continuing to support all of the shows. We had a great number in the afternoon show, too. Over 15,000 yesterday afternoon. And I said to these guys, wouldn't it be great if every day was NVIDIA day? And but you know what?
Actually, though, if you look at how much NVIDIA is going to move today, there is a trading opportunity of that ilk that is predictable by knowing where to look for it if you do the preparation every single day. Now, it might not be something that investors care about as much as NVIDIA or the market cares about as much as NVIDIA, but that doesn't mean it's not out there.
Even though I don't have any hair,
there's always something to look forward to. That's why we're here every day. That's why traders like to come out every single day. One thing before, I know it's big NVIDIA day, but I'm going to at least say it. Shout out to the Leafs for locking up Austin Matthews. I think we're all pretty happy here. I think most people are.
Player now.
I mean, but that's not a surprise. I mean, he had to be.
No, he's
one
of the top players in the world. I mean, he's a top 5 player in the world. Not only that. So the interesting thing about when you have, well, I know you know all about this. Maybe not for the NHL, but salary caps.
Yeah.
So he actually is getting paid 15.9% of the cap, which is in line with the other guys. So I feel like that's one of the benefits of salary cap. Actually, is that you can say, okay, Jalen Hurts or whoever gets a certain amount of money, which is in NFL, it's kind of ridiculous. But what if they said a quarterback can only make 20% of whatever the revenues are.
The problem with the cap
I
is
just like that with that, but
so like I'm a bit of a sports nerd and like
Yeah.
kind of a stat nerd, and so one of the things when you read any papers on salary caps and decide to study it is the net effect is superstar players get underpaid, and then it subsidizes the
shittier teams.
non-superstar players. So suddenly, like a guy that's not the best,
Yeah.
but he's like a tier underneath. Like I hate saying Bradley Beal in the NBA. But like that's the way to think about it. Like Bradley Beals get like top contracts.
He's, overpaid.
But then so like a quarterback like Kirk Cousins gets subsidized by the fact that someone like Patrick Mahomes will never get paid what he's worth, and someone like LeBron will never get paid what he's worth, and someone like Austin Matthews will never get paid what the open market would pay him, because the open market would break the bank for these guys, and then you'd be paying one player because that's how it would really work in the open market. But again, I don't want to go to free markets on. It's hilarious how things run by billionaires and the same people that are always like free markets, this and that, have the most controlling nature when it comes to making sure players do not get their actually free market value. But yeah, they'll sit there politically and say that's what they want.
You mentioned LeBron. What was it, Sharif? LeBron bought a stake in Liverpool, was it, or Chelsea? Liverpool, yeah. So he only got it. I think it was 5 years ago or 6 years ago, something like that. And he paid $9 billion for it. 9 million, not billion, and it is apparently worth 60 million right now. So that's where the diversification. No, but I'm just saying, smart business guy right there.
He's a smart dude.
Going from an athlete into an owner, good move on that one. So, anyways, all right, back over to you guys.
All right, a few other things of note here. Yeah, not everything upside this morning. Here's another one, downside in a big way, couple actually. SPR being blamed for this Boeing issue this morning. More delays to come for the 737, unfortunately. And I mean, I was just sitting here reading through this. I don't even understand what they're doing at this point. Like, inappropriate drilled holes have been discovered in the aft pressure bulkhead of the aircraft. So that's SPR. And then you can flip over to Boeing. You can see what happened after the close yesterday. So, I mean, 2.5% here. Here we go again.
Oh, Boeing, Boeing, Boeing. Can't get out of your own way. Yeah, another day, another delay for Boeing. They're actually not saying whether this is going to affect their guide. They were guiding 400 to 450, 737, 800 Maxes by the end of the year. They didn't comment on that. We know that Airbus has actually out-delivered them this year. 309 planes delivered by Boeing versus 381 by rival Airbus. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, they point to this Malaysia Airlines order, which is going to be the first one that is affected, which is supposed to happen around the end of August. So obviously not going to now, guys. So Boeing, yeah, downside big here.
I mean, it's not good. Like anyone that owns shares of Boeing is incredibly frustrating because the stock was kind of on the verge of breaking back out, and it looked really good the last couple of weeks, and then you get this pullback. But that's not even, like, it's SPR that SPR might be the thing to watch today. I understand, like, Boeing's a big story because a lot of people own shares of it, and it's probably in a lot of portfolios, but SPR as a trading vehicle, it's down 8% already. It's on 100K volume, but look at the flat bottom breakdown here at like $20. Well, 20.5. If this holds on to it, that'll mean that it'll be an SSR bounce at 20 even or just slightly. I think it's like 2 cents underneath $20 even would be 10% down on this stock. That's somewhere around there. It doesn't really matter. But like, it's just if this breaks down, the daily chart, I can pull it back further. It doesn't really matter. It's been ugly. It's been cut in half. And then you have this break on bad news that could take you down to, you go all the way back to, there we go. Finally, the pandemic bottoms are loading for SPR. Pandemic bottoms at 16. With the markets making a pullback off the highs, for any name that you're talking about pandemic lows, it's a disaster. Like, it's this, and then it's a bunch of retailers that I can think of that are at pandemic lows. And then I guess some, I hate to dwell on things like Mullen, but you know what I mean. So yeah, if this doesn't hold on at 20, that could get really ugly for SPR. If there's something that could be a catastrophe today, you know, like down 15%, and a day where the market is showing green, I feel like this could be it here. Unfortunately, for a $20 stock, there's a current 22-cent spread, which means I wouldn't set a breakout or a breakdown trade at the open here. There's no way you're punching into a spread that's 1% on a breakdown trade, because then if you're wrong, that's terrible. You could punch 20.5 short and be punching back out at like 21. Like, that's insane. So I wouldn't set a stop order. I'll let the opening range trade. If it's underneath that flat bottom, I think then you just look for the short.
Yeah, I didn't really look at Boeing or anything today, but it's an interesting story there. Obviously a big name, Dow name, but it's actually done really well for itself. So, you know, the fact that it's down 3% now, this could be a good buying opportunity. It was just up at 240 with a lot of good news. I mean, they basically have what Embraer, Boeing. I mean, there's not too many, you know, plane makers here. Excuse me, period. So I like the name. It's just, it can't get out of its way, man. I mean, if you invested in this, you know, all year and you just sat here and you watched the NASDAQ just rip up and all these tech names go crazy, sure, if you had this down here in October, that's great. But just talking about from the beginning of the year, 175 up to 240 is fantastic. So it's not like it's a bad move for Boeing. It's just it didn't do too much in here, and now you're coming right back into some levels where we had big time resistance, finally broke it out. And then now we got to wait to see what it's going to do right now. A pullback down to the 200, I think, is worth getting long in your long-term account. I mean, why not buy some 195s and 200? Travel's not going anywhere. It's a big space right now. We've seen Airbnb, Carnival Cruises, all these names just continue to go to the upside. And, well, I mean, they're falling down a little bit now with the airlines and stuff like that. But Boeing's always going to have some of these issues when you're making these planes. It is what it is. I still think that this is a name that you want to just keep on adding to your portfolio. It's kind of like buying an index, to be honest with you. It's like it dips down into a good area. You pick it up, and then you could just keep on cycling it in and out if you want to. I own Boeing. I don't even know what price I own it at. But if it does get back down in here to 195, 200, I think it's a good buy.
All right, more retail action to consider this morning as well. Yesterday we had a few that were wild. Here's another one. GES, 17.5%. There's a short float percent contingent to this, but 21.5 coming into play right now, coming off their earnings after the close yesterday. Surprisingly good here for guests. We were talking about ANF yesterday. Surprisingly good as well. A lot of people still back in malls, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know about these discretionary names. It's interesting because they relied more on Asia and Europe. 9% growth in Europe, 19% growth in Asia, and I believe 13% in Latin America. So not really relying here on a lot of US dollars, Breno, trying to get a little bit global.
Yeah, a lot of green numbers on this note this morning as far as the individual, I mean, I won't go through it, but as you were just saying, here's all the different regions here, 9%, 19%, 8%. In Americas. These are all sales, obviously. That was down 8% for America, but wholesale down as well, 13%. So pretty impressive, guys. Again, a little bit short, to say the least, here for gas.
No, I know.
So 28% short float it's just an impressive number. And after what happened with Abercrombie yesterday, I don't think, like it broke that 50, like Abercrombie was huge, broke 50, got to like 51.5. It was insane.
Forever 21.
And it was because of that. I think it was a 10% short float and then a blowout when the rest of retail was looking weak. So again, here you had a stock which had been falling down for a couple of days on sympathy, bounced off support, makes the move. I mean, obviously it could be breaking out this top here at 21.5 right at the open. There's some wicks in here to 22. But with only 100,000 shares of volume, I want to treat this like ANF, where you don't have to be trading it right away at the open. You can just look for that long above the breakout. So like that gave you 50 yesterday on ANF. I think you can be looking for ideally 21.5. I doubt it because it's sitting right there now, maybe like a 22. I just want to see some stability and liquidity at the open, but 28% short float when it did this for a couple of days, and anybody looking at retail was probably pretty bearish on it going into the earnings, and then you had a couple of blowouts yesterday. So that's going to have people caught off guard here. And if they're caught off guard, you look for a squeeze. And if that happens, I don't think you have any issues taking out the 22 level. There's room to 24, 25. Like there's lots up here for this to maybe gravitate towards and run some stops. But you need a little bit more liquidity here on guess. And right now, I mean, the spread's okay, but the volume isn't that big. But I do not want to be thinking short on this name today. They don't have to go long, but I certainly wouldn't want to fight this short because I think some just got trapped the last few days.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to look at the same thing here without trying to go too in depth, but like it's like $22 right there trying to break it out. We've been up here 22.50, 24, 25, 26, 27. So we'll have to just watch to see what Guess wants to do. I know we just talked about short float. What was the short float?
28.
28. So. Yeah, man. I mean, this is a good one. any sort of a pullback into $20, I think you go long. We talked about how to play some of these on earnings, and that is that, you know, just because it's up here, it's not doing a lot of volume. You can see it's kind of sketchy right now. I feel like it could pull back into this area, and if it does do that on light volume, I think you have an out at $20. So I like guess here, but I haven't traded many earnings plays. And today with NVIDIA, Palantir, Snowflake, like Google stocks, that Amazon, stocks that are all on the watch list and on the sticky note, I'd probably stay away from guess, but up 17%, I think you got to like that 22 break on a short squeeze. I mean, 28% might be the highest short float out there on, you know, a name that's sort of moving around here today. So I think that it could be targeted by a lot of social media, Reddit, so on and so forth. So let's see if guess can get going, man. You don't have to guess that much. If it goes up through 22, then you just got to take the long, and then you just kind of risk manage it from that side of things, right? And so I like it. I feel like for me today, more fish to fry.
Wanted to mention this real quick as well. Remember what happened with Mullen late in the day yesterday. It is down, but holding on to key levels here. Again, they came out and said they have some information on illegal stock trading in their shares that they're going to share in the coming days and weeks here. So just heads up on MULN. Here's a few analyst moves. Yeah, there's a long list of NVIDIA positive notes this morning. AMC on here, Wedbush with actual upgrade, even with this split coming through. Kenvue after what happened at the close yesterday. Williams-Sonoma, Peloton, more downside possibly today, guys, with another downgrade from B of A.
So Peloton was a good relief bounce yesterday. That was at the SSR bounce.
Yeah.
It was down a bajillion percent. I want to say, what was it at the open? 30, 27? I don't know, a lot.
$5, yeah, whatever it was.
Yeah, a ton. It was down a lot. I don't know the exact number, but it was over that 10%, and it broke back out above 520. That was this local high, and then just proceeded to, I mean, it went 10%, and then it held that level pretty much the rest of the day. So if you're watching this today, if it holds a higher low at 525, maybe you get some more short covering. If it doesn't hold on to this, maybe the reality of the situation comes back and it goes to the downside. When it falls that far and shows any pep in its step, the shorts have to cover somewhere or they don't actually make anything. So sometimes that's just what you see, and that's why we look for that SSR bounce a lot of times, and that's what you got for day one in Peloton. I don't know that it's an automatic that you get at day two. But as I said, like, you know, at some point, you're short this thing, congratulations, but they're going to cover. And when they do cover and it has a big short float, I think it's like 10%, it can head to the upside. So 525 is your support. There really isn't anything else to look at. Maybe yesterday's low. It's just not true. 580, I liked 580 for a short yesterday, and then it never made the bounce. Like this bounce I thought was going to get to 580, and then maybe you could short it off the high, risk 5 cents or so. That level's out there as well, that 580, I suppose. So if we were to make a pop to 580, like a failed break of that level could be set up for a short. Just thinking out loud, that actually wasn't part of my plan, so I pull up this chart and remembered that 580 level. Yeah, I don't know if we paid for locates here. I'd probably check to see if they're worth it, and if we grind towards there, at least consider an up-down, because that was the first and only level of resistance on the stock yesterday.
I was going to look at Carvana here because Carvana has a decent level as well here. Just talking about another squeeze name, not that there's any reason for this to go today, but I just want to show everybody this 41 level right here on CVNA, right? I mean, this has just been, whoopsies, that's the wrong way. Right here, right? So you got 41 bucks coming into play, and I just feel like, you know, it's been bouncing its head up there a whole bunch of times. You could probably go short. I know the Mad One's not here today, but that top is 41.50, 41.75. So, you know, I kind of like this area. And look at the risk profile here. So every time if you've been able to get a short here around $40, $41, it's pulled back, and on some days, you know, obviously red means that we're closing down here as well. So, you know, like closing 37, obviously we didn't get to 41 that day, but, you know, on certain days where we had wicked the top and hadn't broken out, and the risk to the downside is pretty good in your favor, right? I just think that if you go short 41, 41.50, you could get out at 42. We haven't really broke 42 in about a week. And then at the same time, every single time it's been up there, it's come back to at least 39s, 40s, stuff like that. So I really feel like risk to reward here on Carvana is well worth it. I know there's some talk now about some of the prices of used cars and everything getting a little bit overpriced. People don't want to pay as much anymore for cars. So I don't know. I prefer the short for Carvana. Let's see where that works.
All right, we were just noting some strength in a few of the Chinese ADRs to kick things off this morning, including this one. Billy up 1.7, XPeng up more than 2% on the morning. I hadn't looked at NIO, but I imagine it's going to be similar as well. There was more talk a couple of days ago about this stimulus or lack thereof coming through as far as Chinese regulators are concerned, but you found an interesting note as far as the U.S. is concerned when it comes to China.
Yeah, most of the ADRs are up today, and there's no real reason other than the fact that a rumor is going about there that the Biden administration is looking at actually putting up a year pause, a suspension of sorts on the chip ban instituted against China earlier in the month. So we'll have to see if that gives them a boost because they've been all selling off lately.
One of those days when, yeah, you can see actually on the aftermarket print here for Alibaba when that actually came out last night. We did get a move to the upside. So positive. One of those days when there's so much else going on and so much else to look for. Maybe not a day to pay attention to these, but notably strong here so far, guys, for Chinese ADRs.
That just means one, well, it probably means a bunch of things, but to me it means one thing. It means XPeng's within shot of $17 again. Mm-hmm. So we always talk about trading things that are in play for a reason or trading around a key price area. Like you need a reason to get into the trade. Then you need a potential upside for the trade, like a reason why it could work, and then you need a place where you know you're wrong. So in this particular case, there happens to be a little bit of a catalyst. That's why it's up. I don't know about that. It's really more about this key 17 level that has been a bit of a wall recently on XPeng. And then to me, when you have an out like that, and now whether it's 1701 or 1705, that's up to you. A lot of times on the level like this, where I really like it, I don't like having an even dollar stop. I want to give it a couple of cents above or below, just to give it a little bit more room, so I know where I'm wrong. And then there is their potential. Well, if it gets up to 17 and fails that top, okay, well, we closed at 16 and we're consolidating at 16.5. So I could see you pulling back at least into 1660. So to me, you could be risking 5 to 10 cents with a total move of minimum 30 to 40. And if it's really good, it could go even further than that. So all the A, B, and C, or 1, 2, 3, all of them are out there for XPeng at the $17 level. Let's look at the daily chart to show you. It actually looks just as good on the daily chart. And it's worth keeping in mind. Like knowing where you're wrong, hey, that's not an automatic reverse through 17 even. But you got to understand, like that's also consolidation, bounce off support, breakout as well. Like I will perfectly acknowledge that. A lot of times when you get a resistance level like that, you can short in front of it, but if it powers on through, that's just a big reversal. You saw that with NVIDIA the other day at 480. Like it was a big breakout level, the long went above it, but the second it couldn't hold on, it was just like right underneath. It was a flush zone. So I can see the same thing 17 here in XPeng, but that doesn't mean I'm not looking for the short there. If it sets up, I'll take it. If it blows through, then I'll take my hit. And unless I screwed up, it should be 5 or 6 cents worth of a hit. In worst case, 10 cents should be the hit there. And that's just a trade that I like that sets up here. I've been waiting around for it to get back up here.
We talked about trading. NVIDIA broke 5 bills. Okay, shout out to Ben. So shout out to everybody here that's here today, man. Thank you so much for being there. What's up to Ponzi, Fonzie, and everybody in the chat? Okay, so Alibaba seems like it's looping around again, so looping down and back up, trying to take down this 92 area. So I kind of like Alibaba here today. You know, like I said, we're going to have Michael Noss come through, but it's this sort of smiley face that's starting to happen, and they're starting to take down the 50 period. So shout out to Shakib if you're here, or anybody that likes some of these plays here on the NYSE as far as Chinese ADRs are concerned. But right there, $92. I think that looks like a good take. So let's look to see what it looks like right now. We got up there yesterday. Or sorry, that's this morning. That's going to be on dark prints. I mean, Alibaba should be up on AI as well. If we're going to give the benefit of the doubt to Amazon, to Google, and all that for AI, you got to do it to Alibaba. But it's not really getting that love. So I'd say you want to wait for at least a 92 break. That sort of justifies that. But at the same time, I think tech should be long today, right? Unless NVIDIA really falls out of bed. The NASDAQ is coming down. So that's one thing as well here. As the NASDAQ continues to make a move down, I think that you have an opportunity to buy maybe some Alibaba down here at 90. So I always think that if you're going to buy the best, if you're going to buy China, buy the best names. And like Neil was on XPEV, I mean, some of the auto names are going to be movers as well. We highlighted FXI numerous times, man. And if you're not joining the after show, please do it. We have a market recap section where we go over some of these ETFs and things like that. I highlighted numerous times right down here. Oh, I don't have Stream Deck open. That 26 could be a good level for this. Just like when it was up here, this is actually the very first day we went live on the after show and China was going up. There was some Biden news, and we talked about coming back into $30 on FXI. This is the large cap China ETF. So unless you want to play with individual names, that's great. I still think that this bottom at 26 and this top at 30 is pretty juicy. You have 10, 15% in there, right? So you can play the long back up to there and you don't have to worry about single stock risk. So I like all of that. And as you can see, man, yeah, feeling a little bit, obviously, I think both Neil and I feeling a little bit under the weather here, but we're going to, pump it out for you as we continue to bring you what is the best show on YouTube. And I want to thank everybody for joining us again today.
Sharif just saying the same. Unfortunately, let's continue along here. 9 o'clock. Let's get into everything else you need to know. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures.
Absolutely. What a move on the ES yesterday. But we are getting into key resistance levels that we haven't been at for a little bit of time. Look at these two double tops here we had earlier from early July and mid-June. That is that 4,500 level. Just a smidge below it at the moment. 44.85 is as good as we could do overnight, Brendo. But yesterday we closed 44.47, so essentially 44.50. If we come down there, look for support. If we get up to 4,500, look for resistance.
Sean had that great graphic on the recap show the other day on SPACs. Here's the latest one, BETR. We don't actually have it in our system here at Day Trade the World, but BETR, Better Home and Finance, day number 1 after SPAC conversion. Go to his screen, guys, and we can show that real quick. Yeah, that's what's happened in the pre-market. So it opened at 20...
Hi, Brendo. The open was $23.84. It's trading at $2.24.
$23.84 to $2 in the pre-market. There you go. Let's talk about what is on the watch list this morning. If you haven't done so far or yet, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, scan that QR code, enter your email address, comes right to your inbox. Every single day for free, as it should be. NVIDIA top of the list this morning. I mean, what else can we say about this? It's just monstrous right across the board. There's no other word for it. 429% increase on EPS. I mean, it just goes on and on. I mean, we can go through all of these. 101.5% on revenue. I mean, it's massive. As we said, there was a lot of people that were saying 11 billion was lofty as far as the projection for this quarter. Not only do they beat that in this quarter, they go to 16 for the next.
Yeah, I talked a lot of data in my morning video to be released soon, but let's talk a little bit more macroeconomics here. Jensen Huang on the call yesterday saying, even if you exclude China from the list, he's got others, he didn't specify who, buying hand over fist. So demand not going to wane if this chip ban comes in from China, but he did warn the Biden administration saying, do not exclude your biggest chip makers from the second largest market. He didn't like that one.
And then quietly we get that note from the U.S. doing exactly that, or at least delaying it for another year, almost the same time after the close yesterday. Not saying, just saying. $500, guys, holding right now.
Is it even that big of a deal? They got around the issues last time by just being able to have a special lower grade chip that they're selling to China, and then
China.
If you got 71% margins, you're gonna make some shit work. You know what I'm saying? Let's just keep it real for a second. They will be able to get around just about anything. The demand is out there. Stuff work. I should have said stuff. Yeah, I'm on drugs. Look, it's ridiculous. You can say all you want about the valuation. This feels a heck of a lot like when Tesla got to 1,000 the first time and Gamma Squeeze and all that good stuff. But if you remember that journey, you kind of wanted to start out with the base assumption that the stock is going up. And that is fine. Maybe look for support levels. And then to me, that 500 does sort of provide you with an over/under style play. If we hold over this, okay, I'm just going to look for the long. If it's breaking down underneath that 500 and the opening range is beneath there, okay, fine. Then admit it. You could be filling in a bit of the gap. And if there is a gap fill, I think it's pretty clear where I mean, 480 was such a big level. It was the previous high on the daily. Back into here, it was that, everyone being elated going into this long at 480 when it was gapping up and looking so strong and it fell apart. So 480 is kind of an obvious level. If it goes disastrous, I think that's about where it has to be. If it's underneath 500 is the opening range, I don't even want to think about going long underneath 495 unless it's 480. So it's got to be over 5 bills. And then from there's a lot of sympathy plays to watch. One of which is just note that you have 70, when your margins are double that of a competitor and you're stealing, not stealing business, I mean, Intel's been losing business to AMD, hand over fist, but either way, Intel's the only name that's down. Maybe there's something else. It's just the only one that I've been able to find that is tech and semiconductor related and downside. So I think this is your short today. If it's underneath this 34.20 area, 34, I think you just play off the short. If it breaks out, that's kind of an easy out. So if we get a pop in the morning, I'm very likely to be in a short on Intel. Down 0.5%. Literally everything is up. Everything.
It's all the way up. Oh no, I asked for a tea, but we got coffees.
I need all the coffee I can
I'm
get.
down for coffee as well. No, I'm down for coffee for now.
All the
right,
coffee
cheers.
in the world. Boom.
Cheers. Cheers, Randy. Where's your coffee, man? All right, so
I didn't finish this one, so.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, I had a cappuccino here, but I'm not. I mean, it's almost done. So, well, it's not almost done. Thing about it here is that we have the air blowing on us. So, if you don't down these coffees like ASAP, most of the coffees I have wind up being half the coffee. Okay, right here, I just put out a little video this morning, actually just 5 minutes ago, about the best offense is a solid risk defense. And again, I just brought that up because I really felt like NVIDIA, just go find out what I'm saying right now. I mean, you're probably sick and tired of my voice anyways, but I just feel that, just like what Neil said right there, you can always get carried away with some of these big levels. Oh, I'm still on FXI. Some of these big levels, and it's just like, we just broke 500. Like if this happens in the middle of the day, once the market's open, you now have a $6 winner on your hand, right? I mean, it's right here. NVIDIA, I mean, here's the sticky note. I hope you guys are on top of it. And it's not, it's not rocket science. I don't have the trade because I want to wait for the market to open. But it's not rocket science. 500 long, right here. NVIDIA, 500 long. We talked about it. It's right here, 500 long. So that was a key level, and it was respected for now. Will that be the case once it opens up? Let's just wait and see. We have all day, baby. I mean, the market's open. It's not going anywhere. We have 24 minutes until the bell goes off, and then we'll see if NVIDIA wants to hold that level again. But if you at least took the 500 long, congratulations, you are now... Oh, yeah, I don't have the stream deck open again. Oh, man, I got to open that up. You are now well in the money on that trade, right? And just, if you are risk adverse, you may have gotten away from that trade, right? So there it is. Yeah. Money. We don't have it. I think it's just risk management. That's sort of what I wanted to get at right there. Huge quarter for NVIDIA. If you are going to take the top break, it's at, I wrote it down here, it's at 513. So right into here, that's 513. I think you want to look at that. That's sort of where we bounced around. Sure, we wicked a little bit higher, but these are in the early days of the call and of the report, sorry. So, whether or not we take that or not, that means, yet to be seen. I really like NVIDIA down there. I don't think you short Intel or anything like that, but obviously it is heading to the downside as Intel's margins are sub 40%. Obviously, it's a completely different beast than NVIDIA, but that's what's hitting them a little bit when NVIDIA posts 71%. And then AMD is going to the upside because AMD has, in this quarter right now, Q4, next quarter, they will be bringing out an AI chip themselves. So people are excited to see if that one can get some flow through. It'll be a little bit cheaper than NVIDIA, and then we're going to see what the margins are on their numbers or their chips as well. I think an interesting name to look at is the guys that make everything. Why not go over to Taiwan Semi? This has been a name that, of course, wasn't it Nancy Pelosi about a year and a half or 2 years ago was flying even into Taiwan, buying some of this up. And you just had a nice little level down there of $90, $92. So even though this is up 3%, I still think this has a lot of room to work as well. And don't forget about the other players. NVIDIA is the best name. We're already in NVIDIA. Like, I sold some on the way up, and I learned my damn lesson never to sell any ever again. So that's what I'm doing. I'm not selling any and just looking to pick up some other names. If NVIDIA does dip down into some levels where you can buy them, we'll talk about those. 50 period on the daily, then I think you start to buy some. But why not buy some other names as well as NVIDIA? So I like Taiwan Semi. And then I know we have a long way to go here, but this is the graphic. If you did not join me on the after show, I don't know if you've even seen this, Neil, but we talk about it every day on the show. This is SPAC mergers gone bad, basically. And this is from Ritholtz Wealth, so thank you so much, Josh Brown and everybody over there, because they talk about this as well. Down 99%. This is WeWork. Bird, that's Allbirds, isn't it? Those shoes or something? Down 99%. BuzzFeed, Shout out to Dave Portnoy, I thought helped bring this on as well. Down 94%. Everybody loves SoFi, down 64%. 23andMe might have good technology, down 91%. Open Door, not a great time for them to come public, obviously, with everything happening with rates, but they're down 89%. Nikola, come on, man, you can't push cars down roads. 94% down. FaZe Clan, some sort of online gaming, down 97%. And I don't even know what him and hers is, down 60%. And this is just a graphic. There's many more than this. So very exciting to see all these SPACs get washed every single day.
Listen, it is what it is. I like that. The movie. I like that shot. It's whatever. I like that shot. I was, whatever. By the way, Snowflake reported as well. Revenue up 36%, well positioned to deliver, AI for Snowflake as well. So, I mean, it's kind of flat here in the pre-market, not a lot of volume, but still, nice report for Snow as well.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet they're one of the hyperscalers mentioned yesterday on the call with Jensen Huang and NVIDIA. But yeah, like you mentioned, 36% year-over-year increase. They also guided above what analysts were looking for. Analysts were looking for $640 million for Q3. They guided 670 to 675. And their cash flow, their free cash flow grew large. 50% year-over-year now, 88 million.
Not nothing. Nice look for Snow here, guys. But again, one of those days where it's the attention may be elsewhere, unfortunately.
It's like, let's take your adjusted earnings and put them into real earnings into NVIDIA. That's the name of this game right now. For just about, I mean, it's again like another customer. But the good thing about Snowflake is how badly they were beaten up, and that it really wasn't, like, it just wasn't breaking out in the same way as a lot of other tech names were, and probably because of the valuation. Like, it's still insane when it comes to the valuation, but that's fine. Like, that's what growth names kind of do, and they grow into it, and you have to put up with that for a long time, and then all of a sudden, a few years down the line, it looks really, really good. You're like, oh crap, how come I didn't believe in that story? That's the thing about the market. Like, but at the time that you're going to get, by the time something that's that big of a growth is a good value, you've missed the boat, right? Like NVIDIA, that ceased being a good value a long ways ago. And that's what happens. You have to pick a good story. Now, in this particular case, to trade, I think, is the 160 level. The volume on Snow's never really that great pre-market. It's already been underneath. This was right when NVIDIA tested 500, because NVIDIA is kind of doing the dance for the entire market here. So the only reason you're beneath that 160 is when NVIDIA tested 500 just now, and it bounced above it. So if we hold 500 and trend up, on NVIDIA and the market holds gains, I think Snowflake's just along over 160. I do prefer, I'll admit it, like I prefer trading Palantir 10 times out of 10 over Snowflake. And it's a preference thing. You have to go where you're more comfortable and what you like better. Palantir is what I was trading alongside yesterday when it broke out that 15 for good. Now look at 1580 here. I just prefer this to Snowflake. If it's holding above 1580, it gives you longs above 16 into what was a brick wall at $17. If it got there, I would at least contemplate the short at a bare minimum. Definitely be out of some longs if it gets to that price. So, pick your poison. I just think Palantir, it's more liquid. It's usually, when it trends up, Palantir trends up very linearly. Like, you're not usually put to stress on a day where Palantir is going up, because it just glides to the upside as opposed to having to suffer a lot of crazy up and down. So yeah, I'll look for that one breaking 16. Not to say that Snowflake's bad or anything. It just, trade what you prefer. When you look at the level 2, what are you comfortable with? What moves better? What speaks to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because I have both of them on the sticky note right now as well. So shout out to Rob brought the tea. I don't know if you want to message him or
I do
not.
it later on.
You'll do it later on, okay. Yeah, I really like Snowflake. I mean, I will be on Palantir, and the level that I wrote down for Palantir is breaking through 1620, that recent high. But let's just see if the NASDAQ wants to go today. I really think that this Snowflake quarter was pretty great, man. I mean, beating on EPS, beating on revenues. And I really like this breakout right now. I wrote down 162.50. So I actually want to take this break. Let's see if we can take it against 162. We'll put on, I don't know, a couple hundred shares. We'll see how it goes. We don't really like to take breakouts first thing, but I've taken this stock before, and it's broken nicely, and it's given us, I think we've had like $8 to $10 winners on this name. So I really feel like it can get going here. Frank Slootman, of course, from ServiceNow, is an absolutely fantastic CEO. But look at this name. We want to talk about a name that's also been deteriorating. I mean, Snowflake's high was $400. Now you're getting it down here to 160. And just like NVIDIA, as they report better and better numbers, it's getting cheaper every day, right? And so if these names are going to continue to beat, the thing about PEs are, if E keeps changing, P has to change as well. So as it gets sort of repriced back up to the upside, let's just look at a breakthrough. Now, if it can stop at 166.50, that would be a $4 winner. We're pretty happy with that. But here's the 162.50 marker. Let's see if it takes it out. It's the high. And if there's nothing too fancy about it, I mean, sure, we dipped down right there. I don't know. I feel like it's data mining. You can go all the way back in here into December to see 163 levels. But, you know, today is a different day, man. Today's it's all about AI. We've known that. It's sort of been like that for a while. They got absolutely destroyed heading into earnings. Now a nice couple days back to the upside. Kind of reminds me of Tesla here in August. Straight to the downside. Found a bottom, just like Tesla did at 210, 215. And now you're starting to go back up to the upside and looking to take out the 50 period. I like Snowflake, and I think it's going to be a banger opportunity today, boys.
Right, worth noting, as we said, rest of the AI-related stocks to the upside here on the back of this NVIDIA report, including here's C3 AI, huge move after the close to 35 last night. We give most of that back. There's also PLTR, obviously a fan favorite to say the least, back to 16 bucks, trying to roll over maybe. Right now, though, for Palantir, obviously not directly related here, but general strength across the entire group.
Yeah, it's interesting because the AI-related names aren't actually monetizing the AI play yet. Microsoft came out and said, we're going to be profitable through our AI investments in 2024. Meta has seen increased user engagement, which may account for some of the ad revenue that they've been seeing. But here, let's look at what they're doing right now. Sound up 3.69%, BBAI 3.59, AI 3.93. NVIDIA, obviously the monster, and GFAI 1.5, Brendo.
Yeah, that Big Bear was interesting. Lower priced, obviously, but definitely high on the relative volume scale. 3.5% meanwhile here for Palantir, guys, but kind of chopping around.
Yeah, so apologies. I looked over after I finished talking about Palantir when we were doing snow and then realized AI stocks were next. So yeah, that's just me going off the schedule because that's how I roll. And C3 AI, the price action that it just put on when NVIDIA got to 500 and bounced, just confirming my pay for locates. Thank you, Sean, for reminding me. I have a really bad habit of not paying for locates on time because I'll assume that we have them at Day Trade the World. Like 99.9% of stocks we can short without having to pay. So a lot of times if it's a name I'm comfortable with, it's like, oh, we should have that free. But yeah, it's actually 1/4 cent per share, really cheap. But when 500 broke, AI has been going to the downside after a sympathy bounce. It did not regain the 34 level, which to me, if NVIDIA is at 507 and holding up and AI is not breaking this channel, this feels like a short underneath 34. I just mentioned Intel, but I'd throw C3 AI out there. If NVIDIA falls and fills that gap today, I don't see how AI isn't a short in that situation. Now, if NVIDIA continues to climb, you do not want to fight this when it's got the short float, all that good stuff around it. I don't think it's worth fighting this thing, but if you do get a pullback and if we're underneath 500, I know where I want to go over. Ideally, I'd already be in Intel, but C3 AI, that's one of the frothier names in this space. So it goes without saying that if NVIDIA were to give it up, it would be difficult to imagine a situation where AI couldn't at least be back to where it was at the close yesterday. And to me, that provides you with $1, $1.25 from here. If it's at 34, that gives you an obvious out area. So yeah, that trade just sets itself up as long as NVIDIA goes down. I would not fight this if NVIDIA is flying today, though. That's not a good idea.
No, never a good idea to fight stocks. I've been doing that a lot lately. Okay, right here. Here's Google 134. I mean, yesterday we had a 132 break. There it is right now. It is the high. You can see down here with this marker, 133.74 was the past previous high, 52-week high of Google. So right now you're just bouncing up against it one more time. You want to talk about AI? Go to the granddaddy of them all. This is Google right now trying to break higher. Now this doesn't show the action from today. I got to actually fix that so it shows it. But we've already broken through 134 and right now we're right at that. So what about a 134.50? That's the marker that I put down. Excuse me. I feel like you can break out through 134.40 right there. But I mean, now you're just sort of picking at levels. But I like this name. Yesterday, it was my best trade. And again, we talked about this on the after show, why we liked it, where the break was. It was right there. We missed the 130, obviously. But then once it broke 132, we really, really liked that level right into here. Maybe I can zoom in just a little bit. I'm always nervous about some of these wicks. There it is right here. So here's the 132 break. This never, ever went against us. And if you look at the daily chart, it's a very, very similar pattern to what we're seeing today. So comes up, bounces it, head off 132. We really like that breakout. It happened on AI day yesterday. Today's AI day part 2. So why can't it continue to go? We also reloaded it when it came back to 132. So let's not FOMO all these trades, man. If there is a level that you like, sometimes it rewards you and comes back in. So we had the 132 break and actually had the high of the day up here by getting out at 133.50. That was pretty nice. And then reloaded it right there at the close. And as you can see, nice little dip down at the end of the day, but it still bounced off 132.20. So Google, I think today, any dip downs into this area, 133, 132, that is a for sure buying opportunity right there. And then if it takes out the top, which it's going to do, my problem is that I like so many of them. This is like I love Snowflake up here breaking that top. Oh, shoot. It's going to break it even before the market even opens up. So I like Snowflake breaking 162.50, but again, I don't want to be in it in the pre-market. And then I like Google breaking 134.50. I feel like these are all going to happen without me here. But let's go. We're ready to rock and roll. It should be a great day. There's Google 134. It's taking it out right now again.
Been late in the day, or I guess it was early on yesterday morning with VFS. I don't know why I thought it was late in the day. VinFast starting to get going here. More volume coming in right now. In fact, trying to take out that afternoon high around 38. So 35 to 38. Wow, already for, speaking of SPACs that haven't done much, that one could be different. Amazon, meanwhile, back to the upside here. Nice note from Piper Sandler this morning. Reiterating their strong buy on AMZN.
Yeah, overweight, increasing their price target to 185 from 175. Now you have essentially 50 buy ratings amongst analysts, 4 hold and 0 sell. So the street is in consensus. We talked a little bit about this on the midday show yesterday. They stand to weather the storm better in the consumer discretionary category as they have a lot of staples and they make the majority of their money off cloud, off AWS. So good luck for Amazon.
Keeping my eye out for something on VinFast here, guys. Not much yet, though, but VFS still going.
Yeah, when all the other retailers are having
VinFast
issues
going again?
with shrinkage, Amazon has the opposite problem. Look, Amazon has great levels the last 2.5 weeks. The 130, 150, that's been a level for, forget about this only showing you back to July. This is only showing you basically the last month. But 130, 150 has been a good level for almost 2 months now. And then 137, previous support. It was 3-day resistance technically because most of the day on the 16th it was resistance. You gapped above it aftermarket, obviously because everything went up aftermarket, and you're holding it right now. So that gives an easy over-under play here on Amazon. If it's above 137 in the opening range, I'm looking trend long. If it's beneath it, I'm looking trend short. If I'm not in it and it's trending, I'm not even thinking about anything until 134 or 130, 150. That's to the downside. So I think it gets pretty simple around that price level. You said, is VFS going? It's going all right. I didn't pay for locates today because I don't think, like yesterday, it never really fell apart. Like, it didn't break down underneath support to get something going, so that was never worth it. And it never broke up to test ridiculous levels where suddenly you can expect a $10 pullback or if you get a win. So it's still in the pocket, which is weird to say of a stock that's just moved $4 or $5, but it's true. If you look at the last couple of days, it is still within that range. So unless it breaks out, like, it's just you want it underneath here, or you want it breaking out there. If you're looking for longs, there were plenty of opportunities for yesterday. There's probably at least 2, I would say, like, which was long off, risking to the bottom $1, or just taking a breakout through 33 if that's your style of trade. So I don't think I'll end up trading this one because it's not really setting up for the breakdown trade to the south side right now. You almost have to wait it out.
Yeah, again, I only have 5 names or 6 names written on the sticky note today, but one of them is Amazon. And I actually think, again, like a big AI play here. They've talked about how important AI is for them and how it's changing the game, being able to specify different products and just figuring out also delivery schedules, logistical, excuse me, things like that. So I think 136.50 right here could be a good dip buy, but we've already seen 136 hold a couple times, so this could be a good level right into there, 136. Let's see if it holds. So any dip buy opportunities for Amazon, I think is something you want to take, right? So 136, maybe down to 135.50, give it a little bit of love, but I like this play. 136 and change for Amazon. Let's see if it holds. Should be a good one. I mean, again, we're playing with fire here because in just a couple seconds, we're going to get the imbalances coming out. Now, right now, there's a lot of buy side here. You have AT&T sell side, X sell side, Ford sell side. So these are all names that don't really have anything to do with technology right now. You have Palantir with a bid. We know that Kenvue's been different exchange or different additions and deletions and index changes is what I'm looking for. But there's AI, XPEV, so on and so forth. Oracle's a bid. So right now it's looking like a lot of these tech names are bids on the NYSE, but just in a couple minutes we're going to get something from NASDAQ, which should affect some of these prices. So we'll check back in when we get back from the boys. But this looks like it's going to be a long day. I mean, the NASDAQ is still up 1% almost.
It's the float. Crazy.
Oh.
AMC, let's wrap things up here as we make a fresh low here in the pre-market back to 1650. Trading obviously post reverse split. Here's a note from Wedbush. I mean, hold rating essentially from neutral, $19 price target. Not much to make of that as far as Wedbush is concerned, but the more important part of this could be what's to come tomorrow with the conversion.
Yeah, Neil and I talking about this off camera this morning with respect to the price convergence between APE and AMC. I mean, these kind of mechanics are beyond my scope of understanding, so I will let the big kahunas take this one.
Come on, man. Like, don't. See, here's the thing. Like, obviously, any reverse split is typically not going to be good for a company. So generally speaking, it's going to be like a short when you dilute in a situation like that. But AMC has been falling. And again, ours isn't going to split adjust. So you can see it's been falling already. It's already going to the downside today. As far as the conversion goes, I'll let you guys educate me. My initial thought was there's only two reasons why you currently are trading at 1640 on AMC and on APE 156. So the only two reasons for that are A, any hedge has to pay to short AMC, or B, it's not a straight one-to-one conversion. So you guys can let me know which one of those two things it is. If it's not one of those two things, then someone should be all over and pulling in that spread. I'll just focus on the price action in AMC here. And it has been all downside. $2 was a big level yesterday, so that puts $20 as resistance today. If we get up there, I mean, it breaks out 20, the float, I mean, obviously, with this stock, there's always the short float and all that good stuff, so it could go squeezing. I think the trend is your friend until proven otherwise. I wish I could tell you that I was sitting in the short here, but I'm not. My eyes are everywhere today. And you're focusing on a lot of the AI names, throwing like an Intel to boot. You know, you're throwing in things like Snowflake and Amazon 137. There's just a lot to be watching today. XPeng at that 17 level. There's a lot to watch. But if we get back to 20, I think that's an alert to that level because $2, and when it doesn't split adjust, this is what I'm sort of talking about. All afternoon, we'll just look at it hang around that $2 level, try to break it out. That's 20 today. So a break of 20, like the move yesterday on the breakout, which was a good one yesterday that we had, if that goes up and it gets to 20, 220, that's essentially it getting to $22. Above 20 could be explosive, but first things first, it would have to get there, and I'm sure I would try shorting it if it did.
All right, we'll hit this. I don't know, just for you apes. Out there, it was really cheap to short shares here, so it's less than 1 cent per share. So I've already written down AMC short. I have no idea what price, but I mean, we've seen reverse splits go real poorly, but not necessarily on day one. So I feel like you definitely want to watch out for this name. Like Neil just, oh shoot, what just freaking happened? Okay, we just got long Amazon down here, so that's not going to be good, so I have to deal with this one. But I was bidding 136. It looks like it wants to dip down just a little bit from that level. So
someone's walking AMC.
Yeah, I mean, the imbalances, I guess, just hit. So I'm going to take out a little bit of pressure there and actually ring some registers right there on it because, yeah, we just took out 1/3 of our position there on Amazon. I didn't like how that came in right there. And we've gotten railroaded numerous times on some of these imbalances. Here they are. Did you show them yet?
Backed offer on AMC.
Okay, yeah. So right now, I don't really see. There's Amazon with. Okay, that's why I just saw. I just saw Amazon with a sell, but we're long, so we can hold out hope that this continues to go up. Because we're talking about AMC, let's just go. I don't know why I clicked on LYG there. AMG, oh my God, AMC. Hopefully I don't make too many keystrokes today. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, that was at 30, now at 20. So watch out for this offer starting to come to the downside. We're long Amazon right now with a minute left, and that's that. I mean, I don't know if we want to go back to the boys. You guys won't need anything or good? No? All right, they're all good. So here we go, man. It's only a minute left right now before the bell hits.
Starting.
Yeah, here we go, man. AMC is trying to go to the downside. We definitely want to make sure we're watching out for that. And we just took a nice 30-cent win right there. Although, I mean, we'll hit the sirens because we got the long on Amazon at 136, which is the sticky note level. So welcome to 50 cents. And like I said, you could just make one trade. And that might be it. But we'll wait to see what happens. Still looking for Google to break the top with now only 40 seconds to go. Google 134.50 was my long. And then Snowflake as well. I mean, I don't have these orders in. Feeling like maybe I should. 162.50 for Snowflake. So it should be an interesting ride today, boys.
Yeah, with 30 seconds to go, NVIDIA did pull back into 02s here. It seems like there's a lot of gravity around that price. Obviously, 500 is a big psychological level. I do like that 34. If we look any weakness, I like 34 on two names, both Intel and AI to the south side. But it is countdown time. Katrina's on the bell. She's locked and loaded, ready to go. She's dancing it off. She knows it's the NVIDIA party today. You're going to see lots of volume and volatility. Also, Jackson Hole. We haven't even said that enough.
Jeez.
In 2 and 1, ring it.
All right. All right.
Said that once today.
We did not say anything about Jackson Hole. We did tweet it out. There is some speakers obviously coming through here today for Jackson Hole. Okay. Here goes Amazon. Nice move to the upside right now. Let's see if we can't capture a little bit of profit on Amazon. We've already taken some out. So, and there it goes. It bouncing off.
NVIDIA's at 95 already.
Yeah, I just saw it break down. So that was another name there that, of course, we all wanted to look at. I don't have the trade, but there goes Amazon. Sorry, there goes NVIDIA right back down to the downside. So here we go, man. 494, 493, 490, maybe a level there for Amazon. As hey, are you going to tell me that Amazon's going to go red today? Is that a possibility? I think it is a possibility. Let's wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. Sorry, not Amazon. As we're getting down, man. We're getting down. Yesterday's closing price 470-ish. Let's see where we go with this name. And there it is, man. Nice one. You don't have to, like I said, you don't have to trade only NVIDIA. There's Amazon with a nice little win for us.
Yeah, so wow. I mean, NVIDIA down at like 93 already. There was almost no chance to grab a short. Unless you were thinking initially 100% I'm going to go short at 500. I was not. I am into Intel here because it actually popped to the upside when NVIDIA went, so I grabbed something at 83s. I'll try to add to it a little tighter to that 34 level. C3AI, which was my other preferred play if NVIDIA flushed. Like I mean, just unless you were already sitting there into the short and just guessing it was going to happen, it is just absolutely dying right now is C3AI. That is nuts. So this is what happens when NVIDIA goes down. Oh, I totally forgot to mention this one. I did pay for locates, and I'm looking at that Mullen play. Oh, come on. Load. There you go. It plunged at the open. If it hangs on to the 60-cent level, that was a good one. 60 cents could be something here on Mullen if it does get down there. I mean, that's the only place I would look for a bounce that isn't just the flat-out obvious round number of 50. So I'm only into Intel. XPeng didn't make the move either.
Google's
see what that one's doing. Where is it? What's Google doing?
No, nothing. It's not doing anything. It's trying to make a move, but it's at the bottom.
That's not a real wick on XPeng. XPeng did get there.
We went long Palantir, but we're just going long off the bottom, which is right here, 39s. I don't even want to average in, so if it breaks this, we're going to be out. There it is. Quick little out. We'll fail there on Palantir, but that was 13 cents or less than that of a hit there on Palantir. All the AI names coming back in. What's up, Brendo?
Early mover here, guys, on earnings. Futu, F-U-T-U, one of the online education companies out of China, to 51 here on a huge spike. Just hearing cautious note on Netflix out as well, back to 420 here, down on Netflix.
Oh, yeah.
There's that 420 again.
Wow.
What a surprise that is.
We have to pay for locates on XPeng.
What? Today we have to pay for locates?
Yeah, that's why I wasn't on. Whatever. It rejected
Is the market going to
It rejected my offer because I didn't pay for locates. I even said that I have this issue sometimes where I assume that we can short something that we cannot because we get a lot of stuff for free here at Day Trade the World. Guess what? Guess what is, look at this 2150 level on Guess. 28% short float, and it's got a brick wall at 2150 or an iceberg or something like that. Anytime I see a resistance like this on a heavily shorted name that has a positive catalyst, I'm thinking breakout. So this breaks 2150. I'm going to put my order in now to go long. I didn't have it there before because I didn't want it when there was not a lot of volume, but I'm going to throw it there now. It has to break out, though. I only want this if it breaks that top there on guess. After seeing what happened in Abercrombie, I do like it. Wow, NVIDIA.
Wow.
It is still going. Like now, I said to myself,
90.
if this breaks underneath 495, I am not thinking long unless it's 480. And because I missed out on C3AI and only have Intel, that means I'm kind of sitting on my hands and trying to be patient about this. Maybe go to something else. Like I know Netflix is strong. Snowflake, we were talking about that as well.
Oh my
AMC,
God, huge bounce there off 90.
AMC is still flushing as well. Like that's another weak stock. Everything's selling.
Everything. All right, 489. I mean, if we break below that, I feel like we could start to maybe now get some long on NVIDIA. It's kind of giving us a bottom here. Let's see if, we just missed it. We're bidding 492.33, and I just pushed bid enter. So hopefully it can come in. We'll see if we can get it. Here it comes, a little bit of a flush. Just ripped up another $1 off that level. So let's wait to see if it's going right now. We still are in that hopium with Palantir. We just bought some more here at 40. We did drop it off. We took a small hit. I just want to see if we can make it back if the NASDAQ decides to go back up to the upside right now. But you're bleeding pretty good here. And of course, it has everything to do with NVIDIA, I think anyways. Other names seem to be okay. We did get out of some Amazon when it broke below 136, but we're still in this. It's a positive name for us, so we're not going to. Darn it, man. There goes Palantir one more time, breaking lows. So, well, now we just have to wait, man. I mean, Google's falling down. All these AI names, we talked about this. Remember, it's always buy the news, buy the rumor, sell the news, right? It's the other way around. So it's like today, right now, they are starting to hit people. Well, you know what? I mean, we could go Palantir long one more time against 30. That could be a play. Now, of course, it rips and I don't have it. So, yeah, I feel like we need to start to get long soon on some of these names.
Guess who broke out? No, that's I learned something today on guess, and that's you actually are supposed to put the question mark at the end of it.
Right.
Like the actual name, because it was on the watch list. I'm like, Brendan, I think you made a mistake on the watch list, actually. And it was not. Guess, you're supposed to put a question mark. That's how it is. It's like
I would have never guessed that.
I would never have guessed it myself. It broke 21.50. Maybe you can do what Abercrombie and Finch, I say that right, did yesterday, which is absolutely squeeze. It's already getting to 22. You know how I roll. I'm going to get some out there as well. So 21.50, obviously 75 and 22 even is exactly where I take the first two legs out. Now let's see how far it can go. If it dips back in and holds 21.5, we go for that. If you're wondering why trade this random stock, it has everything to do with what we saw in ANF yesterday, and it's got a big short flow to 25%. So 28%, check that. ANF was a squeeze play, one of the few retail names that actually went upside.
Wow.
So same thing happening there on guess. Intel, which was the only thing I was able to get into the south side as the market was going down, just took out the pre-market lows and actually bouncing off post-market bottom. So we were able to get at 31.80s. We got some out at 73, first 10 cents. The next 10, we got the 20-cent win down there at 31.60. If it's a reload, I think I allow it to get up into that 34 level. But wow, this market is still looking weak. NVIDIA just tried to bounce to the upside, got to 95, 96, and then put a little bit of a curl in. So gonna have to watch out for this bit of a bounce. I haven't even looked at Marvell this morning. Wow. Oh, wow, Marvell. They haven't even reported yet, but that's not, that ain't good. Brendo.
Again, not in our system, guys, but worth a note here. This Better Home and Finance halts right out of the gate. Just resumes, continues its plunge here down to 130. This is all today. So the high was above 20 bucks. It's now at $1.30 for BETR.
Okay, so we actually have our first position right now in NVIDIA. So we're long right here. We got, I mean, I told you the fill that we were looking for. We got it, 492.33. So it's $3 in the money. We just took some out there at 495 flat. So that was a really good trade. But, you know, like I said, the best defense, honestly, like I just kind of mean this kind of stuff when I'm talking about it, is to have a good plan of action. Okay, now we're starting to make a little bit of bread here on PL. Well, now it's going down as soon as I say that, of course. We started making a good little trade there on Palantir, trying to make some of that back, and then it just started to drop again. The frustrations continue to mount here for me. Palantir just went up into the 40-45 area. We have a lot of shares here. Now, well, not a lot anymore, but it looks like it's starting to come back down. I thought that could get going there. We are getting ready to break this out through 15.24 again, so looks like we may take a bath on these Palantir shares. I was just getting them out at 44, dog. Hopefully that continues. to bounce off of 25 right now, but this name is looking a bit scary as some of these AI names continue to go the other way. Palantir. NVIDIA just came back again into 493, and there it goes again, trying to break higher. Let's just do a little bit of work. VWAP is at 498-ish right there. So let's put an offer near 498 to make sure that we get something out of this name. And that, of course, is Palantir, that, of course, is NVIDIA. Here it goes, 498 coming through with NVIDIA. So far, so good. I mean, what a difference a day makes, man. Today, we actually have a $4, or trying to make a $4 winner here on NVIDIA. What's up, Brendan?
Foot Locker to the upside in a huge way here, guys. Number of positive notes coming out this morning after, if you remember yesterday, this thing got crushed on earnings. So back higher, huge here, guys, for FL.
Ooh. Oh, that's well past any of the levels that I'd be looking at. I wouldn't fight this one. It's just a relief rally and a squeeze. Immediately, my first thought is Nike 100. Okay, Nike's not moving up? Really? Okay. Yeah, you know what? My first thought was I was about to just throw an order to punch long Nike at 100 when I saw that at Foot Locker, but that's still down and it's not moving. So throw that out the window. Let's just go from what we were looking at yesterday when Nike was making a bit of a relief bounce. So nothing to see there, unfortunately. Sometimes even you get an idea when you hear something and it's like, yeah, I don't see the reason to make that trade. It's not bullish relative to it, so why do it? We waited around for that 34 area on Intel. Like the first move was short consolidation when we plunged on NVIDIA. And when it got to the bottom and bounced, wait for the 34. We just got 3385s out with a 95 reload and some 97 reloads as well. So we're going to get bids out here. But this is still making a low and possibly making a higher low into a breakout. So take your profit where it lies. Always important to do that. I'm looking for a re-entry point, reload, like a reload on guess. Thought maybe you'd get a chance at that 2150, the breakup price again. It's now through 22, continues to go arrows up. It's absolutely flying now. 28% short float after what happened with Abercrombie. I think 22 is probably the level to work, but we might not see that again. I do want to go back over to the 1 penny stock. No bounce at all at 60 cents on Mullen. It is still falling like an absolute rock. My goodness, you couldn't do this yesterday, Mullen. I hate you. Whatever. No, I have nothing against you, Mullen.
You're going to have to keep going.
It's frustrating. I see you. It's all good, man. I got you. NVIDIA is now at 495, just in case you're wondering, because I know the long is looking pretty good at that level. But C3AI is still crumbling. It has not found a bid. Damn it, it was low-hanging fruit. Should have just had a stop order to go short on C3AI. Because the second NVIDIA ticked down, this plunged to the downside. I don't know where the bid's going to be. But if NVIDIA holds and starts bouncing, I feel like there will be one. Obviously 31. Maybe you just wait for it to make its own bottom instead of trying to guess where it's going to be. Speaking of that, gas now 80 cents in the money. That's still flying. Brendo?
Late day move in Mullen early on this morning, guys. Already halfway back, or thereabouts anyways.
Right now, I understand a lot of people are looking at it. I just don't think you need to have it calm down. Show you some levels out there, because outside of 50 cents, because it's a psychological level, I don't know where to peg it. AMC is still falling.
Oh, that's
not a ton of liquidity, but it is like it's down 22%. This is now relatively like $1.50 here, so that's pretty nasty.
Oh my God, we knew AMC,
dude. Doing? I know, it's so like you just had to sit in it.
Honestly, it's so
just had to sit in it. I knew I liked it in front of $20, so when it was already breaking 17, it was difficult because I'd pegged myself to that $20 level. Anchoring sucks, but it's a cognitive bias we all have. So NVIDIA is going to retest these lows. If it breaks it, I think I should be okay on Intel. If it holds the bottom, part of me is thinking C3AI has found a bit of a bid. And there's a lot of room to run if C3AI can make a bit of a bid here. Tesla making some moves as well. And Snowflake did not hold on to 160. This is another name. Snowflake's down to 152. I mean, are you kidding me? Like, if it gets, like 152 was support yesterday.
And they're killing these AI names, dude.
They're destroying these AI names.
The long is wrong.
The long is wrong on these. Why am I even thinking about buying the dip? Stop it, Neil. Stop it.
Yeah, no, I'm about to get out of NVIDIA, man. I mean, here it goes, breaking through 490 right now, and there, did it break? It almost did. Okay, I don't know why that didn't trigger, but we do have an NVIDIA out. at 489 there, but it did not trigger. So now we're in trouble a little bit as this is starting to break. Okay, well, we got out at 49 anyways. Right there, as it's starting to break down is NVDA. So there's our out. We talked about having risk management, and sometimes it works and sometimes it does not, but there it is right now. Nice move here for NVIDIA back to the downside. If you faded any of these plays, man, congratulations, you win, needless to say. So nice little play there for NVIDIA. If you're short, I am not. We were not looking short at all today, so there goes NVIDIA to the downside. It might be time to flip over and start looking short. Where could NVIDIA bounce? We have a very, very small position.
480.
We'll just hold on to it. So yeah, if it gets down here 475.
I said slap me if I try a long that's before 480.
Yeah, okay, so we won't have to slap you yet.
Well,
486 and change.
Never know.
Right there as the bottom for NVIDIA. I mean, I don't want to sit here and start bottom picking everything. That seems ridiculous.
AMC.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what happens here. AMC, I'm short AMC, which is at least
It's
a good
still
one.
going,
Awesome.
still going.
Yeah, so we're short at 1505 now, so hopefully it continues to make moves lower here.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA is a bit of a story here, but I have to respect the fact that, hey, you know, it might be going, but it's not going as much. A lot of times, I said this before, I've seen this story on Intel where it goes counter trend to the growthier names in the chip space, if that's a word. I don't know if it is, it's probably not a word, but that's what happens. I think eventually it always resolves itself. Like if the market's down, everything is down, it eventually goes down, but I'll respect that it's got some relative strength. And if NVIDIA were to bounce, I do not want to get trapped not taking any profit. It is working, but the one that I liked a little bit more is just at levels. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can chase this. I don't know what to do with this name down here on C3AI. It plunged just so incredibly quickly. That is absolutely nasty. I think we get to 480 first. Guess, okay, that's starting to calm itself down a little bit here. So if it can pull back in a hold and consolidate 22, I think that's a place to be added. This is a pure squeeze play. It's not related to tech. It's a retail name with a 28% short flow. So if the market does continue to flush, I think this can still be a long. So if we can grab something off the 22 area, I'm going to go for that and look for the reload on guess. I don't know what else is going to be good for the long side today. Maybe there's Apple. Like Apple, yeah, I think Apple can be, like if you're looking for something at a support, if the market gets to a key level, which it's not actually right now, the NASDAQ would need to go another 30 handles and it's at a key level. But if it does, I think I'd be looking for Apple, not exactly dying, and holding afternoon or early morning support from yesterday, 179. It's got 177 way down there. I'd have to pick that one if the market goes absolutely nuclear to the downside. Just missed my guess reload there, unfortunately. AMC still flushing. It's like that's a party to the downside. It broke that 15.
Why not just
like I don't know where the bid would be. I have no idea where the bid would be on AMC and APE. I'm assuming.
I mean, NVIDIA is.
There's probably still almost no spread there.
And lower.
Yeah, that's flushing as well.
Wow, this NVIDIA is really flushing right now. So the long that we have that's really just been sitting here all day is going to be Google. We'll see if that one can bounce off. The thing is, you're at a key level right now on the NASDAQ, 15.2 here coming through. So yeah, you're right here right now. This is 15.2. We've seen it before. We've danced around it. Let's see if it goes. This is a big flush down today, man. In the NQs, we were actually positive, up over 1% when we started the show. Now you've almost given it all back into Redsville right now for the NASDAQ. A new position alert for me against the bottom of the day. Oh, here we go. Put this futures back up there. Oh man, I got to start feeling better soon. Hopefully, Snowflake. So there's Snowflake. We bought it off some of this dips. We have 151. I just wanted to play it off the bottom here, 151.20. So we have 151.92. I mean, the thing is that you got to take $1 worth of risk on Snowflake, right? So that is one thing for sure here on SNOW. Willing to take a risk on this name. Hopefully it can bounce back up to the upside. I think a first target, if we're going to hold this $1 against ourselves, why not target out right around here, 153? Well, we could take $1 on the first piece if it goes. So here goes Snowflake right now. We lost already on Palantir, so let's take something out on Snowflake and just sort of play this momentum back to the upside. Hopefully it can go. And of course, right now it's stuck. I'm bidding 80s right there, and that's where it stops. So, all right, we're in the money pretty good now. Let's take some more pieces out on Snowflake. So it's at $2 now, sorry, in the money, not $1. So let's take out a little bit more. Our risk is $1 on this trade. So let's start ringing some freaking registers right now on Snowflake. So yes, sir, we brought our whole day back with just this one trade.
I'm not going to reload Intel a third time. I always talk about this when it's like risk management. It's higher lows, so it gets to my 2 levels at the open flush, at the high flush 34, but that's higher lows into the top, so no reload. We got our profit at VWAP there, and if it takes out this high, I'm just going to get out and I'm not going to do anything else until I see it reestablish underneath, fail the aftermarket high, and even then, like, you could just be looking for a trend long. So it's all about sort of preserving at that particular point, so you can stay up on the stock. I did miss that reload on Guess. It's now bucking the money. This one is still flying to the upside. That Mullen is Mullen, AMC. They're both nasty, but it did catch a bit of a bid here. So like 60 was a big level before, as was 70. I think there could be a curl here. I paid for locates on Mullen this morning. That one I'm at least prepared for. So if we do curl up that 60 level, just note that was a big level on the way upside. So if it was one on the way down, it would not surprise me. If it fails this, I'm looking in the other way on Mullen because it never got to that 50-cent level after all.
Man, we have a $3 winner right now on, we talked about this with Snowflake, right? And that there was a big possibility here for a nice run in this name. Wow, we made our whole day back just on one trade. It's crazy. So let's see where this one goes. Now $4 in the money on Snowflake. 156 I have an offer on right now. That's where VWAP is. So let's see if it can get back up to that level. Again, good dip buys there on SNO. I mean, NVIDIA bottomed out right there at 483, but is that really the bottom? Now it's trying to go one more time, so let's just wait to see here. If we can get some 485s, I feel like pretty comfortable trying to maybe get some of those against that recent bottom, which is 82s. So, you know, we'll probably hold this against that very, very bottom right now. And of course, this is going to be the last straw for me until we get to that 480. So let's just wait to see here if this is exactly that. I'll put a stop for everything if we break below the day's low on this one. That's been a nightmare here. Really, the worst stock for me today, P&L wise, is Palantir. I mean, we trusted that down here into some levels that I thought were going to be pretty good for PLTR, right into here to 1540 and whatnot. Some of the levels from yesterday. But there goes Palantir. Like, you know, we call this name AI Day here, and it seems like some of these AI names do not agree. Nice pullback happening for Snowflake as well right now, and there goes NVIDIA right back down near its bottoms one more time. So, wow. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a bottom here in NVDA. So, there goes. We're going to get stopped out right now again on this name as it, wow, that's crazy. As it does break again lower, 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 coming up to 480. Maybe a stab there, but still nice downside move here for NVDA.
So I just grabbed two things. One, I mentioned Mullen in there, and then going over to Marvell, it just bounced exactly off, well, okay, not exactly, but close enough to that 60 level, right into 60. That was the big area yesterday where I was looking for, that's where I thought the short could get to. Obviously, it didn't get there yesterday. So if we hold 480, then this is the level on Mullen, risking the quarter, essentially, with a little bit of slippage, just to get a relief rally. And then I'm into Mullen. That one kind of off of the 60 to 61 area, so we grabbed that short. NVIDIA is also at the point of no, I don't want to call it the point of no return. That's ridiculous. That's probably overstating it. But 480 was that big level. If it's not going to bounce here, I don't think it bounces anywhere. I did take, because Marvell got a little bit closer, Marvell got closer, I got that, but NVIDIA didn't actually,
look at NVIDIA.
It didn't really give that much of an entry. Damn it. I guess if you sit on the bid underneath and just take the first fill available, you're into it. But if this bounces, I do expect you'll see a Marvell bounce. I did, like I said, I got out of Intel because it was showing relative strength. So as NVIDIA bounces,
oh man, so crazy.
This can resolve itself here. I could still like that short, but I have to take that out and then look for a re-entry if it ends up being a wick top. Looks like Mullen made a bit of a bounce. I wanted to risk that 1 cent, 1.5 cents to take a shot at the curl. Maybe a little bit better off VWAP. We'll come back and check this one at that price. I'm not really thinking long in the stock unless it's 50 cents altogether. Marvell must be bouncing a little bit. There you go. Just got to the 50s. I mean, 61 will make some sense. Because it's a counter trend trade, I want to jam out at VWAP, not expecting this to go all the way. So if we get up to this area here, I want to get out and then hunt for the next. I'm now trailing Guess. I flat out missed that 22 entry on the dip buy. So we're just going to have to trail it out here. I should have got that reload at 22. It came down there, filled like 2208, 2209. I didn't get it, unfortunately. Oh. But this is going to the upside like crazy. VFS broke 50. I know we're not talking about it, but I did notice that. And thank you guys in the chat for pointing it out. I suppose it could go to 100. That would be completely insane. This is just a function of a really ridiculously low available float. That's what happens. I don't know what the market cap of it is right now, but whatever it is, it doesn't make any sense. That I promise you.
So we might have got out at the bottom of NVIDIA. So let's wait to see if it does hit that 480 again at some spot. We're just back
What
in.
the hell is
We're
this
just
thing
back
doing?
into it real small, man, like real small. Just to wait. I mean, what if the market finally catches a bid here, right? You know you want to be long NVIDIA. So that's the one thing that we're holding out hope on. And by the way, I mean, here, you know, we wrote down here, we didn't even write down a price target. We just wrote down SS for AMC. So unfortunately, right now it's worth $1.40, right? I mean, you can just divide this by 10 to get where the pre-reverse split price is here on AMC, as I can't even think about what stock I'm trading. So that was a good one. I'm now bidding though. Oh, I got to sort my thing by symbol. 14 flat. Okay, so here it comes, man. This is going to be, I mean, I didn't ever think that we would join the dollar. Well, I did kind of think this, that we would join the dollar club here on AMC, but look at this, man. It's just, it's downside. And we just wrote down something very, very simple on the sticky note. This is just going to take the way of every other reverse split pretty much. Now, whether or not it happens today, tomorrow, or the next day, I'm not convinced that it's going to go too much lower than maybe where we are now. It's down 30%. So we just bounced off of 14. I told you where I'm bidding. Let's see if we can get a 14 fill right now. Like, there it comes. Now it's $1 in the money. We're bidding 14.02. So maybe there is something here at 14. Is there some decent size coming through? And again, I'm not even going, nah, it's not really. I'm not even going to like zoom out on anything right now. It's just, we'll be short AMC until it wants to rip back up. My out was going to be like 15.50 or so on this trade. So we've already sort of banked 50 cents twice there. The first one was 50 cents. The second one we just got out at 30s. So here it comes right back in. I might just put a piece out now instead of waiting for 14.02, but still nice little move to the upside, or downside, sorry, for AMC. And then snowflakes come all the way back, man. I mean, we got out of half of this trade. So that was a good one. We missed the 156. It went as high as 155.50. That would have been good. My best out is 154.50. So here comes Snowflake. And our target to get out of Snowflake, of course, just to make sure it's still in there, is a break of 51. So we are getting close to that number as well. But wow, what a crazy day here. I might just switch my order here on AMC, man. I mean, it just keeps on bouncing here, so let's just take a piece out anyways.
Yeah, this market is absolutely insane. I don't know what the heck Foot Locker is doing, but it probably deserves an assist because Foot Locker was flying, Abercrombie was flying yesterday. I just saw 23 on GES, took it there. I had a trailing stop out, but if you're wondering why, like you just got to like the last line of resistance that isn't this little wick up here on the daily. So that's the move. That's the move I'm looking for on the squeeze. It's from here to there to there. 28% short float. Barcoding level, all pre-market, which is yesterday's high. Sympathy play for all of the retail names to the upside. It's actually still going, so off to the moon, absolutely ridiculous. But I'm out of it. I never got that read. The 22 was kind of an obvious dip buy spot, but I did not get it, so it is what it is. I'm only into Marvell now off that 60 quarter, and it's like right now it's only 1-to-1, so I'll reload it if I can. But I'm not reloading it if NVIDIA doesn't hold here.
No, it's not.
If NVIDIA breaks down here, I'd have to be like to reload Marvell even though it's holding up. It doesn't make any sense. NVIDIA is like your chip futures or your AI futures,
Yes.
and you can't even get underneath 481 right now. When it gets down here, you have to go for 81s. That's what I'm kind of seeing here on NVIDIA. So you're not getting along unless you're getting out in front of it. Thankfully, if this gets to VWAP, Marvell should make it to $61. But NVIDIA is wild price action. It's like $2 back and forth here, over and over and over again. Mullen, I'm still monitoring Mullen. I went 0 for 1 on it with this tight stop, and now it's back up, busting VWAP. Maybe just wait for 70. Like I went for 1 curl in there. It didn't happen. I'm not going to sit there fighting it. I don't believe in Mullen, but that doesn't mean I have to short it at every single level. But it does mean I'm going to look for another short at some point.
All right. Yeah, I'm still doing the same stuff here. We actually did wind up getting out some of Google when it ripped up there. I'm still waiting for a 133 to take it out. Right now back to the upside. We just had NVIDIA moving around a little bit there. I know Neil was just talking about it, but oh man, we got out. So we got out at AMC 12, so 14.12. We wound up buying some there. And again, that's what reading tape is all about. And if I wasn't on the stock, then obviously I would have no idea about it. But it just kept on bouncing off 14, right? We saw it, had no reason to stop there, but did. So that's why we wind up taking taking a piece out there of AMC down at 14. Again, it could still pop, man. I mean, at some point, it's going to go. So
Alert to AI.
I feel like it's going to go. I don't want to say without any certainties for sure. All right, so you might be like, okay, this guy's holding on to Amazon. I'm not really. I do have a position, but it's kind of just like a proxy against this. I almost thinking that if we can break 135.50 right here, sorry, on Amazon, did I say AMC or Amazon? On Amazon right now, it made a nice move back into 134. It is starting to take that 135. Maybe we can go long here against a 135, but not for very long, man. Oh, Snowflake. Look, Snowflake's my #1 stock, but it just came out. So good thing we took advantage of that. Still a very, very positive name for me, but it did come out. That is Snowflake. And then the other name that I wanted, I mean, still, just wish we would have got more. Amazon, let's just more out. Let's just buy some Amazon here because it's near a nice little level there. Its bottom of the day is 134.60. Maybe you can go long against 135 here.
So quickly, I'm going to go over to C3AI, which was still plummeting. And NASDAQ's making a bounce. And if you come to the chart, this is the last 3 days. Come over here. This is the last 3 days
there.
on AI here. If we can come to the chart for a second, guys. Okay. There we go. 1, 2, 3. This would be 4. I just see 15.2 making a bit of a bid, and 30.5 is holding here on C3AI. So I was in and out already once off this level. It got up to the mid 70s. I'm going to try and get a reload in there if I can, because look, it's just a matter of you wait for it to get to any level that makes any sense, and it's there now. And I could not get NVIDIA underneath 480. 481, which is, it's just insane how much it's moving. So I have AI here. We've got Marvell, which is now making that push. Marvell's trying to get 61. The risk with Marvell is they report after market, so it's not even over for them. Like, NVIDIA actually had big numbers. Like, what if these guys don't? Like, that's nasty. That's nasty as all hell for them if that happens. There's one other name I want to get to, which is, you haven't really talked about Apple, but if the market makes a bid, I do still like Apple, and it's holding support down at 179.50. So with the market flushing and going, I mean, the NASDAQ didn't go red. Apple's holding for it and maybe is a decent support level because nothing crazy is happening with this name. I feel like there's less risk if you try to catch a bid here at the bottom on Apple. As we go to the desk, it's already 10 o'clock.
Wow.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Pretty impressive start to the morning here, guys. Just seeing GPS along with GES both continuing their moves to the upside. Well, overall, the market downside on this. If you missed it this morning, yeah, monster report from this one, NVIDIA. We're giving it all back, though, on the way back to 480, or the majority anyway. Back to the downside along with the rest of tech. But, as I mentioned, a ton of strength elsewhere, including in VFS. This guest just continuing to go higher right now. Along with Gap, GPS as well. If you're with us pre-market, we touched on a number of things, including, that blowout report from NVIDIA. Foot Locker back to the upside. Huge bounce for FL on a number of positive analyst notes this morning coming off their miss yesterday. AMC trading post-split as well. Tesla not liking things so much, down about 1.6%. After a nice day yesterday. Mullen continuing to slide. Bit of a bounce right now, but down off that huge move late in the day yesterday, guys.
All right. We just took, what's up, guys? We just took a nice little fill there and took some money on this trade. So, we loaded up at 135 here on Amazon and just scalped some out. So, we're long at 135.10 right now. We just got some out 40s, as you can see. So that was well worth it. If we break through 135, we are going to get out. But maybe I just should have took it all out again. Trying to think of the market trying to rip here today. That's what I'm trying to get at right now. All right, NVIDIA still $3 in the money. We did buy that 480 dip, 481 and change. So I don't have any more offers out on this. We were waiting for a 480, like Neil mentioned there. But right now, it's nice to have $4 right now in the money. I don't know if this is one. Shout out to Max. I don't know what the situation is, but Hopefully he's not in his Lambo. Hopefully he's getting there when he arrives. But there we go. So far, so good here. Let's see if NVIDIA wants to just climb back upside. I feel comfortable holding this. We've already lost on this name today, so let's see if we can get some money back. And it's not revenge trading at all. We had some key levels. I just wanted to go long, and we did really good with our risk management today on NVIDIA, like barely any major losses. Unfortunately, my stop order didn't trigger breaking through 49. I had some software issues there, so I had to manually get it out. So I feel like I lost an extra $1 right there than I maybe should have, getting out at 489.04. We should have got out at like 489.80 or something. So a little bit of a misstep there on execution for me, but we're back into Snowflake. So we'll put a hot dog gun right now. This is my #1 stock. Snowflake. So let's see if it wants to continue to go up. We were just playing this off of, like, look at the risk to reward here again. We just took 1-to-1. We're going to get out if it breaks 150. So again, into here, right? Nice wins. And I just put that video out to go over to my Twitter X, and find out about that. But it's like right here, we're going long at 150, 150 and getting out at 154, 155. That's $2-3 in the money. And then when it drops back down, we basically getting out for a 50-cent hit. So I like that. I like how that's all planning out for me. Google needs to still go. We actually got a 96 print there on Google as well. And hopefully we can get some more out on this name. But here we go. A little bit of a dip down. I'm going to take some out at 80 or 79 here, and just see what happens, because right now we're teetering, man. The net is going up nicely. So I don't have any problems with that. It's just a matter of believing in what we're doing. I just took out some more Snowflake there. Now I feel like I'm going to hold Snowflake in case it really does go. Let's put an offer at 154 here for Snow.
So Marvell's continuing to go because NVIDIA is going to the upside, but I got to show you, you can't manage risk without having it out. How about the ABCs of trading? The C is where you wrong, 30-50. So every long is in here, and we did have one take profit up top. We're fortunate off the initial bounce, but then when we got back in, it's going to stop out underneath 30-50. You're still flushing on C3AI. I should have been shorted, I know, but that's already gone at this point. So if you get to 28, that's the last line in the sand for it. I am back into Mullen. Is what it is. It is heading back into the downside. Waited for the second curl on this bad boy. Got it at VWAP. Able to get this down. If it gets to 60, I'll take first outs and all the way down to the pre-market lows. That's what we like. Marvell, like I said, it's trying to get to VWAP. It's a steady grind up. That is a dark pool wick that never got there. But it is climbing into VWAP. I do want to take it out. The trend is to the downside, is the way I see it. NVIDIA, it's still if it doesn't break 490, then it's still a lower high on NVIDIA. But just want to make sure we're calm. Patience has definitely led to this being okay today, because this market is absolute violence right now. And I'm not going to sit here over trading or anything. We got some on that we like. I'll get to brush in a second. I think John's got something to say.
John. I was going to say, I was like, what? John, where's John at? Right now, yeah, we just took $8 right there on NVDA. So bringing our day back to life a little bit. But again, it wasn't on the biggest of shares, right? And so it's a nice win. I was just telling that to the professor, because I was saying, he was telling me actually look at Meta right there. But that's a great little dip buy right there. It's really too bad, because we were like, I was bidding, I don't know, we don't talk about share size, but I was bidding some shares at 480.50 that we would just walk out of here right now and just close our thing if we had got that filled, because obviously I would have got some out on the way up. We wouldn't be holding them all for right now, but we would be, we wouldn't be submitting any sort of a retirement thing or anything like that, because I'm never retiring. It's more about, like, that was the trade down there at 480, and I got to give a shout out to Neil, because he mentioned it. He doesn't have it, but that was a great one. And yeah, we took a little bit of a risk, and that's the thing, right? We talked about that with risk. Let's go through 490, you son of a face slapper right now. There it goes. Go, my friend. I don't want to even talk about NVIDIA until it gets to $5 right now. So let's go up to $500. We'll see. We only have a small piece. We only have a third left. So it's the fly is back right now. All right, but what is not working out? And we're still positive on this name, but there it is. Oh, darn it. We're still positive by just a little bit. There goes Amazon flushing back down, man. You can... that sucks for sure. Where's my Snowflake out? Like, none of these things are even filling, man, these scripts. So I don't know what's going on there. We should have been out at Snowflake. I'm just realizing this has dripped all the way down. We should have got out at 150. Something's not right with some of these keys today, so I'm going to have to figure out exactly what that is. That's 2 stop outs I missed right now. Snowflake should have been stopped at 150. Don't have any idea why that wasn't. I was looking down. I was like, why is my net not doing what I thought it would, and it's because this dripped down below 150. So that sucks. I don't. Yeah, anyways, keystroke, not a keystroke error. I put the order in right, but what is the bottom now? 148?
Oh, I missed it.
I mean, we don't necessarily want to get into this anymore. All right, let's see if it works again. I'm going to put in a stop order of 147 or so, but this is not, I'm not thrilled with this right now. So I don't know what
Come
was
back
up with
here.
that.
I'm not thrilled with myself. Ooh, that's an interesting look. Look at that. I'm here, and then Sean's there. And then
Moo moo.
that's a good transition, guys. Actually, that's kind of cool. This is me trying to get that reload on Intel. I always feel like you got to take your out. Like, yes, I like to short off that 34 level, but it's grinding to the upside, so I'll always defend getting out when the getting is good, and then understanding there's always another trade to be made, but that's me missing on Intel, unfortunately. And I'm not going to FOMO chase it down here. It's just not going to work. But Mullen, we did get in on that curl. It's heading right back into the lows. If it gets to the low of the day, be down around 55 cents. So in here from 63.5 into 65 is okay, but try to keep in mind where this might go. And I'm saying might because it's not for sure. But when it broke out in the afternoon, when this was getting talked about, it was at 45 cents. So, I mean, if it got to 45 cents, I wouldn't consider that crazy. I wouldn't hold this all the way to 45. That's a bit much. Brendo at the desk.
Parker speaking at Jackson Hole, guys. We should keep stance restrictive for a while. So just be aware. Again, Fed's Harker speaking right now at Jackson Hole.
Well,
Damn you. Forgot all about those speakers.
okay, I just actually, wow, that's crazy. Thank you. I'm just going to blame them. Because Mullen was doing, Mullen was not doing okay if you're long. Marvell was doing okay, and then I just got trailed out, like right quick there. Like, okay, that's what happens. That actually spiked the market to the downside. You can see the reversal there. So I'm out of Marvell. It was a good bounce. I thought we were gonna get into VWAP. That sucks, man. Like that was holding up kind of nicely. That's frustrating sometimes. But I think that Apple here. It broke the low. I was saying if it could hold that low, maybe a double bottom there would have been good. It's also trend to the downside. I mean, I'm not touching this again. If it's trend downside, I should be shorting 180 or waiting for 177. That's what makes a lot of sense. And NVIDIA, it's still stair-stepping. 490 is the current lower high. The way NVIDIA is trading, if it gets to VWAP, it probably breaks it. If it doesn't get to VWAP, you need to short it at 89 and risk the dollar. So if it breaks VWAP and you want short, you're probably waiting around for like 93, 94, 95 for a short. Otherwise, it has to be in here somewhere. As I said, I'd love to be in Intel. It's a matter of where can I get it. AMD, I'm not sure if it's available. And that leaves me with the stock that I was just long. I mean, if we roll over here in NVIDIA, like why not just take a break at 60 on Marvell? That's got a bit of a gap to be filled. Like, why am I hunting for something else to trade? That's a dollar gap fill that it could put, that still put in some of this gap. And NVIDIA's at 87. Like, if this is breaking the lows before NVIDIA breaks down, I kind of like that setup. I can risk 10 cents on a break trade.
I can really see like, so the only position we have left right now is Google, and it's down to 132 and looks like it wants to take it out. So today there is no bottom. I mean, if you guys could somehow have predicted that on an NVIDIA beat where some people did, right? Some people definitely did, where NVIDIA had a monster, we were up 1.5% or something this morning on the NASDAQ, and then this happened with really no relief whatsoever. I mean, you get a bounce of 30 handles. This is a little, a little sketch, in my opinion, to say the least today. They always trap retail, man. Like everybody gets excited about NVIDIA earnings, and then you get ramped up, you get ready to go, and then it's like punch you directly in the face. So we'll see what happens here, but Google is my only real position. I'm still a little bit pissed off about Snowflake because when that broke 150, we should have been out of that. Unfortunately, we averaged it in and got out at 148. Right there, so that's like an extra little bit of a chunk there that we should not have lost on that one. But yeah, we're loaded up a little bit here on Google just to see if we can get some love. I mean, back to the 50 period or even back. I mean, the 50 period would be great. That would be almost 70 cents from here. But maybe 60s or 50s or something for Google. What's up, Brendo?
I'm just listening to some more comments here, guys. Harker also saying that he believes at this point the Fed has done enough with policies. So Remember, you just said restrictive for longer. They should maintain that restrictive level for longer, but they've done enough, according to Harker.
Yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily the most bullish thing in the world. Look, obviously, Marvell 60 is going to be a bit of a thing. I was just checking out where Palantir is. It's just worth mentioning, 1420 to 1430 was good support on this stock. There's usually a bottom somewhere. I think you let it travel. It's in the middle of nowhere, but it is still coming into the downside pretty nastily there. And NVIDIA's getting to that 490 level. This is where it tests it. If it turns around here, I can see Marvell breaking 60s to the downside. I'm just checking back in on Apple because that was a relatively decent name. It's wicking 179. It's showing some signs of making a bit of a turn. Apple's just usually a relatively safe name to be playing. VFS, I'm not going to bother with it. That's absolutely ridiculous. And Foot Locker, if you're in it, this looks like the first opportunity to get into this long. I mean, I was not really looking at this thing. I was looking at Guess at 940. It's now trying to bounce off VWAP in a stair step to the upside. This is the first chance to maybe grab this absolute flyer here. Just a relief rally, I think, from getting destroyed yesterday here in Foot Locker. But it'll be my first trade. There's a size offer at 62s, so I wanted to get through that. If it breaks that guy there, I'll punch long and then give it to the local bottom here on Foot Locker, which is having a great day in the midst of this market chaos.
Yeah. It's funny because we say the market chaos, and it feels like that. I mean, we're down 0.3. I mean, we could get down.
AI chaos.
AI chaos.
That's
yeah.
a better
Even
statement.
market, yeah.
No, it's not, man. The NASDAQ is down 0.3 and the ES is up 0.4. 0.04. Like the ES is flat today. Like I shouldn't be calling it market chaos. That's overstating it. AI names are getting destroyed today. Anything that was probably up a little bit frothy is getting killed today, but it's not that bad across the board.
Right.
And some retail is actually having a good day.
Yep. Agree, obviously, with all that. Okay, so just watching out, we talked about our biggest position right now is obviously, I mean, we're already $8 in the money, so we'll go props up for some of you guys that were watching that and trying to be patient for those downtick levels there on NVIDIA. Still not great trading for me on that name. We'll be down maybe a couple $100 by the time this is over with, and if it drops down even more, we may be more than that in trouble. But it's okay. It's not the four-figure dump off that we had on a couple of days ago, so that was good. We'll see if we can make it back, though. I mean, let's see. Like, if this gets to 500, then we're singing a completely different tune right now. Even 495. Remember where VWAP is? 493. And again, you don't need to be like, oh, just because it's dropped down means it can get right back to the upside. Maybe it doesn't today. The NASDAQ trying to bounce off 15,150, and of course, we are ears to the ground with Brendo. What's up?
Not hearing anything further on this, guys, but a little one. ELIQ. Absolute tear right now. This thing's gone 150 to 290. Not seeing much on this, though, for ELIQ.
Wait a minute. Okay, I did not get to fill. Let me just try it. Give it to me now. All right. So there was just that 490 curl on NVIDIA, and at the same time, Mullen wicked underneath that 60 level. I got 94s in here. Let's see, like this is almost like like a two-way trade, because if you flush back down the lows on NVIDIA, then Marvell, I think, should try to fill in the gap. And if NVIDIA breaks through 490 and VWAP, then this probably comes out. It's just something where you can actually get the execution on this sucker. I don't like it. It's immediately testing back above. If this gets that quarter, I do not want to fight it. But I look over, and NVIDIA did make that pullback. So what's up there? It's trying to curl. It actually up down that 490. That might have been available for like a 489.99 trade. If it does that again, I'd probably try it. To me, the trend is still looking to the downside, and I don't necessarily want to fight. I do want to have some tight stops in there. Amazon's still going. Apple's trying to hold up. I do favor an idea of an Apple long. I grabbed Foot Locker, so I should probably go over to that one and show you guys what I think we can do here on FL. Like, I don't really see anything else I really love long. If it gets back up to 18, understand that it's double top, wicked 18 here. There's no levels down here at all to look at. So I'm not saying it fills in the entire gap. When there aren't levels to look at, the even dollars and the quarters become my default. So if it gets to 18, you're taking profit, holding a piece for a break of that high, and then see where it goes from there. A lot of times in a gap fill, you got to play it by ear, read the tape, just see where the momentum is. Clearly, it's to the upside on Foot Locker, so we'll play that until it breaks.
I mean, we're just sitting here waiting. I mean, I feel like we've just been doing this so bad. We should be short right now. We'll wait for that opening range to hit at 1030. But for right now, I mean, Google just continues to go down. I'm really glad that we got out of our Amazon. I can't believe we're still actually positive on this name from first buying it at 136. And then, like, this is the risk management, right? And then getting out right there. So stop orders worked pretty good for this name. There's the reason why I keep going back to some of these names over and over again is because if we do bounce, there, 132 is a pretty key level for Google. This is where we went long yesterday. So, if there is going to be a bounce, although it doesn't look like there is going to be much of one here today, as there has been no bounce whatsoever in the NASDAQ. So to sit here and think that it's going to bounce would kind of be fool's gold. But again, I feel like you got to sit in some trades, and we should just be short. We already know that. So let's just see if Google wants to work, and then if not, we'll settle everything down, and then we'll try to look for some shorts once this market goes. And remember, it's all about Jackson Hole as well right now. So despite what you think about AI names and how the market's moving, anytime we just got a note there about restrictive policy and whatnot, maybe they've done enough, maybe they haven't. That's just one Fed speak. There's going to be more coming through. I believe it's tomorrow is when Powell speaks. So that should be an exciting one as well. But yeah, just quickly update there. We may get stopped out of Google. You already know where that price is. Look, we're long at 18s. If we lose 18 cents on it or plus a little bit of slippage, we would actually be fine with that. Nvidia, there it goes. It's not breaking. It's going to have to go through 490. It doesn't look like it wants to do that either, man. So that's a couple outs, a couple opportunities there at 490, also at the 50 period. And there's the drop right off of that level, $5. So we didn't take it. We took it once, which is okay. So we got out one part. We'll see if it comes back into 480. But yeah, right now, this has been a disaster to try to hold some longs into what is a very, very weak market today. People caught offside for sure.
But how could they be selling off the market if NVIDIA's guidance is to the upside?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. All longs pull out.
Right.
It's a trap. You
like
asked
that.
for it, you're gonna get it. You
like
asked for it to trap. I can do anything from Star Wars if you ask me. Trust me. And it was a trap. I got that long. I thought strong move there in Foot Locker. It's bouncing. Yada yada yada. This is the one. Like, find a strong stock. I get into it. It broke a size at 62, so went long above there. Immediately starts working, and then instant reversal breaks that little trend there. I could draw you a trend line if you wanted to. I'll show you there you go. That's dirty enough for you. But it breaks out. I'm just going to get out. I'm not fighting anything that's long today. It either works or it doesn't. I think you can try to hold on to it. It's just not that bad of a trend line. You can try to hold on to it if you want, but for me, it's like get out of Dodge. Marvell's kind of working. I'd like to see it already at the 59.5. Like 10 to 15 cents in the money is not really doing it when this market is trying to. I mean, the Nasdaq's now down 0.5%. There's risk that they haven't even reported yet. So I haven't taken anything out. I think 59.5 is where I want to get some out of there.
Amazon.
Mullen got all the way back to the bottom. I'm sorry to tell you guys. I know there's a lot of people that want Mullen to work. And I get it. And it's not like, look, man, I know people are long the stock, and I hate it when people lose money. It's not fun. But they had that news story. It's obviously ridiculously frothy. Closing above $1 is going to be a huge challenge for them when it couldn't get there off the ridiculousness yesterday. And when it flushed here, to me, it's like just follow the trend, wait for a pop, look to take your opportunity. It's gone down to the pre-market low, so I'll hold on to a third to see if it can push down to 50 cents, where I think the next outs would be. So Mullen to the downside. I don't think it has much to do with the market. It's more of a Mullen thing. Which I think we all know at this particular point. I mean, everything is just absolutely flushing. I did absolutely miss a reload opportunity there on Intel, and now it's catching a bid. It's at pre-market bottoms and holding. So Intel, fine early, but I should have been back into this one, no question about it, as we go to the small cap recap.
Brought to you by Benzinga. Guys, our friends at Benzinga have a free trial for you right now if you're interested. 2-week trial, or sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV. Capital letters, remember, very important, TTV, 50% off for life. Available for the first 100 who register. Use a QR code. Check the description for the link, guys. Shout out to Benzinga. A few little ones, yeah, flying around here. This one just mentioned, ELIQ, just took out $3 there on another monster volume spike. Still not seeing much on that one. BRSH was another crazy one from both pre-market and then once we got going this morning above this $4 level. Right back down, though. 450,000 share float on BRSH. Obviously, the one a lot of people focused on. AMC, notably. The other side of this, APE also pretty weak, guys.
See APE, it doesn't really matter. I still don't completely know the issue why you're not converging in price exactly, but I guess you can't make that hedge trade if you could. They would literally just be like, APE would be trading at $1.43. But I suppose I still don't understand why it's not, but someone can probably tell me. It's made a temporary bottom at $14. AMC has at least. If it wants to make that bottom, I don't think I would fight it till a little bit closer to lunchtime in terms of trying to catch a bid. However, one name is getting down toward the bottom. And, well, I should say a potential bottom. I don't know where it's going to stop. But Palantir in the low 14s, you can sort of see it here. It's for sure 1350. That's that level we talked about, in the last week.
Sorry.
But if you look at the first bounce off of that level, like right into here, 1430 once, twice, almost thrice yesterday off the open, this is where I want to pick up some Palantir. It was 1580, and now that you're through all this, 15 had no hiccup, so it's all about that 1430 level. You've got to be patient. You have to be patient waiting around for these levels. There has not been a green candle on the 15-minute in Palantir. On the 3-minute, there's a little bit of green where you'd expect it, right around that $15 level, and that's about it. So I got a couple of shorts on. Marvell is now moving to the downside again, so I don't know why I have two bids in there. Now moving to the downside again off that 60 break. I think this can get to 59, but that's going to be really dependent on what happens next with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is holding fort in this 486 to 490 range. Breaks down, I think Marvell at 60, 59 even is going to be a given. If it breaks out to the upside, at this point, I'll have an opportunity to be out break even if NVIDIA breaks out. So that can still work out. And as far as Apple goes, Apple's now starting to accelerate. I actually thought Apple was going to hold up a little better than this, but just keeps on flushing to the downside. There has not been a consolidation yet. There's been no slowing down whatsoever. What the heck is Amazon doing? 130. I know 131.50. I will be on the bid at 131.50. That level has been way too darn good, and I'm sure Obi's going to be there too. But yesterday's low was here at 133, and that would be a little bit of a reasonable level. I mean, Amazon is not unreasonable here. It's a good retail play. Their fundamental core business is good. You got the 50 period still holding support. So this is a more stable name to look for a bounce play. It's just a matter of waiting for 133 or 131.5. Both those make a lot of sense. At 137 short, sometimes it doesn't give you the opportunity off that level. If you were sitting in it, great. That was never going to be the way I was going to play that level. I wish I could tell you it was, but I was waiting for that one to give me the result. And just a note on preparation. I'm saying this mostly for myself. Being prepared is like it's like 99% of life, like showing up and being prepared. And so I waited around for $17 on XPeng, and then when it made a spike at the open, I was like, why am I not short? Because you have to pay for locates on XPeng. Something I should know, but I didn't test it to find it out this morning, and then obviously when it did make the spike, I didn't get it. I'm not going to chase this one, but if you're setting alerts or waiting for things, just make sure you can execute when it gets to that price. That's all, because that's on me. Like, that's stupid. Like, you even reminded me on C3AI we had to pay for locates, and I didn't check XPeng. I just assumed we had them, because we can always short NEO, because we can always short Li Auto, but XPeng we have to pay for.
Right back down again. I just want to show everybody the NASDAQ and what exactly is happening right now. This is a 30-minute chart for the NASDAQ, and it is like just, straight to the downside right now and trying to bounce off 1508, something like that. I mean, I was going to, just as Neil was talking, I was going to say maybe this is a bouncing spot right here at 15.1, but no, not at all, as this is continuing to make a move down. And I mean, where could there be support? I mean, this is the 200 period down here at basically at 15,000. We were just here yesterday, so it's not like, we had a big move up there thanks to NVIDIA and thanks to, the potential there for the earnings. But honestly, it's just been a complete downside move here for the market. Let's just check back in on Snowflake. We're actually doing fine on Snowflake today. We did miss our one out, which kind of does suck, but let's zoom this in just a little bit right now. Trying to take out some of these levels. I mean, what if Snowflake, we always look at like bar barcoding levels there, and then say, you know what, if we could take it out, then that's maybe where we want to start to go long. So 148.50, maybe a take of 149 here for Snowflake. I could see that sort of getting this spiked up again, back up to the upside on what was, I thought, a decent report, but you could see down 5%. I mean, the stock that sort of started my early pain, and wow.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God, where's that Palantir hat, man? Yeah. I'm just glad we got out of the way of this. We actually had a good winner. I remember when we were in this, I was like, oh my God, my net's going, my net's going. Maybe we have the bottom of Palantir. And we got some out at 1550. But look where this name is dripping down into, right into past support again. So there could be some good names down here, like a PLTR, to start to pick up against 1440. So why don't we do that? I mean, we can buy some Palantir down here. But again, it really hasn't been working. But those are decent levels. Let's punch into some 53s right now, and then give it to the bottom of the day, which is 1443. So
watch out. You know what just happened?
What? Market went.
The ES, the NASDAQ's been red for a minute, but the ES just flipped red maybe like a few seconds ago. The ES has always been a little bit stronger. That's just how it rolls. So if you can't beat them, join them. I tried the bounce on Marvell. Had it into 60. I'm telling you, right when like whoever the heck it was that opened their mouth at Jackson Hole, it was like right in here that it trailed out. You can't see it, gotta zoom out. It was right in here that it trailed out. It was looking fantastic, like it was gonna get to VWAP, and it broke to the downside. So reverse it, man. Like it's just, we're going down. We got some out there in the half. I just got some out in front of the quarters. I think we're headed to 59 even on Marvell, who report tonight. They don't have the moat that, look, Marvell, I don't, nothing to say against them as a company, but they don't have the moat that NVIDIA does.
Right.
I just cannot see their quarter being as good as NVIDIA's was. And if they're already selling it off, that's not necessarily a good sign. I want to respect the fact that Mullen is bouncing here. So double bottom, it's a VWAP retrace into a double bottom. As it bounces, take some more shares out, but that is still trending to the downside. It could make a flat bottom break, and that would be fine. Why did you go long NVDS? I was trading NVDS. Apparently the Dixie's holding strong. Thank you, Emma, for pointing that one out. The dollar holding some strength again is also not good for the markets whatsoever. So NVIDIA's at 480.
What? Yep.
NVIDIA's at 480 again. This has been the line in the sand. I said slap me if I take a long that isn't 480 on NVIDIA, and I didn't even get the long at 480. I tried Marvell instead at 60, which is kind of weird.
All right. So you know, we need to get short something. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt about it. But I feel like right now you're going to try to wait for the short and for some sort of a stock to give you a short. Like maybe we can get like 20 minutes of a nice upside move, bringing some of these markets back into VWAP or somewhere like that, where we'll be able to like respect some of these moves coming through right now. But look at this, man. Google might just drop off as well right now, so that could be a problem back to the downside. Our NVIDIA trade that was $8 in the money. It's a good thing we took out a third of that. Remember, we got a third, a third, a third.
I'm the curse of NVIDIA.
So yeah, so here goes NVIDIA right now. We just got some long, and there it is, and it's going to take out 480 as we speak. So. I mean, yeah, maybe your fault, but here it goes right now, all the way to the downside. Let's see what does happen here with NVIDIA.
Go long all the
I don't think it's going to hold this 480. I mean, you know, there's no reason for it to do that.
It ain't going to hold it.
There it goes. I just got stopped.
I'm not even dollar stopping it.
No,
my stop is at 50s because of the way it's been trading. I think the 50 level makes a little bit more sense there because I mean it's traveling $5, $10 in terms of the range, not 2-4. So if that's the case, then you hold along till at least 85 if you're going to take the winner, and I've got to be willing to give it to 100. I missed a chance to if it got over or under, I missed a chance to add on the way back up. Let's see if it comes back down there again. But 479.50 makes more sense. If it does break and make another leg down, 470, I know it's every $10 is obvious, but 470 legit is a level on NVIDIA. So if we get down there, maybe that's the other place you could go for it. So NVIDIA, maybe I'm the curse, maybe I'm not. We'll see if it can bounce through. I got 81 quarters. I did try to get some on the way back up at 80 quarter. I did not get a fill, but I waited till it made a bottom and then went to hold it. And then
go up.
We'll see if we can get more shares.
Get going.
Brendo, it's the crypto update.
Yes.
Moomoo offering free valuable data. Enjoy access to free level 2 and daily short sales data, offering real-time market depth information without costly subscriptions. Check them out using that QR code, bottom right corner, guys. Shout out to our friends over at Moomoo. Some FTX related crypto headlines today. This was actually late yesterday, but kind of interesting. FTX going to pay creditors in dollars, planning to liquidate $3 billion in crypto assets that they've come up with. They've approached Galaxy Digital, Novogratz Galaxy Digital, for a possible deal to get rid of that. They're not just going to dump it on the open market, but more headlines from Sam Bankman-Fried as he sits in a jail cell. Back downside ever so slightly here a little bit today for BTC after a bit of a pop yesterday. We're back above 26,157 right now. 0.5% for Bitcoin, 1650 for Ethereum, guys, as we await the arrival of Michael Noss, expected in the building here in a few minutes.
Maybe he can save us.
Oh, Saskatchewan, your EV stock chart is wrong, at Neil in the chat. I don't know what you mean by that. Not sure. I don't have an
Mullen
EV.
or something?
I mean, the only EV name that I've looked at or traded, assuming that's what you mean, is Mullen. I don't think there's anything wrong with that trade. Maybe just clarify. We always want to make sure that we're getting things right here. If there was an incorrect graphic, we always want to make a correction for it. I'm not really sure what you're getting at there. So just let us know in the chat. Mullen's kind of doing fine. Amazon might get to 130, 150, and I'm going to be there. I read the worst comments, says Lone Sophos. I don't know, like when I get a second, you're live trading here, when you get a second, that's when I'll read it. If I happen to have a moment to look up, that's usually when I'll do it. And then sometimes it's just horrible timing. I get it. Maybe it's horrible timing that I'm now in the long in NVIDIA, and that means it's going to flush again. We'll see about that. Just bounced off that 480 level. Did the under-over. I still like it to 84, 85. I think that's where it would be a profit take. If it does flush through the low, I just get out. And maybe I think to add to Mullen, or maybe I just want to short underneath there. The level's too good to want to jam immediately reverse short to me, because that was that big breakout price.
We're still tanking.
It's still that 480 level. I like to me, Marvell is just a weaker name that I for some reason like the short a little bit better on, and it's got more of a gap to be filled down in here. Another dollar worth. Like if we take out the bottom, I almost feel like an add of Marvell at 59 as opposed to an NVIDIA short. That's just me here. So I'd probably lean into doing that. As I say that, Marvell is already at 59. Darn it. I keep saying Mullen when I mean Marvell. I'm sorry, guys. Trade them both.
It's all good. It's all good. We know what you mean, dog.
Do you though?
No, actually I don't. I'm just listening to the names you're saying. Okay, so 482. We just got some more reloads up down there on NVIDIA as it's bouncing off 481. So this time we're not going to be so foolish about holding everything, well, holding a third at least, all the way back up to the upside. But a couple reloads down there. Now we don't have on that hero position or anything like I was saying. We did have a decent amount of shares, but because it broke 480, I didn't really want to put too much faith into that name. But we'll see where it goes right now. It's now 250 in the money, so this is a good one. I don't have any offers up here, so let's just do it. Yes, sir. Holy shit. I mean, how fast it goes up here when you've got it is unbelievable. There goes NVIDIA straight to the upside off of 480 again. This could actually be like a really ridiculous, like we just took $3 again. This could actually be a really ridiculous day for NVIDIA if you just were very, very patient and just took 480 every single time. You should be up a grip right now. But unfortunately, I'm not. We're going to go positive. Like if this just goes up basically $2 more, then we're positive. So if this came to 485, then we're positive on NVIDIA despite losing a little bit early and then letting that just dump down again and getting out quickly. But anyways, that's not your problem. This is mine. All right, so Google did not hold 32s there, so we got out, which has been fine, as now it's dripping even lower. Like instead of money, I need something that goes lower into that. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening with Google. Like where shall we stop on this name? I mean, it's coming all the way back to 131. I mean, I don't even want to take a position on that.
Nimit just said something which is insane.
I like Nimit. What's up with Nimit? Shout out to Nimit.
C3AI is SSR now.
Is that insane, though?
C3, well, okay, maybe it's not that. Given what's happening to the market, that's not insane, but I just did not think it was going to get there. Obviously, it's one of the longs I tried on a bounce. Got to get out. SSR means short sell restricted. If a stock goes down 10% in any given day, you can only short by removing liquidity from the bid if there's last tick was an uptick. So it's the uptick rule goes on for today and now tomorrow on AI, which can make it more difficult for shorts to pound the bid. Sometimes you get a relief rally off that. It's a gimmicky style trade for day traders, at least for traders in general. And it seems to be holding 29. So now that's in play. Wick bottoms, false breaks to the bottom, I like for longs here. 29, false break there. I'd probably wait around for it to test that 29 for a false break. I said if we got up there, I had my order out. This is the previous channel on NVIDIA. That's underneath 485. I look for support to turn a resistance. It's stair stepping to the downside. Bounce here, out there, in, out. It ends up being 3.5, but I'll take it. If we trend down and break the bottom, you could see 470 on NVIDIA. So it has worked. Marvell's holding 59 pretty well, but all of a sudden my eyes are on this C3AI to respect that wick bottom here underneath. It's down that 10%. We like that SSR bounce, and there's a lot of potential here. Like 31 is where VWAP is now sitting on C3AI. That's $1.50 from here on C3AI on a $29 stock. So if it wicks the bottom, you might be able to risk 25 cents to capture a $1.50 move. Now that's not 6-1 because my average out would be around here, all the way upside. So really that works out to like 3-1, 3.5-1, but that doesn't matter. It's still good as long as you can get that tight stop risk to reward. Currently a 29.20 bottom, which means I'd want the long around 29.30, 29.35, or let it break 29 even and try to get it back underneath, back above that price. So C3AI SSR bounce now in play.
Okay, just messaging here. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Me and him are going back and forth. Okay, so, all right. A stock that we are red on today is going to be Palantir, but let's just see if it wants to. I mean, look, we just got the very bottom wick there. That was crazy once it broke 40. It's only 10 cents away. Whoa. Oh, man. Like, I have to be long, and then I look over and see that crazy size there. Someone just bought 40,000 shares clean off of it, or 30,000 shares clean off of it, though.
100K.
There it is. So did that, oh, shoot. Oh, man, I want to see, did that actually, yes, did that print? There's a 10,000. That probably did fill clean there. So let's wait to see if we got it going. Look, we're now $4 in the money and almost positive again here. That's 486. Let's put a 486 offer on NVIDIA now. We were waiting at 487. Let's put a 486. Just noticing that is where VWAP is. If VWAP meant so much right there, maybe it means something, or sorry, the 50-period moving average, maybe it means something again right now. So this is, like, not only am I exhausted, but like I'm fighting this battle here today that's an absolutely ridiculous one. Let's just see if NVIDIA wants to go. I don't think we're going to get back to... There he is. It's Mr. Nos. The Nos boss is in the building, so shout out to that. Glad you had... How was the trip, my friend? Very good. It was very good. We like to hear that because you never do know what airports have in store for you.
Yeah,
especially
it's
here
always
at Pearson.
hit or miss.
But when I went to Rome, though, it was actually pretty good. Everything actually lined up pretty good. So it's
flying from Halifax is actually pretty.
Yeah.
It's sweet. It's a very short flight. I think it's like an hour and a half, sometimes up to 2, depending on which direction you go. I always forget which one's longer, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know, did he fly to Pearson or did he come into Billy Bishop? Because I know sometimes
does Halifax do Billy Bishop, you just said?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
My brother's coming to
probably
Billy
that's, I mean, that's what I would choose. That's on the island.
Yeah, the second airport in Toronto is called Billy Bishop, and it's on the island airport. Palantir bouncing. I'm on the bid trying to get C3AI if that bounces as well. Like, you're getting some of the AI names start to come back here. I do want to respect Mullen. As I said, when we double bottomed on Mullen, make sure to take that out. If it curls off VWAP, which it's trying to do here, I can try to jump back in after getting out there. So I'm just going to get on the offer. I don't want to, at this point, you don't risk it to here. I think I risk it back into like 63. So if I get 61 halves, I'll risk it into 63 as I try to grab the curl on Mullen. I might not get that fill over there on C3AI, but I'm not going to chase it. Oh, I just got in there at 41s. I was going to mention Apple. They're not like I thought Apple was going to show you some consolidation, but maybe everyone's just waiting around for 15K. Are we just waiting for 15,000 on the NASDAQ? Is that like the next shoe to drop? I don't know. Like, we're at 1505. Maybe that big 15,000 level is where we actually catch a little bit of a bid here. This is getting pretty nasty. So I like an SSR bounce because it's a setup that works, not necessarily because I think the market's at a bottom, but we got something to get to. Little thing we call sector watch.
Yes, sir.
As we've seen, pretty impressive reversal back to the downside here for the overall market, led by big tech, although we are still holding on to a little bit here overall. But yeah, what we saw in the pre-market definitely gone, and then some. Adobe standing out there notably weak. Netflix as well on that negative note. 3% after what happened yesterday, back to the downside. 4.5% meanwhile for AMD already. Intel there as well, back to the downside. Amazon 1.25% in negative territory. Look at Tesla pushing 3%. Retail names, retail stores anyways, back higher for the most part across the board. Some of the discretionary names, so you're seeing a lot of money that we've seen flow into these groups the past couple of days back into these groups today. So the Cokes, the Pepsis of the world, Procter & Gamble seeing a bit of a bid, along with the banks still trying to hold things up, guys.
Yes, sir. The banks holding things up. It's that kind of a day. What is good is bad, and what is bad is good. But what is always good is something we like to talk about here, and something we feel pretty passionate about. For anyone that watches the show, you know that we trade on a day trade, the world prop floor. That's where we get the buying power from. That's where we've been trained, and everybody has an opportunity so long as you are in Canada. And if you're not in Canada, then you certainly want to, when you apply, you're going to want to make sure, well, you should move here, but B, you should make sure you let them know that you want to extend this campus program to wherever you are. It just cannot be the U.S. What do you get out of here?
You're right.
Well, you get the opportunity to join a like-minded community just like we have in here in Trader TV Live. You can trade in simulation and then get into a live funded account. That is where you can end up. You can be a funded trader. You just have to put in the time and effort. The good thing is it's flexible time so that you can be in school, you can have a part-time job, all that good stuff that you need, and it is free, F-R-E-E, free. All you have to do is put your time and effort in. You get a market introduction, you get to learn Pete Pro 8, which is exactly the platform that we trade on, and everyone on this trading floor. You'll go into the simulator, get one-on-one coaching. You will have the opportunity to go live and earn real money, still get that one-on-one coaching. We think it's a great program. When Sean and I started our trading floor, we hired students, and they came in part-time, and some of them had a lot of success because they put the time and effort in. So go to that QR code below if you are interested, and then your trading journey can start from there. My trading journey on C3AI didn't last very long. So it's an SSR bounce, which means I'm going to buy off the bottom, and if it takes out the local bottom, I get out. It's a really simple out. I don't have to worry about where my stop is going to be because the low was 29.20. My stop was 29.20. It was at 29.19. That ticked. I got out. Now I'm looking for a wick bottom through 29 even for the same kind of setup. And if it does make a push, I'm trying to capture it to VWAP. But if it doesn't work, I'm not fighting this. We are trend down in this market. It is flush city. I'll give you an example. That example is NVIDIA. It just bounced off 481. Previous support turned into resistance. It resisted that. Now it's pressuring right back into 480. So we are still trend down. It's stair-step city. I'm still in this Marvel, which broke that 59. If I'm not messing around with C3AI, I should have taken that break. It's 59 to the downside. But it's now at 59.60, so we have to respect. I'm not going to chase it. Should have had that 59 break there, but was messing around with C3AI, trying to do a gimmick trade off the bottom. But I like that SSR bounce. It's just sometimes it gets you away from something which could have been a little bit better.
All right. We were looking to get some more long in NVIDIA. I don't know. I mean, I just think the risk to reward is probably here for that stock. Like, you know, you break down through 480, we have those bottoms of 479.50 like we talked about. So, you know, taking some shares here isn't that horrible for risk, because even if you don't believe this name is going to the upside, well, if you don't believe it's going to the upside, then you shouldn't take it. But there is still, you know, worth from a risk to reward standpoint. If you're going to take fills now, you give yourself about $1 worth of risk into this bottom. So, and then if for some magical reason the stock starts to go back up to the upside, then you can wait on it, right? And so here we go. We're into NVIDIA. We just did as we said we would, and took a little bit of a long here. So we'll punch some out now as it's starting to make a move back up. And again, I'm just trying to be like as kind of frugal here as I can with this because it hasn't been working to the long side. So we'll just see if we can get back to Greensville on this if it wants to go. Like right there, we just took some 481.30s out there on the way back up. We're long at 480.50, so even 50 cents. I mean, our risk is $1, so we'll get out of half right there and then see if this wants to go back upside into like 481.90. I'll put an offer there. Maybe it gets there on this, and then you know, the top has been right around here, 482.50. There it is. Yes, sir. Finally. We're going to be positive, hopefully, on NVIDIA. Like I said, it just needs to go. And it's been a really easy trade down here. I mean, 480 long has now filled like 5 times. So I thought the risk to reward is there. We're out of 40%. We're $1 in the money. Let's see if it continues to go. We'll put another offer up there at 482 again. Hopefully we get that fill. There it is again. So we'll take that again. Awesome. And now we have half left. So we're taking out, like, you know, we're taking it out for $1 while risking $1, and then hopefully hold it. Well, not hopefully, we are holding a piece now for the upside. I'm not going to average back in, because if you keep on averaging in, then what winds up happening is that $1 that you took, you're just putting it back into the trade again. So when you lose, that $1 is gone. It's not a flat trade anymore, right? So let's see if we can hold it out. We're long NVIDIA here off of 480, a break, and you know what we're going to do after that.
Yeah, 480 bounce just trailed me out of Marvell here, which is it's at a decent enough level. Like every 50 cents has been resistance. That's 60.50. 59.50 was more of a level. 59 evens a flat, and then it bounced right through 58.50. It got underneath. Well, we're at 480, which is like NVIDIA is my futures for the chip names and the AI names, but also the NASDAQ's pretty close to 15,000. So that's a good place to end the journey. I think at the end of the day, like the lesson will be I should have been in Intel. And oftentimes, like the first idea that you have can be the best idea, and you want to stick with it. I defend wicking out because you have to have an out. I always say it was ABCs of trading, and it broke the high. It was relatively strong, but I should have just gotten right back in. It's a wick high. 9 times out of 10, I'll make that re-entry point. I did not here today. But Marvell, at least we reversed the trend here. If you're going to try to, like if you miss this move, and it doesn't bounce where you want to, the next idea would be consolidation, join the trend, which is exactly what happens. We go 60 to 58.50. These guys report after market, and I think it might be ugly. We'll see. Like that's going to be after market. I think it's still going to be exciting to see what happens with Marvell. I just can't imagine a story where NVIDIA gets sold off on good earnings, Marvell doesn't have it as good, and then somehow manages to go to the upside. I suppose it could happen. Criminal not to have mentioned Supermicro Computer until now. This is obviously a name that's been a sympathy play to NVIDIA. I don't think anyone's going to be incredibly surprised that SMCI is down 4% and there is not a single green candle on the 15-minute. If you are watching, looking for bounces or just something to play off sympathy, it is back to where it started yesterday. So 15,000 holds. It's not a horrible play off that 40-80 level as well. So a lot of names are at support. SMCI would be one of them. Wow, that probably wasn't that crazy off of the. You could have just shorted 99 with a 300 stop on SMCI at the open. And it was going up into that at the open.
Shout out to Vin Duong here on the chat. I think the market is rigged. Well, if you've been watching this show for 4 years, you would think that I have the same thought as that. Okay, so Disney heading for 80. Oh my God, yeah, that's been a name. Probably not. That's just what Jennifer's saying. Let's have a quick look on.
Oh, yes, it is.
By the way, we're $1.40 in the money on AMC. So we just took a fill on AMC there at 78 or something because it was kind of barcoding. But we'll see if that's coming back in as well. So yeah, we just kind of said Disney's not at 80. It's not really. It's still got about 5%. But that could come, or 3.5%. That come in pretty quickly, man. And there's Disney right here. Wow, look at the 20-minute chart on this name. Straight fire to the downside, like 20-minute chart. Excuse me. I mean, there's a lot of 20-minute charts today that don't have any red or don't have any green candles. So that kind of makes makes sense. We knew today was going to be the widowmaker of a day, right? We talked about that. If NVIDIA missed, we thought it would be disastrous for tech names. What about if they beat? Apparently, that's also a disaster for tech names. So we'll have to wait to see here. I feel like I want to buy Tesla on dips. We've talked about that over and over again. This might be a good opportunity to do that. It's now down 3% and bouncing off 228 right now. I'm talking more for the longer term account, I feel like it might be okay to do that. But here we go, man. Tesla trying to get going off of 328 and right now taking out the 50 period moving average. 231 going. We have VWAP at 232.50, so that could be a good take on that. We're long Palantir, but we're just long Palantir right here. So let's see if it can go. I do have an offer at 53 or 54 because that has been the top right there. So we did try a long there. It didn't work. So now we're back in it. Our average price is 45, so it's right here against the bottom of 38. I feel pretty comfortable with this trade. Here we go. We're starting to make moves up again into 483. So, you know, we've got on the goods here. So we can take another piece out if it does get back up. We still have half of our position, and there we go. We put an offer, and it drops down $1. Like, come on, man. You can't go up $1, NVIDIA. Let's see what happens now. 483. Come on. We need that print to get going, and then we'll get out another piece there if we get a 483 print. But yeah, just been really hard to catch some of these bottoms because, quite frankly,
not yet.
There hasn't been any.
15,000's putting up a fight on the NASDAQ. So when we're not even getting to that level. Sometimes the best level is the one that you don't get to. Like it never actually gets to that level and then supports well in front of it. That means the buyers are strong. I said we try the SSR bounce another time here if you failed 29 on AI. So it failed 29. Your local bottom's 28.91. Now if it can break from here, I want to look to enter the long with a stop at the low of the day. I'm checking. Palantir's a similar setup, but it's not exactly perfect. I just got NVIDIA at 480 as this is happening. So, oh, there it goes.
Bye-bye.
I don't want to go away from this chart. Let me do this. NVIDIA just took out 480. So it got underneath. I had 480 11s very, very quickly in and out as it broke support to the downside. Oh, that's probably not going to be. I don't think AI is going to be making that bounce. I'm probably not going to be punching long anytime soon in that one. Now that NVIDIA is gone, Marvell, let's go over to that because I just wicked out of this one. Is there an available short as this is going to the downside? Intel, no. Apple, probably no. Amazon's actually bouncing right now, which is weird because we just gave up the bottom on NVIDIA. Why would Amazon still be bouncing?
I don't know. Yeah, that sucks there. I mean, whatever. We were close to getting back to pause. It's just so funny how we just talked about that on NVIDIA. We're back into Snowflake right now, but we just talked about that on NVIDIA where we were $3 in the money, and then the very next candle, it's a $3 down move, and we wind up getting stopped out. That's how fickle the trading has to be at some points, right? Is like if you don't take the profit, then it just punches you directly in the face again. All right, so the reason why Snowflake again, a beat down name, down 5%, looks over the notes. I thought it was a decent quarter, but I'm no analyst, so we'll just trade what we see, and we're going to try to trade off the bottom. So right there, 146.50, that's where we're in right now. Or sorry, we're in at 147.50, but that bottom right there of 146.75, you did wick all the way. I don't know if we really want to represent that. That's 145.50. That seems like too big of a move down, but 146.50, I feel like we'll be able to hold it. And here it goes, finally, Snowflake. All right. This is the thing, man. Where are we going to take profits on these names? We're long at 147.30. Let's just put $1 on this just because, and then we'll see the 50 period. It sort of respected that. If we can break it, that's 148.75, and then back up to 150. But hey, Snowflake, please work out. That would be very nice if you did that. Wow, man, it's already 10:54.
And Mullen just broke you up.
I'm
out of Mullen.
We just took $1 rate. Yeah, I got it, Fabian. But the thing is that we just took $1 on Snowflake there. This is money talks, but today my money is burning a hole in my pocket right here today.
Oh,
so,
right.
all right, let's go over to the big screen with Brendo.
Heard you the first time.
Just keep in mind, guys, still more comments expected, not only this morning, but throughout the day from Jackson Hole. The main ones so far today from Fed's Harker. Here's a few highlights. Anyways, Fed has probably done enough with policy to this point. A couple down here, kind of interesting as well. Fed will need to keep rates restrictive for a while. Fed must deal with inflation and is dealing with it. Thanks. DXY, meanwhile, back to the upside so far today. We're trying to push to that 104 level once again. We did come off of that a little bit early on this morning, but still a positive move here. Once again, dollar continues this crazy march off of that low below 100 that we reached back in July. Next stop, as I mentioned past couple of days there, 104, not 404, 104.5 for the dollar, guys.
Yes, sir. And as I mentioned, I'll show you guys, I'm no longer in any positions because the last one we reloaded at VWAP on Mullen, wasn't giving it to the same highs when we're getting that stair step, so it broke out, get out. It wasn't able to break through that double bottom at 55, so last trade 63 to 55, reloaded 62 out 63 and a half. I have nothing on. I feel like the next thing, we're continuing to, I mean, NVIDIA's right back above that 480. 15,000 is holding. C3AI is still setting up that it can give that SSR bounce. For the first time today, Apple is looking a little bit better. I'm looking at this 178 level. We've held 15K. I said this would be one I'd want to the long side. If we started to show actual signs of a bounce, suddenly this 178 would be a higher low that I could dig myself into. Or back above 29 on C3AI for an SSR bounce. Palantir is giving you the same setup. We pull back the chart early on and we're like, just have a quick look at the 15-minute. This is 14.4, and then this is 14.3. Those would be the two levels for bounce, and it's already starting to show you signs. So there's actual signs of a real bottom here. But we got some earnings. I mean, obviously everyone's been focused on NVIDIA. A little something is there as well, and that is Marvell in the same space, can be capable of the same moves, and you got some squeeze type names. Obviously I'm talking about a firm, but not just a firm, because every retailer with a short float.
Oh my God.
Every retailer with a short float is worth a look. And last time I checked, Gap still had a decent one. Nordstrom's might be a bigger short percentage than Gap. I'm not 100% sure, but it might be. You saw what happened with Guess today. That was a flyer off the open, and it was all because of the 28% short float. Ulta Beauty is just a good company. I don't think you mess around with that as a day trade, but I suppose it could move tomorrow. I have no idea where it's at. I just know it's usually a pretty solid run company there.
Yeah, Ulta Beauty is a good one. Nordstrom's is 17%, so I think it's very, very
Probably
similar.
more than Gap.
AFRM, a firm.
11%.
No, 17% as well. So,
17%?
Yeah. Some decent short floats out there in this market for sure. So we'll look to that, and we got to give a big shout out to Trade Ideas because Michael's here, and this is from Trade Ideas again. So make sure, we are about to wrap this up. Make sure you join. Oh, first of all, it's Obi. So, I mean, that's awesome. It's about as awesome as it gets. We have Obi coming through for everybody here on the midday show. Neil and I back at 2 o'clock. Then we're back for the closing show. Oh, man, it looks like Palantir is about to go to the downside. We were in the money here on Palantir for a minute, and now it looks like it's going to just drop back down through the low of the day again here. So there it goes. So there goes Palantir. We'll flush ourselves down the toilet. Just unable to catch along there. The hits are fine. They're not monstrous by any stretch of the imagination, but can't catch along. It actually did go up for us there. It actually started printing some 50s, 51s, and we were long at 44. So we should have, maybe we should have took some of that. But anyways, there it goes, man. Nice upside or downside move here for PLTR. It's been a disaster day to catch bottoms. If you've learned anything, play the range, play the trend, and don't sort of FOMO some of these stocks, right? NVIDIA was actually a pretty good day. It just broke at the end, and that's fine. We were making money, and quite, if it did have that last move up, we would have been positive on it today. So despite all of this battle, we are going to be red because if you don't have short ticks on NVIDIA today, I don't think you can really win. But we made some good decisions there at 480. So I'm pretty happy with all of that.
If you only took 480 is your only chance.
Yeah, exactly.
But even then, I'm regretting the third. I usually say you never want to do it the third time. And so what happens is if you don't take it the first time, in your head, you're like, this is the second bounce. It's not. That was the third bounce. I usually will never take that. And it was it was in and it was out instantly. So I should never have had this trade by my own rules when you're grinding on a level like that. If the second bounce, fine, but you don't like it as much. First bounce best. That's the one you hold for the most. That's the one you take the most. Second bounce, you take less, you hold for less. Third bounce, I usually just don't take it at all. But I did anyways. It'll be okay because that was in, out, and I did get that fill of 484. But the other problem was just not having enough shorts. I'll go back to this. I didn't get myself in Intel. I didn't grab that consolidation there on Intel. I went long on Marvell before eventually reversing short. So could have been shorting here, could have been shorting here, did short there. So Marvell good, could have been better. It always could be better. The biggest miss for me is 100% going to be an unrelated name. It was XPeng because it was just sloppy. It gave we talked about the 17 level, and then it gave the perfect spike at the open, exactly what you're looking for, the retrace. I didn't pay for locate, so I couldn't capture that short, and it just fell right into $16. So I guarantee you they cost a cent a share to short. And so it's not a price thing, it's a preparation thing. But it is 11, two men that I know are going to be prepared for you, one of which, before we get to that, we're going to go to Brenda. Two men that are going to be prepared for you are going to be the professor and Obi Trice. But before that, let's go to the desk with Brenda.
Hey guys, 11 o'clock, a few things to keep in mind. Jackson Hole continuing throughout the day today, so just be aware we could get some more comments coming through from Fed officials throughout the day who are speaking. A few names to keep in mind as well as we continue throughout the session here. Yeah, Snowflake was a decent morning actually for Snowflake, but coming off a little bit now, coming off a decent report for them. NVIDIA obviously well discussed after their monster blowout report after the close yesterday. AMC downside move continues here after the split comes into effect on the open this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market, make sure you join us every single day at 8:30. Blowout report, as I mentioned, from NVIDIA. We touched on multiple positive moves here this morning on Foot Locker's had a pretty impressive day, to say the least, coming off their absolute destruction yesterday following their earnings report in AMC. As I mentioned, there's VinFast as well. What a day. All-time highs here this morning, up around 50.
We're kidding, of course, but yes, what a day on the market it has been. Whew. Up, down, mostly down. We started, with some positive sentiment, and it looks like that's run out for the moment. There are, thankfully, some small caps that are running high. ELIQ, chief among them, number one on my list, 111%.
People are saying Mike? Okay.
My mic is good, baby.
Never mind.
Yeah. 111% and a half to the good, 110% since the open. A minute now, we got the dip at 3. That was the VWAP retracement. We're moving up into that 315. Let's see if we hold VWAP here. It's putting in a nice bull flag, but it's got to run to the high side. My goodness, Obi. What a morning.
What a morning indeed, man. NVIDIA earnings, obviously on board. Keeping that on watch as well. Took a few scalps on Amazon, as that's the ticker that I'm a little comfortable with. I guess the idea was I looked at ES and NQ this morning, and I was like, I kind of defined a couple levels on NQ specifically for trading large cap tech, and I was like 15.4 to 15.3. We saw that this was kind of like this initial reaction bounce off of the NVIDIA earnings, and then coming in this morning, we have a little bit of support there at 15.3 as well. So I was like, okay, 15.3 to 15.4. I want to play with that range on the NQ, and if we break below 15.3, I want to look for shorts on tech. So I kind of followed that plan here. Got short underneath the 136. I guess that would have been the trade, right? So I got short under 136, covered into 135, and then kind of punched the bottom here on a little bit of a chase underneath 135. But then I reminded myself, trend is my friend. Trend is my friend. I'm like, hold on, it's a bad position. We're not in full size just yet, but 135 shorts worked out well. Pulled it back in, and then here I got a little cheeky. I got maybe a little tilted as well, because I'm like, damn, I had the shorts at 136. I covered into 135s. I had them again on top of 135. I cover 134.50. Why the hell am I not holding till 134? This was like an hourly trend area that kind of came in, and I started getting long there. And then right away I was like, oh well, damn, that area is not gonna test as I thought it would. And then the selling came in a little hot there. Now I was in a bad position, kind of bit of a hold there, but I was like, you know what, I'm gonna see if I can kind of manage myself out of this position and size into this. Bad position, bad habit, but then we kind of managed our way out of that into that 133 bounce. I saw that it was holding, add some more on the holds, and then push back into 134. We kind of got that. I clipped it off a little too early here. This was about close to break even here because of these initial bad entries, and then down here. So we got that 50% retracement on that piece of move, but I guess it went up all the way to the 90s while I was transitioning over here onto the desk for the show. But yeah, seems like today trend is going to stay your friend as these markets are hella strong to the downside. 15.3, 15.2, 15.1, and 15 off the 15.4 reject. So like, I think there's it's a little bit directional, if you want to call it that. But yeah, the sells are definitely strong. I'm looking for that 15 bounce. Let's see if we can get that 15 bounce. And I know that 44.20 as well on the ES I like. So let's see if we can get bounces off of some of those levels. And if we don't and we get below them, potentially I'll be looking for more shorts there. So that's what I have on watch. I also have J&J here on the side, as it's been giving decent opportunities over the past few weeks. I've been a little lazy in terms of executions in and around this name. Like, I know this is a hot deal between KView and J&J going on on the street right now. So I'm looking to get involved here. It looks like this 165 is decently holding, and it's kind of been selling off for the past few days. Let me just pull it up here on a trading view, so we can do some. I can show you what I've been looking at here. So yeah, a little bit of strong trend, downtrend there, and then we kind of accelerated that yesterday, and today we're breaking and holding above this 3-day downtrend, which was pretty clean. I kind of was a little disappointed I was not involved as much as I should have been in such a clear trend after this heavy sell consolidation top. You take it from there, and then look, it holds trend for 1 day, 2 days, and then accelerates before kind of coming back in and holding the 165 above previous trend. So I got that on watch. Yeah, a bit of speed lines, right?
Exactly.
Kind of not the best execution of the speed lines, but yeah, definitely some slowing and increasing speeds of the trend there.
All right, we'll talk a little bit about what Fed Harker has been saying, because I don't know. I think he might be responsible for this sell-off. Here it is. Let's go to the screen. Fed's Harker says we should keep stance restrictive for a while. We need to keep rates restrictive for a while, is seeing an uptick in labor productivity. There's clearly a tightening of credit. Unclear how much tighter credit will impact the economy. I'm not concerned about rise in market yields. Is watching rise in market yields. Low-income consumers is slowing down. Spending by them, I'm assuming. Expects an eventual slowdown in the economy. We are seeing inflation coming down right now. Fed has probably done enough with policy. Policy is restrictive stance. Let restrictive policy stance play out. Here's from Contacts. Time needed to deal with past Fed rate hikes. Expects unemployment rate to rise to 4% or just above that. Seeing evidence of labor market tightness is easing. Wants to see softening in labor market, notably in the service sector. We know it's been running real hot in the service sector. Doesn't believe AI technology will upend economy. Unclear how China's slowdown will impact the economy. We know that's been a worry. Needs to see inflation falling before would be willing to cut rates. And this is the big one here. He does not expect any rate cuts this year. Now, I was looking at the Fed rate tool this morning, and there was a 40% chance that we got a rate cut in November. So that should be interesting to see how that one happens. Now, I am in this ELIQ, and it just broke below $3. My out is 274. So if it comes into that level, that is the end of the trade on this one. Big move down, breaking VWAP. Not even these small caps, and there it is. I am out of the position. Can deal. We got a little bit out over here, but definitely still an L on this bad boy. ELIQ giving up the ghost through VWAP. Possible support in and around here, though, so it could be one that I get right back into if it starts to curl up again. This was kind of the crest on that initial move up. Do we find support? Former area of resistance, possibly an area of support. Let's see how we do around here, Ob.
Yeah, man. I'm taking a look at Nvidia here. Just I know it's in play today, first day earnings, but I think I'm gonna have go at it on day 2 earnings, just because I want to let it consolidate, let it kind of pan out the price action for today. But yeah, just pulling it in here. We're testing this 200 MA on the 15 here, and a bit of a trend from a couple days ago. I think this was last week. Last week Friday, we kind of make a bottom after this pop, kind of fade into this, make this bottom, and then yesterday, day of earnings, you kind of come in and you hit a significant bottom on that. So yeah, maybe we got some room to the downside here if Nvidia wishes to I guess tick down 10 more points, right? What's 10 more points for Nvidia.
Oh, yeah.
It's nothing. It's just another walk in the park, right? But we are bouncing off the 200 on the 15, which is a very interesting look here. I know that 480 is interesting. So I'm gonna sit back a little bit on Nvidia today, watch it. Watch how some of these levels and consolidations form on the first day of earnings, and then maybe we have some interesting levels to work with on day two. But something else I want to keep in mind is that sympathy plays on something like AMD. Now, you guys have seen me pull up AMD in the past before here, and I've had this 112 line here for quite a while, and it seems like it kind of magnets to this 112 over under type of thing. So yeah, you know what? Maybe I am definitely missing opportunity. Now, you can't catch all the opportunities, right? But yeah, definitely missing some opportunities on this 112 magnet over under. Seems like we kind of made a distinctive under as of today off of that off of the Nvidia earnings, pulling back almost 10 points on AMD. Now, I don't know what the ATR on AMD is, Sharif, but it seems like
actually I don't have that set up, sadly.
it seems like, yeah, no worries. I'll take a look at it in a second, but it seems like this is definitely a little bit more than one ATR here. But yeah, as I pass it back to Sharif, I'll quickly check what.
I'll look
what
at the
that
future
AMD
while you have
ATR
that
is.
look. Oh, because we just touched. Well, we didn't just touch, but we did get to 15,000 here, the low of day on the NQ September contract. 15,025 to be exact. Now, I'm not saying I'm ready to buy off this level because we've seen what has happened today. What a retracement. 15, I guess you could say the opening range top there, 15,340. So we've already given up 340 points now on the NQ. It's decidedly green. We closed out yesterday just a smidge below 15.2. We're at 15,196 or so. Now we're a 1.25% down on the day on the NQ. I haven't looked quite at the ES, but here we go. Coming right back into those levels, 15,000. I'm about to sneeze.
Bless you.
Hit the mute button on that one. Quick hands, baby. Old man hands can still hang. Anyway, 15,000 right there. If we get, maybe a couple of green candles here on the 5-minute chart, do we possibly see? I'm not going to be guessing to see if we hold this level, but whew, what a move down on the NQ. Where are we at the ES? Definitely outperforming, much in the same way that we weren't outperforming the NQ yesterday on the ES. Only 0.59 on the ES to the downside. I think the big kahunas were talking about the banking sector kind of holding up the ES as opposed to the NQ. Yep, as you say, oof, I look, and I see 14,994 now. 15,000 is broken, Og.
Oh yeah. AMD ATR was like 4.75. I think who was it? No, not Nita Stonk. Wheelhouse pointed it out as well, 4.74. So yeah, AMD did about 2 ATRs today, which is pretty kind of a little outlier there. But Nita Stonk saying they've been short from 15,332. Wow, 15,332 short right there. That's definitely you're definitely laughing straight to the bank with that. A 330 point move on the NQ, beautiful, off of that range break, right? I was looking for that 13.3 fail to get short, and yeah, decent. I guess if you're finding a reason to get short on NQ, you might find reasons to short as well on some of the large caps. But yeah, I'm realizing that using the NQ as a type of, like, I guess indicator. I don't really want to call it an indicator as much, but like a little bit of like a confluence factor for some of these moves. But I'm realizing maybe sometimes on like a high R-vol day, or when a big tech name is of interest like Nvidia, you could probably just hit the futures themselves at some of these key levels when the momentum is so distinct, right? So of course these moves are not going to come every day. It's not every day that NQ just flushes like 400 points off of the pre-market prices, right? But yeah, on a day like this, range break definitely coming into play. Yeah, man, great trade on that. Where are you planning on covering? That 15 looks like it's holding right now. I'm seeing this higher low being formed here On Amazon, I just want to take a look at some of the large caps as well real quick. We'll take a look at Apple. Okay, Microsoft. We know Microsoft, I really like that 335 in the morning. Morning 335 had a triple top. So that might have been a reason to sell because you tried to get past this point, 335 failed, and then you take the range break low here, 331 back down, and that gave you almost 10 points to the downside. Holding the 5-minute trend here, very, very strong on the 8 EMA here. Now you can have whatever EMA is there on your chart. It doesn't really matter, but like just to define the trend, right? You can pull it up on any chart here. Like a 3-minute might be holding the 21, the 8 might be holding whatever. The 15 is definitely holding something much tighter than the 8. As the move is very accelerated to the downside, but here it seems like the 5 might be a decent look here, but it seems like we're respecting, right? So trend is my friend. Trend is my friend.
I love how you always
trend is
say
my
it.
friend. But yeah, look, a lot of these names is trending on that 5-minute. So let's see if we can kind of break and consolidate as we kind of look for this bounce off the 15th thou, right? Who else am I missing? I got Amazon, I got Microsoft, I got Apple. Of course, we got to take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, of course, is holding on the 5, maybe teetering. Maybe NVIDIA is the one that we look to kind of see if and when it turns, because it probably, just making a wild guess there,
Yeah.
it may or may not have a distinct influence on the markets.
It just might.
Just maybe.
I like that.
Just maybe.
He's being facetious, guys. All right, let's go through the movers today because I got a bunch here. Let's go to the movers chart. All right, Palantir. You heard the big kahunas talking about this one. Moving down, obviously, in sympathy, or lack thereof, with the NVIDIA trade down big on the day. Palantir started off the day around 16 bucks or so. We almost got to 14 bucks, just a smidge above. FL, bit of a mean reversion play. I mean, I don't know what the news catalyst possibly could be for this one on the move up. So you got to assume there may be some short covering around here. Some positioning because it's sold off so aggressively, but it's had a good day. And I remember Max was on this one yesterday, in fact, to the long side, and he printed on this one. So, yeah, another possibly good day here, but you got to be wary with this one. Up 8%, 18.16 the HOD on this bad boy. We started about 16.60, which is about the low. So kind of a bit of a zigzag pattern here with, I would say, 18.10 break. It's having trouble really closing above that 18 level. Yeah, sure, we wicked above it a couple of times, but that 18 level posing a bit of an issue at the moment for Foot Locker. ELIQ, I'm in this one looking to possibly take this support level. We'll get to that in a minute. Spirit Airlines. The disaster continues for Spirit and Boeing. They can't get their in order. Let's say house in order, right? Okay, we want to keep it PG on this bad boy, but yes, everybody's passing the buck too. Boeing, it's not us, it's Spirit. Spirit's like, oh, well, we have lots of suppliers too. It's not us, it's them. Like, well,
Hot potato.
yeah, I mean, like, bro, I'm buying from you. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be responsible. We're kidding, of course, but looks like there's an issue with the fuselage. And yeah, this one has been absolutely, Huadunking. 1880 to the downside, down now 15 almost and 15.33% as it makes a big move down again. 1975 seems to be a bit of a top. Former area of support now acting as a resistance. They flip maybe a 19 bounce. I mean, last time around, we didn't spend too much time below 19. 1880 seems to be the low there. VFS, mentioned that at the top of the show. It just, what the bed off that high at 57.80, very short float. I mean, very small float. So be careful. Very manipulatable. Manipulatable? Is that a word? Well, we have no problems making up words on this show, bro. So let's just throw that one in there as well. But in all seriousness, Obi, trying to find some support at that 44. There did seem to be some resistance early on in the opening range at 44. It seems to be an area of support, at least for now, but I wouldn't count too much on that. Let's keep going. Carvana, absolutely, whatting the bet as well. 40.25. We started the day off at. The opening range break took us to a high of 40.84. We did a green or red move. And yeah, we're finding a bit of support here at 37.5, much in the same way that we did on the opening range yesterday. So that support level seems to be a buyer here on our friend Carvana at that 37.5 mark. We'll see if it can curl back up possibly here. Let's keep going with that one. Is that all I've got? Yeah, then I've just got the indexes here. So we'll keep a look, make sure, you know, we're not missing anything, and then I'll get to the big text names later.
Yeah, I'm looking at this kind of first 15 green forming on the NQ here. Got a little long on the Amazon, keeping it tight, keeping it really tight. So yeah, right there, you guys saw that clip. Might have just clipped me out there, but yeah, I just wanted to feel that that pressure there. So if we can kind of bounce and continue into and make this, like I said, we've made a higher low here relative to before, and then NQ and ES are also kind of looking for the bounce. So a potential long opportunity showing up there, but I got to keep in mind that's counter trend. That's why I'm keeping it so tight. Unless and until we start to consolidate sideways, we break trend somehow, you know, like that's when I really wanna start getting into the long aggressively. But yeah, as you guys saw, I kind of it was bidding up. It was bidding up here in the 30s. We got 40s, and then clip into 50s. Didn't really work. And yeah, it stopped out in the 25s. That's fine. And we kind of we're holding that quarter. So yeah, let's see if we can kind of clip back in, and that trend follow through might just happen. But that 15, I expect Fugays to be around that 15. Fugays with respect to the rest of the charts as well. I'm keeping NVIDIA in mind as well. NVIDIA kind of holding that 5, right? We did violate this downtrend a little bit, but yeah, there. I just saw from the corner of my eye a little bit of red tape below the bid, so it looks like selling is still on the menu as we are selling back off to the downside. Let's see if we can hold this 133 here. Now, let me know in the chat what some of the names you guys are trading, because I know for sure Amazon is definitely not an in-play name today, right? I'm just taking chops, taking some reps in and around certain levels. Yeah, it's doing some decent volume relative to what it has been doing in the past couple weeks, but yeah, no real trades there out the open. Yeah, sure. If you got in at 137, I know I have 137 marked on my chart as a significant level. It can't really get past that in the pre-market, and then out the open, quadunk, heavy selling. Yeah, I was a bit of heavy tape there, a bit of a lag happening in the morning out the open. So yeah, that was definitely an opportunity out the open for the shorts, like I said. But then again, like it wasn't just on Amazon, right? It was on a lot of names, on every single name across the board. But yeah, you could, like, I caught what? Potentially I caught 2 points off the 136 into 134. But off of that same idea of that NQ breaking 15.3, if you applied that on a different name, say AMD or even NVIDIA, or you know what a name I haven't looked at today? Tesla. Right? Ooh. I'm sure it looks the same. If you applied that same logic, look at the amount of points you're accumulating playing that beta move associated with the market, right? So that's kind of what I'm realizing and what I'm learning, as like, yeah, sure, I can use that Amazon to try to get my reps in to play the beta, but the real moves are obviously in the names that are in play, which is AI today. And yeah, that's definitely something to keep in mind going forward, trying to get better a little bit every day, 1% every day.
Absolutely, I do 100% agree with that. And you're getting a lot of shout outs there in the chat, people saying, really appreciate you always saying the trend is my friend thing. You've saved me a lot of money lately. Hey man, you never know the effect you have on people. It's been saving me some too,
you know, but when I disregard it, that's when I lose. So like,
well, there you go. So yeah, follow your rules.
Yeah, man.
That's why they call you Obi-Wan, says Fabian. Fed Collins, guys, making statements thanks for Tony Price in the chat, updating me. He's making statement premature to send clear signal about timing of rate cuts. We're talking likely about 2024. He also said, haven't really seen notable slowdown in growth. We know that they're looking for that as an indicator there of when they've tightened too much. So keep an ear and eye out for what Fed Collins and the rest of the Fed speakers are saying on the day. Yeah, but definitely I can't always look. So make sure to tag me in the chat if there's anything important. All right, let's get to Carvana here, because we're kind of basing out at the level we just talked about earlier. By the way, I'll get to my 0-2 trade here on ELIQ in a second, but the Vana trade is what I want to focus on, because we're basing out at 37.5. It's where we wicked off yesterday. It is the low end of the opening range, 37.5. I don't really feel all that confident going long on, let's call a spade a spade. It's not a very good name, especially on a day where we are decidedly red. But if maybe I wait for a 38 break to, get some confirmation here. I don't want to be playing ranges. As Obi says, trend is my friend, and the trend is definitely to the downside today. I'll keep an eye on Vana, but I'm definitely eyeing this as an important level. Maybe I should zoom out a little bit more here, Obi, and see if this is a level that repeated. Well, not really. We did have a bit of a touch the day prior. I'm talking about the 22nd. We definitely broke below into 37, but the majority of the prints are north of that 37.25. Yeah, it's not the best move. I'll keep it on my radar. Maybe we'll put in some alerts there to alert us if it does get above that level. So we'll see. Let's see what. Oh yeah, I wanted to get to my ELIQ trade. Here it is. 0-2 for me on this one. Just one small out here, but the majority of the position came out on the stop here. Tried to get in again right here, curled back up, didn't take any profits. In fact, it got right to my profit taker at 92, but didn't trigger because it didn't cross, and right back down. I didn't want to give this any room here because of the first L on it. I was really trying to get the former area of resistance as an area of support. Yeah, it doesn't always work that way with these small caps. Now, what is this ELIQ business? I don't even read about it. What's the news on this bad boy? Well, I think it came up yesterday. First of all, Electric Power Holdings. They provide turnkey intelligent energy storage and management solutions for homes and small businesses. Great. What is the catalyst on this bad boy? Did this one run yesterday? Let me look here real quick. No, it didn't have a catalyst yesterday, no. So what is the move on it today? I'm not seeing anything on my news blotter here, guys, which is super weird. The last few entries on this one came in on the 22nd, but yeah. If anybody knows in the chat why this thing is running up over 100% at the highs, let me know, because I don't have it here on my blotter. But now let's move back to Vana, because look at this base that we have here setting up. But all the pop-ups have been rejected. So, yeah, still very weary about this name. Maybe we should just short whatever, right? Let's look at the big caps. Let's look at the big caps, see what we're doing with the big caps. Somebody just tagged me in the chat and said, look, Meta just bounced off 290, and they couldn't be more right. In fact, 290.02 is the low of day on this bad boy. What's Amazon? On this bad boy. But look, we have a series of lower highs and lower lows. I don't know if 290 is a relevant level other than just being the whole dollar level. So I'll keep my eye on it. Meta down 1 1/3 after being quite strong early on. And I looked at the Katina man when he was involved in those plays early in the opening range. I'm like, look, man, Meta strong, and it was. It huadunked down to 294, and then it bamboozled its way up into 298 1/3. That is, of course, until it made a newer low and then a lower high again. So we know where the trend is going on this bad boy. I will not be too eager to punch long into Meta just because it's at 290, to be quite frank. But Tesla, maybe a little bit of a different story. Sure, it's down almost 2.5%. But look at this 228.5 bounce, a series of, higher lows here. Still, nothing that I'm too eager to jump into. We're also sub VWAP at 232. This looks to me like a short to pop type trade unless otherwise stated here on the future. We'll see if it makes its way up to 232, and maybe we can look to take the first 5-minute candle to make a new low on a retracement play south. I really don't have many trades at the moment. We'll have to keep an eye out.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for this bounce here on the NQ. It seems like we're holding this 15, a bit of a teeter here. Now, a lot of people in the chat talking about Microsoft. What's going on with Microsoft, guys? Yeah, sure, it's selling off pretty heavily.
Everything.
It kind of wiped off all of yesterday's gains. Now, Microsoft has been on a little bit of a run, 1, 2, 3, 4 days. It was bidding up, and yeah, something I was keeping in mind before that, since earnings happened when was this? July 26th, July 25th. Microsoft earnings, we've been kind of in a slow trend down, mainly selling off. And then that for the past few days, we've been kind of retracing, a bit of a reversion on that move, pop off the NVIDIA earnings, and then now we kind of retrace back down about 50% of this kind of rebid that we did already. So I'm keeping that in mind. This 321, I know 321 was very interesting for me. Was it 321 or 322? I gotta check my trading view back at my desk. But yeah, no. It's definitely around this key level here, 322. NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA, oh, look at that. Oh, I did not mean to do that. But yeah, well, as I moved that away, look at that. 133 broke back down. So yeah, it was definitely reasons to sell over here. Got me out of the long, but coulda, shoulda, woulda flipped short. That's fine. We'll wait for the next trade, which will be potential bounce up, or I could just chase this on the breakdown. But yeah, I'm not trying to do too much chasing. Let's say that. Whenever I find myself chasing, it's not that I don't chase, but when I do find myself chasing, it's a little bit tilted. I'm a little bit tilted on that. But yeah, NVIDIA here kind of coming in for a potential bounce here. What's the low? 475. Yeah, 475. Not a bad area to bounce off of. 475.
It's just random.
I had 485 kind of marked on my chart as like a key potential area of interest. We broke below that, and then 475 as well might be interesting. Now all of this is above this hourly kind of trend that we've been having. We know that AI is very everybody's trying to accumulate AI for the move, right? And they've been trying to do that all year. Now I follow a couple guys on Twitter. They kind of had the breakdown of the NVIDIA move from earlier this year. Now I know, Sharif, you look at a couple long-term charts for the investments. Now I haven't really done too much of that as of late, but they were talking about this inverse head and shoulders kind of in here on the 200. Look at this weekly, right? So right here, apparently a bunch of big boys kind of accumulated here on the neckline.
I believe
right?
that, yeah.
And then look at that, in and around 190. I forget the dude's name, but I was like, well, damn, like that's a technical pattern there where you have a strong trend from 2020. You come back in, and this is the 200 moving average on the weekly. Your shoulders hold on the 200, you violate with the head, you hold the shoulders on the 200, and then you break the neckline. That's probably a decent area to buy.
Oh yeah.
Maybe,
that's
but like in
retrospect,
retrospect, right? So if you were trying to long AI, January, February made so much sense, and you were chasing on the 8 moving average. Like here, I was here. I noticed that NVIDIA was holding the 8 on the weekly, and I was like, maybe I should be getting in day trades when NVIDIA kind of comes into these levels, because like that's a longer time frame. But yeah, maybe I got to reassess some of the strategies here, because yes, if some stuff is working on the weekly, maybe I should be positioning in the long term for that move. Now, some of these boys sitting at more than 100% profits, getting in under 200 in the 190s, pushing 500 today, kind of makes sense. Well, 500. If I'm in from 200, 500 is not a bad target, man.
No.
Like if I'm in big from under 200, I might be selling a little piece, maybe not even a little piece at 500. Right? And because like 500 initial test, your psychological level, you expect a bit of sell-off. I don't know. You expect interaction at least. You expect volume to go through at that level, and then we're seeing what happened. Right? So great place to sell. Great reasons to sell. I think.
Yeah, and let's call a spade though. The one-day sell-off is very micro in the grand scheme of things, and especially with the way that the big money works. Is you're going to have positioning coming in the next few days, weeks, etc. You know what I mean? When big money starts assessing the earnings, how they're going to play this in the long term. And that's really what moves markets. Retail doesn't move markets, right? So if you're looking for this as a long-term play, still a lot to go here. One day doesn't make or break the. Even though it's pulled back quite a bit. In my opinion,
AI hasn't even started, right?
No.
Like it's a lot of the implementation and the execution. Wow, the short is on.
Yeah, can you
But
tell?
a lot of the implementation and execution of AI is all on the back end right now.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's like
everybody's still building.
It's still being built on. Yes. Everyone's buying those chips, trying to make like their own type of AI processing units for their field. Now we were thinking about this, like, what if we had the capital to build an AI supercomputer that could go into our trades and kind of analyze, and like we would feed it kind of hard data and certain points, and we could be like, okay, this is all the data, this is all the whatever proprietary information, right? Because you don't want that getting out.
Of course.
So that's why you want to build your own enclosed intranet AI.
And there's
or whatever.
so many business models that are happening. A lot of companies are buying these chips, going into debt, looking to actually rent them out to companies that don't want to have these on their balance sheet, and they can actually expense it rather than taking the capital cost loss. That's a little accounting thing. But to be honest with you, here's what I really like about NVIDIA. They're not just selling you the H100 chip or the A100 or the A800. No. They're actually selling you the software. So you can't migrate and go to AMD because you're locked in not just with their chips, but with the software that comes packaged with that. They're doing this as a package deal, and you know, some people may start talking about anti-competitive behavior. We'll see, right, because of the software packaging, but they have done this quite strategically, right? And you really need to get into the nitty-gritty and read the deets on this to kind of know what the business model is all about. This guy's a dang genius, man. I'm talking about Jensen Huang. I want to wear my leather jacket today, but it was just too hot, bro. I'm like, I'm not carrying that bad boy either, right? Right, anyway, guys. Yeah, Obi kind of alluded to this. The short is on. Let's have a look at the future.
We're fading. We broke that 15.
We broke the 15. All right.
For now.
Yeah, for now. I love that. It's because it's always that way, right? But I am seeing a bit of interesting, I don't want to call it support. AMD seems to be holding that 10. Where are we on AMD, man? These charts are messed up. I'm going to have to load them up on P Pro 8 because this one ain't cutting it. AMD, yeah, so we're just a smidge below 102. We're definitely still below the 50-period moving average. I mean, I'm not getting long anything here until you see a decided trend change. By the way, 290's come and gone on Meta. We're now 288.88. This one is just headed south. Bad day for Meta. Bad day for all these big tech names. Just punch short, man. Zion Lala gave Obi a pick on shorting NVIDIA at 480. 5 minutes ago, easy money, profit club, bang, bang. You're going to hit the dollar club for you, brother. Zion Lala been having himself a good couple of days and a good friend of the show's.
Yeah, man. Here's the thing. Like somebody can give me a level, somebody can give me a play, right? And I think a lot of people look for that, right? Oh, you know, it's the easy way out,
right?
Right? And it's like, but the thing is, you could give me a level, but I don't know what your mindset or your game plan around it is. Okay. I'm not the one executing in and around that level. I didn't put in the research or the work to kind of define those levels. I could give you whatever level, but like how I'm gonna interact with it is gonna be very different than someone else. So like, yeah, you could give out levels, but I'm not really the type to be like, oh yeah, somebody mentioned, even if it's like, you know, big trader, whatever, right? More experience, like, oh yeah, that's a level. I'll pull it up, I'll look at it, and I'll probably trade it my own way. But at the same time, yeah, I don't really like the following, right? Following trades or copy trading or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the way to do it. Like you're probably going to incur more losses in the long term trying to do that.
Right?
It's just an idea, right?
Yeah,
it's like if you have the fundamentals to kind of trade, you can take on those ideas, and that's kind of what we do in the morning call, right? It's like, okay, you have a bunch of traders that are sharing ideas, and sure, certain ideas can confluence with what you already have, and certain ideas can also counteract what ideas you already have, and it gives you a mode to kind of think and look for that confluence or that counter to whatever levels or ideas you might have. But at the end of the day, you trade that trade. That trade is yours, right? So,
couldn't agree more.
yeah, no copy trading for me, but yeah.
I think he just meant to give you the idea.
Understandable. But yeah, thank you. I'm glad that you guys are making money off of some of these calls. As there are just so many opportunities in this market today. I should have stayed short, but you know what? I covered a little too quickly. I was like, oh, one ATR, cover a little bit, but like at the same time, a lot of things are doing multiples of their ATR today. Yeah. And Amazon just being another one of those. Was short at 136. 132.50 testing now on this flush of that 15 thou on the NQ, and it looks like we're starting to accelerate a little bit here. So yeah, let's see what we do in and around this 15. I'm gonna be looking for a little bit of relief back into the moving averages or something, just to see if that trend kind of continues and we can get a little short there again, or we could take a long back into the trend and go for the counter. But I've as of recent, been kind of holding back from that. But yeah, coming in real hot here, as Nvidia is the only one kind of not doing that. It's kind of holding,
it's kind of holding that
up.
pattern.
So you know, maybe other things are selling off as well. Let's take a look at Microsoft. I know Microsoft was selling off pretty hard earlier, as pointed out by the chat, and yeah, it's still selling off much harder than Nvidia. Now,
and Google,
right? Google was the one I didn't catch earlier. Google has been hella strong over the last couple of days, man.
Yes, sir.
I was like, what is going on yesterday? That 130 break, look at this, previous day high, right out the open, morning drive, 130, what was this high? 130.30. If you took that 130.30, you were laughing straight to the bank all the way to 133, and coming in today, yeah, none of that strength is there. All that strength is gone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Straight to the downside. We kind of recover all the move from yesterday as if yesterday never even happened, kind of back into that 130.30 area now on Google. So let's see what we do with that 130.30. We knew there were buyers there yesterday off of this level, so let's see if they kind of show up again and kind of counter this ridiculously heavy selling that we're happening.
As soon as you said stronger than yesterday, bro, what comes to your mind when you hear that? I know you're probably not a big Britney Spears fan, but I remember stronger than yesterday. Oh my God. That's all that comes to my mind when I hear you say that, Obe. Covered a little bit here on our front. Vana, we're taking this one short. We're looking for a 37. Let's see if we get that move down, but everything moving down. Meta would have been a great break through that 291. I want to talk a little bit about this one because that was kind of the support level that we got to earlier, and then we got right back to it. There was a bit of bamboozlement. Sure, we wicked down into 290 and a half and then popped back up a little bit, but 291, pardon me, looked like a good area to get into initially. I mean, if you were, I don't want to call it gambling. You're not gambling here. You're definitely going with the trend, but what a couple of $3 in the money you would have been on this name. Good move on that 291 break. I remember somebody in the chat saying 290 looked like a level of support. I don't know, man. Everything headed south now. Meta 2% south. Now, look, we talked about Meta in the morning show and how, these big hyperscalers, as we call them, aren't really profiting on all the money that they're spending on AI chips at the moment. Microsoft says maybe we'll get some profitability in 2024. Meta was supposed to be one of those ones that actually may profit this year because of all the user engagement with AI. That's as a result of AI, I should say. And, that usually translates into more digital ad sales. So kind of a bewildering move, but once everything moves down on the market, it moves down. Now, the macro situation not as important, I guess, on the day right now, Obe. Yep, we just took another print here on our friend Carvana as we move down into that 37, so about 30 pennies or so in the money now. Expecting some possible support here at the 37 mark. I'm going to sit at the whole dollar. We'll see if we get that print. 02s on the bid, 07s here on the ask. Let's see if we, I don't know. Do we find support here at 37? I don't care. I'd rather not, obviously, because I'm short the name. But yeah, now 8% down on the day for a name that I think has no business being up how much it is on the year. Do you know how much Carvana is up on the year?
Something ridiculous. I
wouldn't have put it that way if it was like something. Wow. After today's drop, Obi, still 681% year to date up on the year. All the while, my man, used cars are plummeting in value, and that I know for a fact because I am looking at them daily. Anyway, yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Margins are going to get squeezed here. Fundamentally, this company makes no sense to me, but we're trading technicals anyway. I'm sitting at the 37 looking for a fill on this bet.
What's that saying again? The market will stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent.
Yeah.
I don't know who said that, but
Hound Dog saying not in the U.S. I disagree, my friend. I'm seeing data coming out from the U.S. right now that's showing one of the biggest deflationary industries 2023 year to date is used cars, so you might want to check that one out.
Yeah, I remember, like, it kind of makes sense, right? And just in terms of like a supply-demand mechanic type of thing, there was a ridiculous amount of demand, almost hyped up by people who were flipping used cars as well and marking them up.
Yeah.
So it was like a little bit of an artificial inflation on the pump.
Sure.
So yeah, just like a pump and dump, right?
Pump and dump.
You're gonna have a natural reaction for that in the car market there, where I remember certain used cars were going for more than brand new MSRP because you couldn't get the brand new ones. There was like a 6-month wait.
It was insane.
So the used cars were selling for just as much, which is absolutely ridiculous. So can you short the car market?
Well, you can short some of these cars.
Carvana, I'm sure.
I mean, like, I'm not going to take this short personally, maybe through puts, but I wouldn't take it because it's so insane price action wise. You probably you find yourself in some trouble. We got a partial fill here at 37. It did touch 37 for a quick sec, and then, as expected, likely to find support at the whole dollar. We'll wait for this one to head south, man. I don't know. I think we've broken the levels, the lows from yesterday. We have by a decided amount here. We talked about the 30s or the 50s being that support level, 37, 40s, 50s, in and around there. That was the low end of the range yesterday. We'll see if we can continue to head south here, but getting a little bit of a pop-up now. 37.15 here showing up on my Aspen. A couple of good outs here. Two kind of, wet our beak. Oh, but let's see what the future is doing. Are we getting support here on the future? 14.959 I have marked as a level here on the future. That's probably a previous day's close. We may or may not find support in and around those levels. You know what I started doing? I started putting like my horizontal trend lines on the closing prints, and then I'm attaching the dates to those closing prints so that I know, okay, so this was a closing print for such and such a day, right? So that makes sense to me, because sometimes I just see horizontal trend lines. I'm like, which day was this? Is it like 2 weeks ago, or is it recent? So that's a look there. We'll see what this Vonnut trade does, my man.
Yeah, I've heard you say a few times now that you're more looking at like closing and opening
always
prints.
Yeah,
and
Dow theory.
I've found that, like, especially on like the weekly and the daily, of course,
yes, sir,
that the open, high, low, close data is pretty interesting. It kind of makes sense as well, probably because a lot of ease of access in terms of historical data is of those points, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm sure a lot of data and a lot of algos and a lot of programming is done in and around using some of those open, high, low, close levels. And yeah, they do come when they are significant. You can definitely take technicals off of them. I think so, and yeah, definitely a decent look there. Now that's also like applicable on like a shorter time frame as well, right? Like open, high, low, close
Fractal.
of the 15-minute. Exactly. Yeah. Was it? I think I heard was Michael Noss saying that the fractal nature of trading.
It absolutely
right?
is. Remember, like, and in the book you and I discussed the other day, John J. Murphy's The Principles of Technical Analysis, right? He says that.
Yeah, it's funny. You mentioned that yesterday, and literally on the bus ride, I like to read on the ride home. So on the ride home, I'm just like, I pull up I'm like, a lot of things are trending.
Sure.
Right? A lot of things are trending as of recent, so I pull up the trending chapter, like the trend lines or whatever. So I took a quick read through that. And I think it's a great book for, it's like a reference. You read through it once, it's like a textbook, but it has certain tools and things that kind of serve as like refreshers of like how you might want to play, or how other players might be looking at these charts.
Yeah.
Both of which I think can give you edge. But yeah, definitely a decent look there off the open, high, low, close, drawing technicals off of that. We're catching a bit of a bid here. We couldn't really break down this 132.5. I think Sharif said that he has that 14.975 area marked on his chart, roughly.
14.959.
Yeah, I think I have a significant, like my significant level on the NQ isn't right at 15. It's just a little bit under. So we're having a little bit of trouble there on the NQ as of right now, as we've been printing straight reds, and then you have like a little bit of a doji green, and you're forming a bit of a doji here as well, with about 10 minutes left to print on the 15-minute candle. So we still got a good chunk of time, about 66% of time left to print on this candle here. So we are getting a bit of a doji, so I like that. Got a little bit long here, looking for reasons to get a little bit longer here as well, as it seems like this trend might be slowing down a little bit, but we haven't necessarily broken it all the way. Like, take a look at that right here, right? We haven't necessarily broken it, but we are going a little bit sideways. So I'm just testing that that kind of that feel for the selling pressure. If that kind of comes back in, yeah, we're definitely going to get out of this thing. But as some of these names are kind of starting to slow down, I just want to get a feel for that pressure to see if that trend is still our friend or not, as we have traded, what, 137 all the way down to 132.5. So almost a 5-point move on the day on Amazon, pushing. I think that's like a 1.5 ATR roughly, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, decent selling happening today on these markets as this 132.60 stays selling off here. Now, I want to point out that Microsoft as well is pretty heavy relative to some of these other names. We were taking a look at this, right? So this Microsoft being as heavy as it is kind of making me wary of this long position, right? I am fighting the trend here, and as this kind of bids below where I kind of want it, we see that the selling is coming in heavy here as well. Let's take a look at Apple, right? Apple kind of consolidating. Oh, wow, Apple, that 177.50 was a key area in the past, and it's kind of showing up again, kind of on that hold here on that 177.50. Sharif, I was just talking about that. Remember 177.50 on Apple? It's been interacting with that in and over for the past couple of weeks, and coming in today, we see that it's holding right above that level, just hovering on top of that. So I like that look. As Amazon flushes back to the downside.
Eek.
Damn.
Yeah, man. And Meta coming into lows as well. I have, again, I didn't mark this level as, I didn't date the level, but 287.58-ish here coming up on Meta as a possible level of support. That's probably a previous day's close. Now that I mark them, I'll know which day that is. But I think, to be honest with you, the one that's holding up the most surprising is one that you mentioned already, which is NVIDIA. It's definitely, just a smidge below 480 at the moment. But Tesla seems to be doing a bit of a dance with 230. Let's have a look at our friend Stressla over here. We'll get rid of VinFast, a joke of company. TSLA. There we go. Well, Randy was on yesterday. He spoke highly of the cars. And when Randy says that the car is well made, I take that. He knows what he's talking about. But, in terms of building out cars and market cap, they're not worth their price. But here we go with Tesla. Now, I'm not saying I'm taking along here, but this is interesting. A series of higher lows with a bit of a flat top hanging out here at 231 a third, maybe 231 and a half. But what you're seeing is a test of that level over and over and over, and it's not making newer lows. And that is contrary to all the other Magnificent Seven, whatever you want to term them. Tesla making higher lows, the other ones making lower lows. And so that is something we need to notice here. There is a divergence between our friend Tesla and the other mega cap, big cap names, whatever. So yeah, this one might be real interesting here. And it's down 2.5%. Didn't really have a good headline, not really AI related. In fact, if you had to make the case, the headline is quite bad for Tesla as margins continue to get squeezed in the face of continued capital expenditures. You saw the price war that they've been engaged in, et cetera. You guys know the whole story. But price action-wise, there is something afoot here with a series of higher lows and a bit of a flat top. This may make for an interesting trade. We shall see. I have Tesla now up on one of the trading screens here, and if it really gets going, breaks out, we may have to have a look for a counter trend trade. Now on my chart, VWAP, which is always an interesting area of resistance, is at that 231.83, just a smidge below 232. So if it makes its way up there, number one, we're going to be looking for a level of resistance there. Number two, we're going to be looking for, does it break and take it? Not just break through it and wick and come back down, does it claim it? So that's what I'm looking for on that bad boy. Other than that, we're just still involved in this Carvana short as it's curling back off that $0.25 balance. We're looking for a decided break through 37 It's been acting as support for now, but the support level that we earmarked from yesterday and the day prior has broken. You know, we need it to hang out lower though to print. I'm not gonna start taking it from around there. Wow, Meta is continuing to head south. And wow, your friend Amazon, we got the Amazon whisper in the house today.
I was not ready for that sell-off, man. Like I did not, I guess, didn't have that stop in where it should have been in. But yeah, that I realized why that selling came in real heavy, and I think it was somebody in the chat also pointed out Lone Sophos. I think
Lone, good friend of the shows.
He was saying large lots hitting the bid here. Now, it kind of makes sense why that 132.50 might have been a little heavy. We see that Amazon's been kind of holding this trend on the weekly, and that was kind of like the weekly level. So large selling coming in on that break on Amazon makes sense, right? Yeah, we got a little bit of a 50-cent teleportation. Now, I wasn't. Again, lack of awareness, right? Lack of awareness, situational awareness is definitely something I have to work on, and being distracted definitely does not help in that case. But yeah, that 132.50 definitely an area of interest as that weekly trend hold in and around that area. So when we do break that, we get a little bit of a heavy selling coming in as well. So yeah, it makes sense that kind of happened here. Now let's see if we kind of hold. The NQ didn't necessarily have that heavy of a sell-off on that move. This 14,950 still kind of holds. Now I keep telling myself trend is my friend, and then I go long, right? What is going on, man? Like, yeah, that's not the way to do it. It's not the way to do it. I'm not too happy about that.
Hey, just take a deep breath, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woosah.
Yeah.
Woosah. Right?
Do you ever, I don't know, you're not much of a Seinfeld fan. I've tried to test the waters with you before, and I didn't get any reciprocation, but there's an episode on Seinfeld where George is competing with this old friend of school from his called Lloyd Braun. And they're both selling computers in his dad's garage. And this Lloyd Braun guy was he had some issues. Let's just put it that way. He was in an institution. He came out, and then his dad started saying "woosah, woosah," and he's like, or no, not woosah. It's serenity now. And then he said to him, "Serenity now, insanity later." Right?
Yeah.
So those are wise words by which to live. Opie. We're kidding, of course, guys. I just got the fill here on our friend Carvana. It is no friend of mine. I say that tongue in cheek because I do not believe in this stock whatsoever. It is headed down, and we just took the break of 37. Now it has made a newer low, and I'm sitting here at 91s, 36.91s, 2 pennies. Hopefully we'll get filled on our next profit taker as this one continues to head to the south side on now 8 1/4 in the red today, OB. Are we going to get that print? We need to cross. Now the bid is at my trigger, but the ask not quite yet, so we're going to have to wait and you know, take it easy here. Let's look at some of the chats. I'm getting some tags here. Reliable Rudy, BAC 2850 level looks good in my opinion. The banks are strong. We'll have a look at that in a sec. Nimit, we'll just say Nimit. George's father wins at the end. LOL right now. I don't know, man. Didn't Kramer like destroy all the computers or something? George started buying computers on his credit card to beat this Lloyd Braun guy, and then he stored the computers on his dad at Kramer's house, and Kramer lost his mind and started busting the computers. But we're losing our minds now, Obi, as we continue to print to the downside here on our friend Carvana. We're 50 pennies or so in the money like this short.
Yeah, I'm watching Apple as well here. Apple pushing low of day there as we speak. So yeah, that selling pressure definitely pretty relevant across the board there. Let me check Microsoft real quick. Yeah, straight selling, man. Yeah, I got to get out of this position right now. Yeah, so you know what? Wasn't ready for it. Bad trade there. You know, what's the next trade? What's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. Let me get out of that one real quick. Thank you. Come again. 132 incoming as this market looks hella heavy to the downside there. Now, as I say that and I punch out of this short, watch the market rip right back up off this 132 size that I'm seeing here. But you know what? We'll catch it on the other side if it's there, right? You know what? It's not catch me outside. Catch me on the other side, right? Catch me on the other side.
There you go.
I see you 132.50. I see the quadrunk off that level. You know what? Yeah. So yeah, it is what it is. On to the next trade, right? We have good trades.
Yes,
we have
sir.
bad trades. You guys can see them all here. Did not have the stop in for that trade. And yeah, a little bit of punishment for that kind of with Mother Market, right?
Mother Market, that's hilarious, bro. I've never heard that before. I love it. I feel like a little jealous of not having come up with that myself because that is a little on the nose. But look, Obi, Tesla is obviously diverging here from the trend. It is not moving with any aggression to the north side, but I want to keep repeating myself, a series of higher lows and, you know, depending on where you start your trend, a series of higher highs here as we come into that 231.5. It's a tricky trade. I got to tell you the truth because it is a very counter trend, but our friend Stresla is not making lower lows in the same way that these other mega cap names are continuing to make lower lows. It's just, you know, does the rug get pulled here? And I don't want to be on that side of it, to be honest with you. So I'm very hesitant to get into this Tesla trade, but the trend here is undeniable, at least on the micro side. And we're looking at the 1 minute chart here. Let's be real about it, right? So Tesla continuing to hold. At least it's holding for, you know, for the last little while. I want to say, well, actually, not even the last little while. Take us back to 10:50, almost an hour and 10 minutes. It's definitely been closing above 230. Sure, it's wick below. But the closing prints on the 5 minute chart have all been above that $230 level. There's no question about that. We talked about where VWAP was. It was about 232.50 when I started speaking about it. It has now descended into 231.80-ish, at least on my chart. So we shall continue to watch our friend Stresla here as it is still 2.5 points in the red. No doubt about it. I'm seeing Apple make new lows. I'm seeing Softy make new lows. Same with Google. Even AMD, man. AMD 101.27. Your friend Amazon just made a 132.03 low. All the while, Tesla stays strong. I don't know what to say about that. I'm not punching into Tesla. I'll tell you that. Not right now anyway, but the trend is undeniable here.
Yeah,
more
sure.
support.
I saw that 132 kind of hold reserve, and then I was like, yeah, that was a bit of a flush there. You know, a little bit of accelerated selling to the downside that stopped right away at the 132. So yeah, you know what? We got back long a little bit. We see the buying pressure kind of coming in. The tape is changing a little bit. You know, a little bit more green prints than before. We saw that we sat there for the whole selling. So a little bit back into the trend here. So you know what? We're gonna keep this tight. You know what? We made one mistake. Trend was our friend, and we went against it.
Well,
so,
as it always is, man.
Exactly. So we went against it. We learned our lesson for today. It seems like I learned that lesson every day sometimes, but as of late, you know, it is what it is.
It is what it is,
We
bro.
try to adapt and move on, right? Adaptability
Absolutely.
is the number one thing that
Well
we're trying
said,
to achieve.
homie.
So
Well said.
yeah, gonna scalp this out here off this quick bounce. The tape speed is increasing. Look at that. Took me right away. We're back into the 40s there. This 14,950. Bit of a green candle there forming there. How much is left? Yeah, still a lot of time left here to finish this off. I'm talking about the 15-minute candle
Yes,
there.
sir.
About 10 minutes. I got 10 minute 40 seconds there left on the 15-minute candle finish. So yeah, a bit of a turn there. Amazon, like look at this. What Amazon is doing, right? We're coming back right into the trend on the 3 minute. The trend has been holding pretty strongly, and it got a sell off into the top of the trend there as well. So you know what? I'm going to take off another piece there, and then you know what? If the trend continues and it breaks, then we'll try to be there as well, right? So yeah, a bit of a bounce here coming in. I just want to get out this last piece here. Not the best piece. I want to get out real quick. Thank you. If it'll take me, you know, if it'll take me, I'll get out there. Not in too much of a rush there. Thank you. All right. So yeah, a bit of a scalp into the trend there. Made a little back, but yeah, ideally I'd want to short right here, right into this pop as it tests the top of the trend. But again, this bit of a green here, the frequency of this buying kind of coming in is making me a little wary, as we might be turning, because we have sold off significantly. It is 12 o'clock now. What is the probability that we close near low of day today? I don't know, but the fact of the matter is that we've done multiple ATRs on a lot of names. Understandable that we have some higher R vol there today because of NVIDIA, because of the interest across the board there. Now look, we kind of start to break that trend right there. So bidding into the 40s, let's see if that kind of stays, or we get a little bit of a stuff so I can get back in on the right side of the trade today, of the trend today, which is down on the day. So let's see if that kind of comes in.
Yeah, man, Tesla continuing to make local highs here. Dancing with that 231.5, man. There is no question that Tesla is doing a bit of a secular move up, but you mentioned that we are getting a bit of a bounce here on the overall market. Let's look at the future real quick, see what's up. Yeah, we're barely holding on here. Let's look quickly on the future. Yeah, I mean, we're in a really, it's very marginal, guys, compared to where we were. So I'm very hesitant still, no question about it. It's a series of lower lows and lower highs. We haven't broken through any discernible technical levels. You could say 15,000 is a level, and then there's a bit of a consolidation here at 15,030 that we danced with from around 11 o'clock to the break eventually 11:30. Was a bit of a top. Sure, you're getting a bit of a curl. You haven't made a newer low in a bit, but yeah, concerning for me. But your friend Amazon is curling here, and our friend Carvana also coming back into the 50 period. We're short at 30s. It's now back at 19s. We've been able to scalp out a sizable portion of the position here. So I'm going to allow this one to come against me just a bit. But no question about it, a couple of green candles showing up here on the ES and the NQ, at least on my 5-minute chart. But I'm not willing to, change my thesis quite yet on the day. This might be an interesting area in which to add. I haven't really kind of made up my mind, but let's go back to Tesla here, because here it comes into VWAP, and it just did a touch at VWAP. 231.82 is where it touched, and it wicked right back down. Look at this, higher high, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, and now you get that higher high through Tesla. I would say secularly strong at the moment. All the while, these ones, they're retracing to the high side, but still, Tesla looks like the strongest of the bunch. Obviously, you lament not having gotten it in at that 230.80. It'd have been $1 in the money. Still, I think I did the right thing here, not taking the long on a counter trend. And we still do have levels of resistance here on Tesla. I want to really see what we do around a VWAP, and that 232.5. It's an interesting level going into the opening range on our friend Tesla. Let's have a look here. Look at the bottom end of the range here. We get a couple of wicks on our way down. We did find some support at 232 to 232.5. We're still a smidge below it at the moment. So possible major levels, intraday levels of resistance still coming in on Tesla. Let's go back to our friend Vana. What is it doing? Still hasn't been able to break through the 50 period on the 1. Yeah, I'm not cutting this trade quite yet, especially because I was able to delever a little bit and wet my beak with some profits. We can give this a bit more room. Vanessa says Roblox counter trend. Interesting. I mean, we haven't been really hearing much about Roblox lately. Let's pull up that bad boy.
I've been taking a look at it since earnings.
Yeah. I mean, it's not one that's done particularly well, Ob. This is the daily on Roblox. You can see here, it's not a pretty chart, but it's not too bad as of late. What does the, okay, so we start here. This is the beginning of the year, starting right here. We're in a bit of a trend, a bit of a range. That $25 area to the low side, and that $45 area to the high side. So about a $20 worth of range. We are certainly at the lower end of that range. I don't know what you're talking about, though, counter trend. I don't know. Where do you see counter trend here?
You mean like a range?
Well, the person was saying in the chat that it was popping up. I mean, yeah, you got like one 5-minute candle that's up here. Yeah, that's not, Roblox definitely not something that I'm going to get into on the day, but maybe for the long term, just because it is holding, I want to look back at that $25 level. That takes us back a ways, takes us back into mid-December, the last time we were at these levels. And then again, these two troughs right here, May 2022, and then again in June 2022. So multiple bounces at 25-ish. In May 2022, we got as low as 20, but the closing prints were more around 22. So interesting look on Roblox.
Yeah. So you know what's a little scary sometimes?
What?
When you're trying to play the trend and then you kind of sell into the strength, right? You're kind of shorting into the strength here. So as Amazon kind of pushed into that into this 132.50, kind of testing the top of this trend range here, roughly. Got a little short into that pressure here, but as the markets look like they're kind of turning here, we were about 10 pennies in the money, right? Like almost right away, which was pretty decent. I was like, well, that's what you get for trading with the trend, right? It's a lot more forgiving than the counter trend for sure. But as the market kind of turns and slows down a little bit here, I'm just waiting and watching to see if the trend kind of is my friend. Right?
Yeah, I'm long Tesla.
I'm gonna keep saying that because that's something I'm trying to get better at. And yeah, I guess sometimes it can be scary selling into the pops.
Oh yeah.
And buying into the flushes, but sometimes that is the way it needs to be done, right? So yeah.
I like how you put that.
I got a little sticky note on my screen there. It says what do you call damn. I'm having a bit of a blank there. I was like,
what's up?
Oh right, sell pops and buy flushes, right? It's like don't chase, right? If you see an overall move kind of happening, right? The ideal place to hit it would be to sell the strength and then buy the weaknesses, right? So you don't want to chase the weakness unless you're trying to play the breakdown for a quick scalp. That's a whole different kind of trade. But I'm talking more about like trend trading and maybe an intraday trade or even like for a longer term. Right, so yeah, I think that is kind of valid as well, and I think when I was trading a lot more, I guess small caps at home, that would be the case, right? You basically sell to the people who are chasing.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Well, somebody's got to win.
It's part of playing the meta. It's like, okay, most people are going to start chasing this move, and if you have the skills and the pocket to kind of manage that position a little bit against you for a bit, and then take it back down, that's. It's usually not a bad idea there, but I'm realizing large caps very similar to that concept. So maybe that's a supply-demand mechanic rather than just something that's allocated for small caps.
Yeah, small caps. I feel like they march to the beat of their own drum off because they are so manipulated. But let's see what Stressla can do here. We can make a move. We've been talking about this ad nauseum for the last little while. I feel like I took it a little bit too late, but it was just hard to punch into this bad boy. Very small size here, guys, as we look for that VWAP take, but it is risky. But Meta also getting a nice little bounce, 287 and a third was the low. We just took 289 and 2/3, so Meta finding some strength. Microsoft as well, the level that you talked about, that 177 and a half-ish. Technically on the day, it's 177.65 the low. It just took 178, or did it? I think that chart is wrong. Let me look quickly. Yeah, man, I gotta complain about these charts because they're misleading me. Actually, we did take 178. Okay, so I'm not inaccurate on that. 178, we just took it, but still. If you're really looking for a trend change, we got to break through the $0.50 here. Not much to celebrate, quite frankly. What is NVIDIA doing? Let's look at NVIDIA as well. NVDA.
NVIDIA is popping off.
It is it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I see there. A good call on that one, Obe. 484 incoming after making a 474 and 3/4 low. These charts are upkiss, Obe. Upkiss. Yeah. Yeah, NVIDIA is, for all intents and purposes, frozen.
Have you tried refreshing? Have you tried turning it off and on again?
It's been something that's been happening a lot lately on this software, which is sad because usually it's pretty good. But yeah, anyway, we'll see what this Tesla move does. Obviously, to get green on Tesla, we got to break through 237. Not holding my breath on that, to be quite fair, because it is a decided red day in the market. What's up? Neil wants me to look at Mullen. I haven't actually. He's using expletives at the moment here to describe the move on Mullen. Let me look. We're loading it up. Let's go to the 1 minute chart on our friend Mullen. Woo! Are we gonna break through $1, Neil? Dump it, he says. Beautiful double bottom. No question there was a buyer at 55 cents. Look at that. In the opening range low, you get a touch of 55. You retrace much with like the entire market. You come into 55 over here, and then is buy city. And I'm not talking about BYE. I'm talking about BUY, baby. $86. Get it together, Sharif. Essentially 87 pennies here. The high. We break Obi. What's it called? Did we? Yeah, this is basically where we were at 4 a.m. and we are at the highs from yesterday. The high from yesterday, though, is 89 pennies. We wicked up there, but the better level was definitely that 88. Most of the closing prints are around 88 there. It's a good look on this name. Is there a catalyst here for Mullen? No, it doesn't look like there is, but there doesn't really need to be, does there? All right, Tesla's pumping here, and it's time to wet our beaks with a little bit of profit, Obi, as we move into the 200 period on the 1 minute chart, which is not saying much, but we're going to wet our beak nonetheless. We're long 05s. We just touched 75s. It's a good move. Tesla was showing you clear divergence, higher lows, higher highs in a day where everything was down and to the right. This one standing out at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just, I guess I'm doing a little bit of, I guess, charting, if you want to call it that. I'm just defining a bit of trend here for the position there. So, yeah, the trend is starting to slow down a little bit. It seems like we're going sideways. Again, like I said before, it is around lunchtime, right? So it is around lunchtime. The trend is testing the top of its range here as we take that short. But yeah, this little price action piece right here, I find that very interesting as well. A little bit of a strong, heavy selling kind of coming in and stops right away. Comes back in, breaks the trend. So I'm keeping that on watch. It's still holding trend on on some of the larger time frames. If you are looking at like an intraday type of swing type of move. But yeah, this 132.50 I like. Let's see if the market stays a little heavy in and around this 15.
Mullen's
right?
pumping, bro. Sorry, I gotta
go for it. Go for it. Yeah,
because
Mullen's happening.
Going here. Shout out to Neil. Put it on. You guys always get me when I'm singing. How about Neil? I'm playing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe that was good that I wasn't yelling there, but yeah, Neil is great. Shout out to Neil.
Who's that
Not
song
only
by?
is he singing and dancing over there, but he knows how to pick stocks, baby. Mullen just broke through yesterday's highs. There's something afoot with Mullen here, no question about it. 15% to the good. I'm not seeing anything on my blotter again. Oh, hold on. Trading lower. That was 940. That doesn't account for the move. Dow jumps. No. What's going on with Mullen Automotive stock? Bro, here we go. Mullen almost trading lower. Thursday after soaring nearly 70%. Here we go, baby. We just made a 93 penny high on our friend Mullen. No dude boot it. But Neil was yelling short earlier. Is that still your opinion? He was out at VWAP. No, but at this level, what's the move? Take profit, guys. This is a pump to $1, he says, and that we could encounter and may likely encounter resistance as we're doing right now on our friend Mullen. But we're definitely making a decent move here. This is very popular amongst people in the chat, mainly because of its price and it's easy to scale into this bad boy. Yeah. And if you got in today at the double bottom at 55, you were handsomely rewarded, especially if you did with any particular size. But let's go back to our friend Stressla over here, because we're still at that 250, 232 and a half. We definitely wicked up into that 75-cent area. We're looking for continuation. We've reclaimed VWAP, but not with any vigor. I've got a profit taker sitting around 85s. There's that fly again. We're at 2/3 now. We got long 05s. It's a counter trend trade. It's a little worrisome because the Khwadoon can come in at any moment. It's just that kind of day. What's the future up to? I got to keep my eye on this future because even though Tesla was moving a little, on its own, You never really want the future start huadunking here because it may hurt our friend Stressless. So keeping an eye on this trade, Obi. I got to keep my eyes fixated, but I don't want to paper hand this. I need to have some patience with this bad boy. There's clearly something afoot here on our friend Stressla. It is counter trend. There we go, back into the $0.75. I'm sitting at 85 though, so we need a few more buyers to step in here, but I'm seeing green and orange showing up on the tape. That orange, if you're wondering, is above the ask, which is, you know, showing a lot of positive bullish sentiment. I just don't want this to be a failed VWAP break. So we'll see. We'll see. Did NVIDIA just huadunk?
No.
No, it didn't. See, again, the charts on my side are absolute crap. No, it's doing great.
Yeah, I got NVIDIA.
Mullen as well is continuing to go, guys. Here comes 94 pennies. It just wicked into 94 pennies on Mullen. Keep your eye out for that $1 area. It will be very interesting to see if we can organically get above $1. We know it's split. How many times this stock has split to kind of maintain that $1 level, but something going on here with Mullen, man. We're getting a nice move on our friend Mullen.
Yeah, a bit of a bid back up here as we start consolidating sideways. Making me think twice about this short now that I was trying to get with the trend here. Now, I guess what I'm realizing is, like, if I'm going to follow the trend, it's probably best done in the first hour or so, I guess, on that morning trend, and then we we tend to consolidate for the midday and potentially continue or counter trend the rest of the day on strong trend days. But yeah, that's just me speaking from my limited experience here. But yeah, that's what I'm observing as of late here. So if we do start to get this kind of consolidation here, the NQ and the ES are also starting to bid up a little bit here. So I kind of have to respect that as well. Yeah, a little bit of that 132 was definitely a bit of a capitulation there with that hard, heavy selling, and then a bit of a turn. But yeah, maybe not the bigger players getting out on that capitulation, but definitely intraday selling and bit of the other side. I call it exhaustion, but I guess the concept is the same. A bunch of players getting off on a heavy volume candle there, and then we potentially turn on the day there.
Our friend Tesla is on a mission to break 233. We're almost $1 in the money on this one. Here we go, 91s. Let's see if we can claim 233 with any vigor here. There was, look, man, I'm not tooting my own horn here, but there was something clearly diverging between Tesla and the other big cap, mega cap, whatever cap, Magnificent 7, Magnificent 25, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Tesla here dancing with that whole dollar level, though, Ob1 Kenob, because, you know, well, we're getting resistance here, obviously, to be expected on a day like this. But let me tell you, I'm not letting any part of this trade go against me. It comes into 05s, and I'm out. Happens to be near VWAP as well. It's always nice when those two, there's some confluence between those levels, your entry and VWAP, because you use it as a level of support. But we need to take 233 here, Ob. I'm going to sit on the other side of 33s. We're going to sit at 15s to wet our beak a little bit. But, yeah, we'll see. Something afoot with our friend Stressla. I posit to you the Katina man probably punched in 1,500 shares, 50,000 shares, whatever the hell is going on here, because, well, yeah, there he just sat down and he's having his lunch. The Neil devoured his lunch. My goodness, look at that. Yeah, was it no good? Salad? You can't devour a salad? Why not? All right, guys, here comes 233. We're sitting. Okay. What is that, by the way? Egg salad. Egg salad, he says. He's not mic'd up, so I'll speak for him. Egg salad we got today. I get the same thing. I get the salad, too, because, you know, it's summertime. We're trying to stay lean out here. Here we go. 233, bro. We're dancing with 233. We're doing that dance with pants this time, Obi, but hoping for that 50.
Yeah, buddy in the chat asking us if I can just see the name there, JLI, I think. Sharif and Obi, look at Oracle. 114 is good.
Were you around for the Huaduk on Oracle yet? Oracle, the fat finger? We don't even know what the hell happened with that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that yesterday. I did pull it up, but I did not have the tape up. That was definitely a mistrade for me. But yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think
there
was no news or anything,
No.
but probably just a fat finger thing. But like, regardless of trying to figure out what happened in the moment, there were definitely trades off the tape, I think.
Unless your name is Sharif, because I got absolutely bamboozled on that yesterday.
Yeah, no, I was thinking to look at that, and I was like, well, damn, you know, definitely a missed trade. It's like outlier price action, no real reason for it to happen. Couldn't find any news from any sources, and then when the move kind of wipes back up, I think there's definitely a bit of opportunity there on the counter for that kind of how do you want to say it, like a outlier price action on the day. Sure. You know, crazy R-vol kind of coming in. It was almost like a breaking news, but there was no breaking news, and it was, you know, it went right back to where it started. But yeah, let's take a look at Oracle right here, real quick here. Yeah, this 113 base turning with the rest of the market right now. Probably back into this 115. 115 is probably nice here, but yeah, look at that. This was the move on it yesterday. Crazy move, dumps down to 112, and then rebids back up into 119s, 120s after hours as if nothing happened. So, you know, decent opportunity there on that flash crash, if you want to call it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
A bit of a flash dump there on Oracle yesterday. So maybe some levels of interest being pointed out on that
yeah, no duty booty. As we're in the dollar club right now on this Tesla trade. There's no question about that. The Katina Man hitting the dollar club, but we're waiting for that fill at 15 Katina Man, because we've got a profit taker waiting at that level. We'll see if we get filled. But we've been doing this this consolidation. There's clearly resistance here at the whole dollar level, and I'm not saying 233 is anything special other than just being a whole dollar level on a red day. But yeah, we're not able to break it with any vigor. And I would submit to you that the closing prints are all south of 233, so this could be the level where we flush. So not really gonna try to guess, but here we go, back into the 80s we go. But you're being met with buying. As soon as we dip, I see orange come up on the tape, which means over the ask, which means enthusiasm. We'll see what we get here. Dan the man Evans. First sign of buyers now, 3 hours into RTH. NQ could just be covering with some sellers firmly in control. Look for some resistance at the IB low if we can even get there. Now the IB low, we're gonna have to do some charting here as Tesla retraces into $0.75. Let's have a look. So we're gonna maximize this bad boy. And where is that time? Okay, so here is the opening print, right? And so 15.2, possibly, the IB low. Yeah, it's even further. Yeah, what do you see as the IB low? He says IB low 15.060 zoner. So around right here. Around right here. Yeah, we may not even see that level. There's no question about it. I mean, it is a decided down day on the NQ today, no question about it, after being quite positive. And Tesla coming back in to 232 and 2/3. Bit of a support level here, possibly at the $0.50. We're going to have to wait. This is why we were wetting our beak here, because this trade is, no question about it, a counter trend trade. But are we due for a little bit of a pullback? It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles. No, it's 6 on my 5-minute chart. So a healthy 1 red candle on Tesla, not such a bad idea. All the while knowing the trend is against us today and not willing to overstay my welcome. This comes back into 05s. That's it, the end of the trade. No part of this trade will be red for me. No.
Nice. I definitely have to.
One time I was, whatever, I was engaged in some activity and my friend came in, he's like, you know, he's not that great at English. He's like, I'm putting my feet down. I'm like, bro, it's your foot down, bro. Like, get it together, right? It made for a nice little running gag that we always made fun of him about. I'm putting my feet down on this trade, baby. 232.05 will be my out.
Nice. I got a little bit more short there off of that pop. This candle goes green to red on the NQ, and we get a bit of a flush there as well across the board. I'm seeing Apple here as well, kind of tested the top of the range here. And kind of having a bit of a pullback. So let's see if we kind of get that consolidation, kind of a sideways chop that we could potentially get in on here, as it seems like we're going to start to consolidate a little bit here before we kind of either continue the move. The selling is pretty heavy, so like someone said in the chat right there, yeah, this could potentially just be covers, and look for the selling to kind of come back in, because the selling has been so predominant across the day. But again, 12:30, keeping that in mind.
Yes, sir.
The time of the day as well. So yeah, time for consolidations, time for the market to slow down. High probability stuffs, maybe not so much, but yeah, a little bit of cheeky trades. You'll see from me here. But yeah, we cut. We hit the top of the trend there, and then we hit it again when it kind of has a bit of selling into the pop. Can't really make it towards the 133 there. Let's see if the market kind of pulls back in and the selling kind of reestablishes itself here across the board. That's what I'm looking for. Will I get it or not? I have no idea, as it seems like I'm just fighting the trend all day, man. I try to go. I'm going long when the trend is down, and then I'm going short when the trend is up. What am I doing? What am I doing, man? I gotta have the discipline Sharif has to.
Bro, I got garbage discipline. Don't even get me started.
Be like, but you're saying how you're not gonna let it trade against you. You know what I mean?
I have discipline when it comes to food in the gym, not with trading.
But hey, that carries over. Carries over more than you know.
Anyway,
more than you know.
We got some data for you. Since it's midday right now, let's talk some data. Big name stores brace for return of student loans. Now, why does this matter? Because if they're spending money on paying back their loans, that means they won't be spending it in stores. So which stores are most worried about young people's disposable income having to be locked up with student loans? Academy Sports, Foot Locker, Burlington Stores, Ross, TJ Maxx, Dick's Sporting Goods, all the names that we've been talking about lately. But these discretionary retail names, they're worried up the yin-yang. This is a survey, by the way. This isn't data related. This is actually surveying the executives there. Home Goods, Marshalls, Ulta. We don't even know what the hell Ulta is. Costco. Now, this is lower on the list here. So the lower, as you can see, is becoming more staples-based than discretionary-based. Costco, Target, Walmart, Kohl's, Nordstrom, and Macy's. Nordstrom and Macy's probably because, they're a bit on the higher end. They're looking at a different demographic, but definitely the sports names and the, TJ Maxx, like Marshalls and stuff like that, where you don't really need to go there. That one actually surprised me. I figured, if you didn't have as much money to spend on clothing, you'd definitely be hitting up Ross and TJ Maxx and Marshalls because, they are the value discount. Interesting. Dick's Sporting Goods doesn't surprise me at all. Marshalls doesn't surprise me. The fact that Costco, Target, and Walmart on the lower end doesn't surprise me. What does surprise me is that Target is below Costco. Maybe the executives there are they're on something, because Target has been absolutely getting creamed lately because they have way more discretionary products than Walmart, which is focusing heavily on groceries, which are non-discretionary, obviously. Interesting look there. This comes vis-a-vis Yahoo Finance for anybody wanting more data on that. Give them a check, not endorsing them, obviously, but they come out with some good stuff. Okay, here, Tesla back into 233, OB. We're sitting at 233.15s. I'm happy I didn't take any out down there. Here comes the print, and we're spending the money now on this one. Oh, we hit the data. Okay, we're going to let this one run. Taking this Tesla long was a good move. In fact, I should have probably had it earlier from around 231 because we kept talking about it at that time. But Tesla is moving up, no doubt about it.
Nice. Now, talking about retail having earnings. You know what had earnings today, man?
Who?
Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree had earnings. Take a look at this guy right here. A bit of a quadroon.
They missed, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't really miss.
They didn't, eh?
They didn't really miss.
The
but
guide,
I guess maybe the guidance.
Yeah.
There was some problem with the guidance. But regardless, there's a bit of a sell-off here, a bit of selling pressure there, kind of dominant, and we're about to test low of day here on Dollar Tree. You see this wick off this 126. What is it specifically? 126 exactly, and we're pushing right for that here. on Dollar Tree. Now, I did have a couple levels that I was interested in playing Dollar Tree, but they kind of came in the pre-market here. This 135-ish area came in the pre-market. I was like, okay, well, this is the level I kind of want to get involved in potentially, and yeah, it just sells off right off of that level today. But yeah, definitely got eyes on Dollar Tree today. Have you guys been trading Dollar Tree with decent earnings, but down on the day?
Is it liquid though?
Yeah, I think it's decently liquid. Yeah, it averages over $1 million a day at least, and I think today it's done about 5.24 mils. So pretty decently liquid there on Dollar Tree.
All right, we just wet our beak as well through the break of 45 there. Now I'm sitting at 55 on our friend Stressla. We're about to be $1.50 in the money if we can continue to run here. There we go, right back into the local highs. Now we're looking for 234, baby. A bit of a top. I'm looking at my 5-minute chart and I see 234 as a local resistance level. Why, you ask? Nobody asked, but you know, we can pretend. Here it is, Obe. Let's bring in our friend Stressla. The big move down was met with one green candle to the high side, and it could not reclaim 234. It had about 3 attempts from 9:45 till about 9:55, then 10 o'clock bringing the Khwadunk. But 234, an obvious level. You could also say the 50 period. We're right at the 50 period on the 5. You know, intraday, I like the 50 period on the 5. I don't really like using moving averages on the 1, more on the 5 for intraday. But I would submit to you that 234, you know, we get above that, this could be an interesting move right into 237 because there is a bit of a gap. You know, we didn't really stop at anywhere other than 234. It was a big move down from that 238, 239 essentially. You've got 238.98 was the high, and then it was a big move down unabated into 233-ish, 233, yeah, 233, 232 and a half, pardon me, until we found a bit of reprieve and we got back into 234, but couldn't take that. So eyes open here on our friend Stressla as we're definitely dancing with that 233 and a half at the moment, the 50 period on the 5. I've got my profit taker at 55, but we'll have to break through that level first. Definitely encountering some resistance here. We were over 3% in the red. We're now 1.5% in the red, so it has, you know, gotten back a little bit up here. We shall see what happens. What's the chat up to? Woohoo! Let's go NVIDIA, says Big Chungas. Good for you, Big Chungas. What you got over there on NVIDIA? Let's have a look at our friend NVIDIA. This is our friend Mullen. We're going to have to leave our friend Mullen for a moment here, Obe. We're going to go to our friend NVIDIA, which trades on the NQ. And here's the look. Yep, here comes 488. That's a good look for you. I hope that you were long 474.90 because that's where it got. And if you know, if you're long there, you're a dang genius and you should be on the floor here. Yeah, here we go. 488, bit of a top. Let's see if we can get to 490. I mean, NVIDIA is still up on the day, 3 1/3 after, I think it almost went red. Did it go red on the day? NVIDIA at some point? Let me have a look.
I mean, yeah.
No, it didn't. So yesterday's close was 471 and a half. We didn't get that low.
You mean, did it break yesterday's closing price? Is that what you mean by go red? Okay.
Yeah, the close, not the aftermarket.
No, I thought you meant out the open. I was like, dude, NVIDIA's been red all day. Yeah.
No. I always compare it to yesterday. Here we go again. Tesla back into 233 and a half. It is definitely finding resistance here, no question about it. I don't think we've actually crossed, pardon me, the $0.50, but there is a lot of buying at this level. There's no question about it, but we need continuity here. We've seen this problem before at 233 where we had resistance at the whole dollar, to be expected on a day where everything is red. I definitely want to keep my eye on Mullen. Shout out to Lone, because he said he loaded up on puts when we were at the highs, and we are now 6 pennies off the highs. We got it to 94s. Here comes 87s, and we just broke a local low here on our friend Mullen at 88s, printing, what was that, 87? Yeah, almost 87s on the dot. I hope you print, Lone. Possible area of support at around 77, 78 cents.
Very nice, man.
I'm going to go get my protein snacks,
Yeah,
buddy.
go for it. I find myself fighting the trend here again. Yeah, so this is clearly not working out. The trend has kind of changed a little bit on the day. We're retesting that 135 here as we rebroke this 15,000. So I kind of disrespected that key level break across the market, but yeah, the thing is, I'm expecting a bit of consolidation here. Now, if Amazon is going to bid up another 30-40 cents as the NQ consolidates, then yeah, I'm definitely wrong on this trade here. But yeah, this 133 coming in real hot. I do not like that, so I should probably get out of this one pretty soon if this 133 does not, I guess, if it doesn't fail the way I'm looking for it to fail. But yeah, we can take a look across the board there. NVIDIA is looking pretty hot back into this previous consolidation high, right? Previous consolidation high, 490, kind of come back into that 490, and trying to push for that high as well, right? So let's take a look at Microsoft here real quick, if I can pull it up. Yep. Okay. So yeah, a bit of a curl as well on Microsoft as well. Google L was one. I've been looking at Google more frequently as just to give me a little bit of direction, as it does move a little bit slower than the rest of the tickers. And some of these key levels like 130 and 133, 135-ish have been, I guess they came into play today. Again, this 130, wow, that 130 bounce, eh? Yeah, okay, so that's definitely my fault for not realizing that. That 130 was definitely a level of interest over the past couple of weeks, and we literally make the low at 130.10, right? What is this low right here? Low, this candle right here is 130.16, 130.16, yeah, so in and around those areas, 130, can't really get back below, and then we start to bid up $1.40 off of that level. So, you know, that's the thing, man. Like I like to take a look across the board, and back at my desk I have a bunch of charts of all the large caps. So if one of them is making an outlier move, or one of them might be pulling in the direction that the market looks like it's pushing in, I will definitely look to that to respect, and Google is definitely one of those names. Sharif.
Bruh, what is happening here with Tesla? Oh my goodness, this is squeezing. 234. What? We're $2 in the money. I'm never $2 in the money.
Wow. Nice. Good trade, man.
Yeah, man, it's okay. Here we go. Tesla's going, bro. Yeah, Tesla is definitely counter trend. There's no question about this. I will not be convinced otherwise. Something was always up earlier. Man, I really wish I was in this at like 231. We kept seeing the higher lows. I don't know why. You know, I know why, because it was a counter trend trade. And the trend is my friend, Ob.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, there's no do about it. We are headed to the high side on my friend Stressla. Somebody's buying. Maybe Aunt Kathy. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Where's she at,
what has
bro?
she been up to, man?
Where's she at? Oh, I don't have her here. Can you hit the Aunt Kathy if you've got it, Neil? Damn it, I only have this bog guy.
I mean, yeah, hit him up too, bro. Hit him up.
Neil doesn't have Aunt Kathy either. No. There she is.
Yeah, buying Teslas.
Google Aunt Kathy Young. Kathy Wood Young. Google it. What do you have to lose?
Damn.
I'm not talking to you.
That's all
I'm talking
to
the chat. And there it is, OB. We get another fill through the $0.25. Tesla is squeezing, bro. Here comes 234.5. Wow, what a move on Tesla. 235 possibly? What a move. We were down big. Now we're almost less than 1%. Knocking on the door of that 1%. What a good move on Tesla. Definitely recovering better than any other big tech name. No question about that. Tesla's an animal.
Yeah, man. Tesla is definitely going in the direction of the market. Yeah, it's going in the direction of the market here. As I'm still fighting this trend here, this 15-minute looks a little decent. I'm still convinced on the short, but then again, we spoke about this before. The market will stay quote unquote irrational relative to your perspective longer than you can stay solvent. So we're seeing a bit of that happen here. This 133 kind of holding above there. Yeah, Kathy Woods definitely buying up that Tesla move here. Let's take a look at Tesla real quick. Wow, yeah, Tesla is it's got a lot of air to move here. You see this, Sharif? this 235 incoming here. That Tesla has got a lot of air to go. That's what I'm saying. Like
The air up there. Have you watched that movie?
I don't think so. No.
Our friend Shaquille O'Neal, baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's got a lot of space if it's gonna fill that action there out the open. Look at this. It just falls straight down. No real consolidation. Yeah, sure. Looking left, we have some consolidations from yesterday, but yeah, they didn't really come that much into play on the way down there as we fell hard with the market. But yeah, we could easily rebid back up. 50% of the move might have been a little too hard, too fast there on the dump there, and I think you have a good look on the long
there's one
there
with your name on it.
at the 232 long, Sharif banking.
Yeah, man.
Well,
that one of these got your name on it, my bud.
Thank you.
So they're not as good as last time because I used a low sugar syrup because it's summer, bro. We're trying to lean out, right?
Thanks, man.
And yeah, absolutely. But eat it quickly because these ones they don't hang too well outside of the fridge, Ob. But yeah, 234. Where did we get up to there? We got to 234.44. We're now back into that 234 area, but this is not an area to sell. In fact, I'm still holding half the position. Okay, so we're waiting on this bad boy. As I don't want to say the market's trend is changing. Where are we here on the future? Oh, let's go have a look at the N. Well, the NQ is definitely retracing, but definitely not out of the woods. No question about it. We've done a nice move back. You know, we were down into 14,940. We're now into 15,020. But we have a few red candles here showing up. I don't know. Who's speaking? Anybody speaking? Any Fed speaking?
Jackson
Let's
Hole's
have a
going
look.
on, right?
Yeah. But Brendo sent out the in the morning watch list, the exact
Timings for the speakers.
yeah. So let's talk a little bit about that. At 11 o'clock, which we're obviously past. Here we go. I'm looking here. 11:15 was Fed Collins. I'm sure they're done. 11:30, we had the 4-week bill auction, as well as the 11:30 was both. 3 p.m. we have the 30-year TPS high yield. We have two at 3 p.m., but we're still obviously a ways away from that. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, to be honest with you, here I'm going to check my other app, make sure that we're all kosher there. 1 second. Where are we at here? Yep. The list that Brendo sent in the morning is accurate. It's good to go, and it jives with this one. The next, actually, we have something at 1 o'clock. The 30-year TIPS actually comes at 1 o'clock, which is 13 minutes from now. So be on the lookout here. 1 o'clock, I mean, it's only got one bull out of 3 in importance. That's what that is. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Everything moving back up here. The NQ's moving. Tesla's still above 234. Going to wait on this one to see if we can continue to get prints. We're back into 234.25. Can we see 235 here on Tesla? Let me go back to my big tech chart. We talked about 234 definitely being that resistance level. Looks like we're a little bit above it now. Maybe at 235. Here we go, 234.25 again to the high side. Got to 44s last time, looking for that newer high.
Yeah, I'm still. I guess I'm watching this 15-minute on Amazon. We're kind of teetering in and around that level. This is some grinding strength here. You know what? There's something I'm missing.
What?
Well, one, a stop. Two, two, I haven't been looking at the VIX. So I remember I was like, VIX in and around 15. Let's see how it kind of interacts with that, and we're getting that kind of grind back down off of these highs on the VIX. So that's definitely something I'm keeping in mind there. This grind is pretty interesting here, very peculiar, very tight trending grind here. And again, I find myself kind of countering that piece, but little too hard, too fast in my opinion. Sure, I should have stopped out right there, but this strength I think has got to pull back a little bit. But again, I could be wrong, right? If this kind of bids up and starts to continue, and on the NQ, if we start to push this 1550 and we hold above this 15, that's what we were looking at, right? 15. I got to keep reminding myself. 15 was an over/under, and then yeah, if I had respected that 15 over/under and got long when we held and broke that 15, I would have been taking longs instead of these shorts here in around this 132.60. But yeah, no real relief on this grind back up. Let's take a look at the NQ on the 3-minute as well. So I usually watch it on the 15 to clear up a lot of the noise, right? But yeah, we can see that it was pretty strong into since what is this right here? This consolidation in and around 11 o'clock, right? Right at 11, we start catching a bid, and yeah, for a whole hour. Pretty much from 11, it's almost. I guess no. Sorry, this is the time is a little bit behind on this one because they are futures, so minus 1 hour, right? So this when I say 11 here, so it's around 12 is what I mean, and for about 50 minutes we've been grinding back up for 50 minutes. So the hourly candle is what I'll be interested in now. So let's see what the hourly says right here. So yeah, for 3 hours we've been kind of selling off, and then this is the first hour candle that kind of we bid back up almost about 100 points from that 49.50 pushing into that 15.50 area here. As how much time is left for this hour candle? I think about 10 minutes, right? Yeah, about 10 minutes left on this hour candle. Let's see if we get a little bit of a wick off the top on that candle there. So that's what I'm looking at here.
All right, guys, keeping my eye on Tesla and the future. There's really not much for me to do. I'm not going to jump into anything at the moment other than the position I'm already in, but I'm looking at NVIDIA, you know, just to see if it's going to be a market catalyst, whether higher or lower. And it looks like we definitely found a bit of a top here, OB, at 489.5, and we are moving back quickly. 486 now, looking to get breached on NVIDIA as it retraces. Is the future retracing? A little bit. I mean, we haven't made a newer low. We got to really break this 15.017, but we're right there. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Yeah, Tesla's also breaking below 234, so a bit moved down in the market. Maybe this is as good as it's going to get on the day for the bulls. I'm not trying to update.
Yeah, man,
these
we
charts
got a whole
are
hour
absolutely
worth of bidding, right?
crap. Oh my God, I really want to yell at these people. Like, look at the chart on NVIDIA. I want to show you guys. Look at this. Look what it's showing me on NVIDIA. Absolute trash. That's it. I'm loading up trade ideas. Probably should have trade ideas up because Michael Moss is here. Probably upset that I'm not using it. Here we go.
Maybe, just maybe, you know.
Right. Anyway, here's trade idea. Shout out to the NOS boss is in the house. He's at the big desk with Brendo, and they're talking. And we always love having the NOS boss here because he is one of the main guys, man.
Yeah.
He knows a lot of big-time chartered market technicians. You guys know the NOS boss from the Monday and the Friday segments at 8:45. Always talking levels, always talking strategy, and now we got him in-house, baby. Dan Emmons, NQ remains under the 15.060 IB low. Couldn't agree more, and that's why we're talking about this big boy retracement. John Del Segno, I hope I didn't butcher your name. Take a look at gradually larger oscillations crescendo on the 5-day for the SPY.
Crescendo.
Crescendo.
What is that? That's,
well, we're going to have a look. We're going to look.
I'm not
You want
familiar with
the SPY on the daily. Let's pull that up. Let's see what kind of crescendos we got here, Ob. Let's pull up the daily. Yeah, it's a series of higher highs and higher lows. We've been talking about that. We know how the SPY has been doing the entire year. I mean, nothing new. I don't usually chart on the SPY. I chart the SPX. That's what I like. It's the one that I'm most familiar with charting. We can look at that. I have all my levels for that on the SPX. Let's bring that in. Oh, I got to bring it in from over here. 1 second. Here we go. Indexes. The SPS index. Okay. So here's what I see. This was the March high that we made, March 2022, pardon me, that we made on the bounce back from the initiation of the war. Now, we know that the war caused this big drop down. I'm talking about the Ukraine war. And then for whatever reason, we got bought back up. We didn't obviously make higher highs. And so the level that I've got my eye on and that I've had my eye on for a while is essentially the level that we rejected off, 4,600, right? We broke it ever so briefly here, 46.37 on March 29th, but essentially these are two of the same levels. So we did find resistance for the first time on or move up on the year at that level. Like prior to that, look, the other high that we made, the August highs before Papa Powell tanked the market during Jackson Hole was at 4,300. We broke 4,300, made a series of higher highs and higher lows, but now we have found resistance, no question about it, at 4,600, but we still are in an uptrend, right? So this could be a healthy pullback, and Max and I were talking about this candle here being an interesting reversal candle, but let's not put too much stock into one candle. Let's look for the bigger picture. For the trend to continue on the year, we definitely need a 4,600 break and hold, right? We got to it on July 27th, but we definitely didn't close above it, and we didn't stay above it for any length of time. You know, depending on what rules and technical analysis you use, some people talk about the 3% rule of away from a certain key level. Some people talk about the 3-day rule, having to close above it for 3 consecutive days. Whatever rule you use, let me look back on the daily here. Whatever rule you use, make sure you just use it consistently. And as I talk about that, Obi, we are moving down here on Tesla. I'm going to let this one come back right into my entry because I've taken out the majority of it. There's not much here. If we can hold here, fantastic. But if that's it, if that's as good as it gets on the day for some of these longs, so be it. I'm not upset. We did well in this trade.
Yeah, it seems like that selling is kind of coming in pretty hot back in. Look at this ES 50. I got these 15-minute candles up here. So we have kind of like this 3-bar formation off the bounce. You have some strength, a little bit of doji, and then the next leg. And then look at this right here. You wipe the whole leg here with how much time is left on the 15 there? Bing bang, 3 minutes 40 seconds. So with about 3 minutes 40 seconds left to print the 15, we are kind of wiping the previous 15 as well. So let's see if we hold. What is this price right here? This 14,414. So yeah, just roughly that area here. Let's see if we kind of hold that price. I see Nvidia as well is pulling back, right? Nvidia as well is pulling back off of that previous level. We talked about this a few minutes ago. It's pushing for these highs near that 490, and then you come in, you can't even get to 490. You get to 89.55. What's the high of that? 89.50. So you get to 89.50, about half a point away from that high, and kind of get a little bit of a pullback here on the markets. So let's see if we can kind of see. We're back on that 15, right? On the NQ as well, we're back on the 15. Let's see what we do with this 15. Now, here, yeah, fought the trend a little bit, managed it a little bit, but yeah, sizing, right? If I had kind of incrementally increased the sizing into this selling, then we would have been sitting a little bit prettier on this move as a real selling kind of comes in here, right? This 133.25 kind of you can't even make it past the quarter. You have lower highs on the day, right? Right? Trend is my friend. Trend is my friend. I'm not only using the MAs because I know other players are as well, but overall, trend is my friend here today, and we are being a little bit forgiven on that. So we talked about this earlier, whereas like I'm realizing every time I fight the overall trend, right, it's much less forgiving. But if I'm with the trend and I am kind of like holding against it even for a little bit, the overall trend, maybe on the day, on the week, we've been seeing some heavy selling over the past couple of, past week or so, maybe past couple of weeks as well. Right? So, I don't know. You see that kind of, the sellers are kind of coming back in. Let's see what we do with this 15. We could very well just bounce off that 15 and make a higher low here on Amazon, right? But I'm watching Nvidia, right? I'm watching Nvidia as well for that play. Nvidia tomorrow will definitely be on my plate as some of these levels are being defined today, and we could have potential plays off of these levels tomorrow.
What is that golf thing called?
The boys having a blast on the putting mat.
What is that called, though, the golf game that they play?
What do you mean?
It has a specific name.
Clutch putts.
Clutch putts.
Clutch putts.
It, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Greg for setting that up. We miss you, man.
Yeah, we miss Greg big time.
Clutch putts, definitely a good way to take your mind off and kind of take a break during the day. We got a little putting mat over there.
Tell
and,
them what else we
have
got.
competition.
We got a PS4. We got a TV in the green room.
On some days you'll see
You
me there.
play, yeah.
You know, just training on Rocket League a little bit. You know, maybe not playing games because maybe that requires a little bit more mental energy, but definitely in training, practicing shots, taking reps, taking mind off, kind of zoning out while zoning in.
Hey, there you go. Yeah. Take your mind off the trading and focus on something else. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great place to work, man. We have we get free breakfast, lunch, catered. We have coffee, all the teas, all the coffees you can think of. The machine that we got. You know how much I paid for that new machine back there?
You paid for it?
No, you know how they paid for it.
Okay, I misheard.
12 grand they paid on that machine, bro. Yeah, it's
that thing's gonna make the coffee and bring it to me?
Better for that price. Sadly,
12
it
G's,
doesn't.
bro.
Yeah.
You better be riding that thing home at the end of the day. You know?
No.
It's like the price of a nice motorcycle. You know, my Ninja costs a bit less.
Exactly. No, sadly, it doesn't do that.
No.
But the fact of the matter is, it's an awesome place to work. And I don't know if the guys there have the campus, the headline thing. I don't know if Ramin can hit that. But yeah, if you guys are in the Toronto area, make sure to check out the Day Trade the World campus program. Neil alluded to that earlier. And yeah, it is one hell of a place to work. All right, looks for the moment that we are finding a little bit of buying coming in at this 233 area. I think we got down as low as 232 and a third on Tesla on this move back down. I've got a trend line on the side here that may or may not mean anything, but the point of the matter is I'm not letting this break 05s. If it comes back into my entry, that is the end of the trade, but that is 3 5-minute candles right now that are red on my chart. So it looks like we're giving up the ghost, and this may be, for now, as good as it's going to get for the longs. And here we come, OBS, slowly as it took us to get to that crest as quickly as we are coming back down. Man, selling is almost so much more violent than buying, man. My goodness, as
I
people
love it. That's why I love the short.
Yeah,
I got to stay a little unbiased, but I love the short.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, you got to maintain some objectivity. But for now, we're we haven't triggered my entry yet, so I'm not exiting this position. And thankfully, we were able to get a substantial amount up there at the top, which was the right move, in my opinion. It's always one of those ones where you're really unsure. I mean, should I hold, right? Because then if it pops up a couple of more dollars, you end up lamenting not having held more. And it's always that you're always angry as a trader. And that's kind of like the thing, right?
That's my secret. I'm always angry.
You're always angry. Like you didn't get the bottoms, you didn't get the tops, you didn't buy enough. You know, there's always something you're upset about. So here we go. Let's see.
You got to get over that tilt, though. That's the thing.
For sure.
Like we're human at the end of the day. We experience emotions, but like the difference is made when you can get over that emotion, right? You can kind of put that aside and be like, okay, what's the next trade?
Yeah, you have to be an absolute sociopath.
That was a bad trade. I bag held. I didn't have a stop in. Whatever. Boom. What's the next trade?
Yeah.
Right, and that trade and having the
short-term memory like that. Yeah.
Having the mental aptitude to really be there for that and take the next trade as a different trade.
Yes.
Right? Just as you took that previous one. Maybe not making the same mistakes as you did on that previous one, but taking that again. And that is obviously a little bit of a struggle, right?
Of course.
There are times where I'm like, well, yeah, that was a sick trade.
Mm-hmm.
That was an amazing trade. I should have been there for that. I chase it, and then I get even more tilted. And then sometimes you let that affect your next trade, which is obviously something that we all need to work on as traders. It's just, part that human element, right? You got to kind of get that out of there. That's not how money's made.
Spitting facts. Okay, here we go. Retracing back into Tesla. This might be the end of the trade real soon here. 232 and a quarter. Showing up 232 on the ask, 232 and a quarter. We tried to bounce back valiantly, but the buyers are just not there, not at the moment. So we're moving back down into my trend line. If we come into 05s, that is the end of the trade. And then we're going to look for the, as you guessed it, Obi said it, the next best trade after that. Whether that's a short or some other stock, we'll have to wait and see. But I am keeping my eye on this stock. I don't actually have a stop in place. I will use my flatten key. Because whatever. Yeah, let's see what we get here. If we get a bounce back up, fantastic. Otherwise, that's the end of the trade. Let's see what else is going on. I don't want to take my eyes off the trade because of the stock, because it could flush against me real quick. Let me look at ELIQ real quick here. This one we're negative on. Sadly, we tried to take this one long a couple of times, didn't work out, but it's doing that hug of VWAP, so that is not interesting to me at all. If it breaks above that 3.25, I think it might be good. I'm looking at ELIQ in case you want to follow along. We're at 3 right now. We've obviously had resistance at 3.25, going back several times, so maybe a break above there should be interesting. I used to have a trade called the VWAP hold high of daybreak, and it was usually like one of these small cap gappers that was moving up big and then slowed down during the midday period, but held the VWAP area. It didn't have to really hold it strictly from the top side, but the general area of VWAP, and then usually with the more liquid time of day, it holds VWAP, then it makes a new high. I think Max had a play like that yesterday, similar to that. I think with Foot Locker, actually, he did that with, even though it was so down. It's kind of like the opposite way. But anyway, we'll see if we get a bounce here first on Tesla before we start looking for other trades. We're definitely still hanging on a bit of support level here, coming in that 232.5, 232.3, but we're not printing any new high candles, even on the 1-minute chart, let alone the 5. So definitely still worried about this one heading south. Again, I don't keep repeating myself, but I'm not going to let it go against me.
Yeah, it took all that while. Not the best execution there. Kind of fought the trend, but kind of came back in the money here. But here, looking back at it, right? Right here, we kind of broke that interim trend, started to bid up right here, and I took that first short. So kind of reviewing that, we broke trend here, right? And then we kind of start bidding up. Why am I shorting here? Why am I shorting right away when that happens, right? I should be getting out of because the trend has changed. I should be getting out of the shorts and starting to think long a little bit, right? And then for the whole hour, we bid up off of that trend break, and then now the real short comes in off of this 133.25 area, and I'm only sitting there with not that much. I guess not enough size to properly manage that position, the bad position, and kind of work out of it, right? But yeah, seeing as we're kind of back to break even, the market is rarely forgiving, and right now I have been forgiven. Yeah. So I am thinking of getting out of this position and kind of reassessing very soon here. If this is the if this is the lower high that we were talking about, right? If this is the lower high and this 15 kind of sustains and we stay above this low of day, right? I'm just looking at low of day on the NQs, right? I got NVIDIA on watch as well. NVIDIA kind of holding as well. Let's check out Softy. Softy is right there. That 321. We talked about that 321 being key. Look at where it comes into today, right? 335's triple top in the pre-market, and then quadunk all the way down to 321. Key support level from a few days ago. So let's see what we do as we're teetering in and around roughly what? This is definitely less than. This is definitely less than 20% of this full move, and we're kind of consolidating in this lower end here for now. So I got that in on watch as well. Google, I want to keep that in mind. So Google, what did we bounce off of? Still that 30-10 area, right? That 30-10 bounce on Google. NVIDIA, our friend NVIDIA as well, pushing 185. I like that price as well. 185. I liked in the morning, and we are kind of coming back and consolidating between some of those levels that I'm interested in. Again, overall, the hourly, is it the hourly trend? Yeah, I guess it's the hourly trend. If you want to call it that, we are sustaining above that hourly trend here on the NVIDIA. So some decent volume confirmation as well off of these bottoms, right? There was buyers off of this level, come back in. There's buyers off of this level as well. So if price can kind of come back down here, this consolidation might be a bit of a fugazi, and we kind of consolidate, drop back in, and hold this hourly trend on NVIDIA, we might get that pop back into 500. But I'll be watching that. Again, you guys have that chart. You guys have the line on the charts. Don't really mean too much. But yeah, when things start confluencing with some of those lines, well then, damn.
Obi, have you ever sold anything on Facebook Marketplace?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever gotten one of those messages, is it still available?
Yeah.
People that send that message should be jailed. Like, I would not have it on there if it was not available. And it's like one of those automatic messages.
Yeah,
It's like,
it'll cue it in for you, Facebook will.
infuriating. Like, I love Facebook Marketplace to sell stuff, but they should really take off that dang, is it hi, is it available? Yes, it is available. Okay, what happened?
Sharif not only
Drives
gets
me
tilted on
crazy.
these markets, Sharif's also getting tilted on
Because
Facebook markets.
I've got like a couple of car. I got, huh? It is. If you sell stuff, you don't know how it is.
Here's the thing. Sometimes you message somebody and they'll be like, "Oh, it's already gone."
Bro.
Right? So it's
it's like window shopping. Somebody says, "Is it available?" You know what? Someone actually did a video of that on TikTok where he went around to stores and he's like, "Hi, I like this shirt. Is it available?" And the cashier's like, yeah, it's right here.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't put it back.
Yeah.
And then he left the store. It was a perfect example of how ridiculous that message is. Anybody who sold anything on Facebook Marketplace knows exactly what I'm talking about. It is so annoying. If it was gone, it wouldn't be on there. Yes, can I kick the tires? Anyway, Sharif, not all sellers are good quality like you, bro. Let me vet, man. But anyway, back to the price action here, because I just got that right now. I'm trying to sell my old car's winter floor mats and put everybody responding. Is it available? Yes, bro, it's available. And even if you put a little line in the description there, it is available. They don't care. They don't care.
Because people don't read, man. Bro. Attention to detail. It's lacking among the masses. I don't know.
Anyway, right back into 233, but you know, I think this just might be a dead cat bounce, as Neil likes to say, unless I see further evidence of a 233 claim here. We'll have to wait and see. This is why I didn't want to get out. The stop is in now, guys. There's an automatic stop. I'm not going to use the flatten key to get out here. So if it does break below 232.05, that is the end of the trade. But I'm hoping for a little bit of a balance, you know, because we're still holding some sharage here and we want to print more. The fact is we're greedy. No, I'm kidding. We are greedy. No, we're not. But yeah, I want to see a 233 reclaim here, Obe, and then possibly above that 233 and a third, see what we can get. Comp SRX, Sharif, you sound like me. Yeah, Meta is Meta available to buy. Yeah, it is available. Just punch in right now. What is Meta at? $290 it'll cost you per share. Just Do It says it's FOMO as well on buy and sell like trading. Yeah, I know. People are just walking around there. Sharif, are your old car mats still available? Darwin, I'm going to block you. No, I'm kidding. You're a good friend of the shows and an avid participant in the chat. What else is people talking about here? Kijiji be the same, says AK. And for my American friends who don't know what Kijiji is, it is basically like the Craigslist of Canada. Kind of dead a little bit, though, because Facebook Marketplace took over a little bit. All right, right back down we go on our friend Tesla. We couldn't take that 233. It's coming right back down into that 232 and a half. Again, 232 and 2/3. If we make a newer low through the bottom end of this trough over here, that's going to come vis-a-vis a 232 and a quarter break, depending on whether you want to use the wick as your low or the closing print. If you're going to use a closing print, is definitely a third. If you definitely use the wick, it is the quarter. Who did you call? Aunt Kathy? She called. Aunt Kathy's on the phone again. We love her. Yeah, well, there you go. Katina Man is sitting back of the desk and he's talking about the Palantir. But here, I love how they can do that. Oh, that's why you're looking all fresh. Okay, that's where you went on lunch. What was I going to say? Aunt Kathy still has Zoom as number 4 in her portfolio right now. Can you believe that? Aunt Kathy really believes in that company.
Are people using Zoom still?
So here's the thing. I listened to the Compound, the podcast. I've talked to you about this before. And apparently, for big enterprise companies, if you're going to have like 30, 50 plus individuals, it's got to be Zoom. Google Meets doesn't cut it, or whatever, Google, or whatever it's called. What is it called? Teams? Microsoft Teams, Google Meet, right?
Google Chat?
No.
No.
Guys, help me out.
I don't know.
It's Microsoft Teams?
Microsoft Teams, yes.
Yes, okay, so it's Teams. Yeah. So apparently, Zoom better for enterprise and having like anything from like, say, 25, 30, 50 people. It's supposed to be better. All anecdotal for me. I don't really use it. We use Google here. We did, right? We're using Discord now.
GChat, yeah. GChat, Discord.
So
you know,
I got Ramin in my ear.
decent
She's like
means of
saying we use Zoom for every interview ever. So that's how we do it here, baby. Shout out to the Trader TV. There she is again. There she is again. We got to put the young Kathy Wood in there.
I like that one.
You like that one? Oh, the Katina man doesn't want to change it, so I guess we're not going to do it. But there we go. We're still dancing here with 232 3/4 though.
Nice, yeah.
He's going to be on the mic tomorrow. Papa Powell will be speaking tomorrow, 10 a.m.
10 a.m., yeah.
Get ready for the biggest short we have ever seen.
Papa Powell brings in the reversions, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's the reversion man.
Yeah,
you know?
we should call
There's
him
the
the reversion
spoofy man,
man.
and then there's the reversion man. And
That's
Papa
spoof-
Powell
I forgot
definitely
about the spoofy
is the
man.
latter. Spoofy
forgot
man,
about the spoofy
haven't
man.
really seen the spoofy man today. Yeah, no, always on the lookout for the spoofy man,
Yes,
as
sir.
the spoofy man providing us with opportunities on the tape.
Spoofy man can do whatever a spoof can. Spoofy man.
I like it.
All right, go ahead, Obi.
I mean, sometimes he saves the day, but sometimes don't get lost in the sauce when the spoof is spoofing.
Okay.
Right? I don't know what that means. Sometimes I just say
all good.
things. But yeah, no, definitely unusual size on the tape is definitely something that we can capitalize on with limited risk, right? So that's something we're learning over time here, and those opportunities obviously don't come as clean as they do sometimes always. So
Yes, sir.
you know, but like the thing is being prepared for when they do. Sometimes it's a few seconds. Sometimes the spoofy man is there for like a fraction of a second. You got to catch that, right? And sometimes they show up, and it's funny. Sometimes the size shows up, right? And then when the price kind of gets close, it disappears.
Yeah.
But then the price actually trades to that level,
here
and
we
that
go.
level is like it's iced. You know, it's like there's an iceberg sitting at that level.
Okay, I
and
got to
was
look
like,
at
oh,
Tesla
damn.
here, because we are
Yes, sir.
moving back down. We just broke
The trend is
below.
our friend.
Yeah, you're clearly accurate on that, because we just made a new low here, guys. Here is the crest, the bottom area of this last crest, and you know we tried to break 233, and then we rejected off 233 again. But dang, you brought up the spoofy man, and it's spoofing me out here. But for now, we're holding. But I've got my stop in place, 232.05. We're not going to let this one go against us. Jeez, man, there's a lot of bamboozlement on this name, but we're definitely having trouble breaking through 233. There's no question about that. I thought we were definitely going to trigger there, Obi, and I'm sorry to interrupt you because I thought we were literally going to trigger there. But it looks like we're getting bought right back up, back into 75 as we go. And I'll let you kind of finish your thought. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, no worries, man. Anytime the market's moving, like I interrupt you all the time as well, man. Like, that's what we're here to trade. And if there's something happening in terms of price action, we got to call it out. It's almost in our nature. So you know. But yeah, watching this lower high forming on Nvidia as well. You kind of try to push this consolidation high. You can't really push. You kind of come back in, consolidate. And then maybe not consolidate for too long. You kind of wick on the 5-minute, push back up. You can't really make it back up to that high. So keeping that in mind, watching that as a little bit of a quadunk happening on the market. This 15, this wave of sells coming in off that 15 as well. Let's see if we can break low a day here on the NQ and ES and really start pushing. Are we going to get a 500-point day on the NQ today? This is ridiculous. Right, 15 in the morning. The plan was play the range break of 15.4 to 15.3. Get long above, get short below. Oh damn! I got paper hands on that idea. Definitely paper hands on that idea. And then you get a little tilted. You start going the other way. I'm like, oh, get a little cheeky. Maybe this is the bounce. Maybe that's the bounce.
Well, why don't you go on your happy place right now? So you do a lot of fishing. You and I talk a lot about that. How's the fishing been lately?
I haven't gone in a couple weeks, but yeah, it's been decent. It's been decent. I was talking to Randy just yesterday. I think he was saying I forget where he said he went fishing over the past weekend.
Right.
On that boat that he renovated.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I didn't even know Randy had a boat.
He put in some work. It's beautiful, beautiful
man.
boat. But yeah, he showed me a picture of all the fish that he caught.
Really?
Apparently it's hot, and I'm like, yeah, this weekend I definitely got to get some fishing in.
Have you ever caught sturgeon?
No.
Yeah,
I think he showed me a picture. There's a couple sturgeon that he caught, but yeah.
So
really,
I was
really
actually watching a documentary about the Great Lakes because I love what we have in nature here in Ontario. We're really blessed to have a lot of freshwater lakes. We have lakes up to you know what, right?
The world's best lakes.
By far.
We got them.
And I was watching. They basically, in the recent past, about 100 years, they decimated the sturgeon population, which basically ruled the Great Lakes. And they can become gigantic, these sturgeon, like 3 meters long if they're left. They live over 100 years.
They're kind of like crocodiles.
Yeah, they live over 100 years, and they continually add. Now, they were actually caught to use their body for oil because they have oily, I guess their bodies are more oily.
The skin secretes some sort of oil, right?
And they were actually used for heating and stuff like that, which is kind of infuriating if you think about that. I mean, you shouldn't be using animals for oil. You should be using it for sustenance.
Let me tell you about whale oil and how long we've been using that and how over time, right? Like it's a double-edged sword. Like it gets us places, but like when we overdo it and we kind of mess with the ecosystem, it's like.
And so now there's like a very active program north and south of the border to really introduce and bring their numbers up again. And apparently, then there's invasive species that have really hurt their habitat that come in on a lot of the ships that come in on the St. Lawrence Seaway that find their way into the Great Lakes. But there's like a really aggressive program because they need rivers to spawn, right? They don't spawn in the actual lake, so they have to, they have to kind of rebuild their habitat because a lot of what happened was these rivers were artificially lowered because they made dams for hydroelectric power, and if the water is too low, they can't spawn properly. It has to be a certain. Make a long story short, they're really trying to fix the habitat right now for them so that they can kind of get their numbers back up. It depends really who you talk to. The program's been quite successful. So that's why I was like asking you if you caught sturgeon. So apparently if you catch a female sturgeon, you're supposed to look to see if she is pregnant. Just press her stomach, and usually the eggs come out, and then you've got to throw her right back in there. So I think it's actually illegal to catch her if she is pregnant. I'm not even sure what the whole thing there is, but yeah, it was sad, but very educational because I like to know about my habitat. I like to know where I live, and I'm so proud to kind of have all these resources at our disposal, like especially being from Egypt where water is very scarce, despite the fact that we have the Nile, right? Yeah. It is really like, it's a great
it wasn't
pride.
like that a few thousand years ago.
Absolutely not.
Right? That whole desert was a lush, kind of like a forest.
It was because
and there's evidence of that
yes,
as well.
Of course, absolutely.
Seashells. You have mammoth graveyards.
Yes, yeah,
right?
bang on, bro.
It's like there's definitely a lot of history there, and it kind of goes to show when the ecosystem kind of runs away and you lose all that greenery, what can potentially happen. And like every place is in like this thousands of year cycle.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Thousands of year cycle. So like, for example, the Amazon.
Yeah.
Amazon.
Don't even get into that now.
We're finding through satellite imagery now that there were civilizations and cities that
didn't even know about us.
That we didn't even know about.
We didn't know about them. They didn't know about us. I heard about that.
The forest grew over. Hundreds of years, thousands of years have passed, and now through satellite imagery, we're discovering like there are bases for buildings here, it's just been overrun by forests.
That
so
is
like
nuts,
these are civilizations we potentially didn't even know about. It's crazy.
It reminds me of like those deserted islands in the South Pacific that had Japanese soldiers stuck on them, and then like people came to inhabit them, and they thought the war was still going on. And they were like attacking them and stuff. I don't mean to laugh about that, but it's interesting. All right, 270 here on Tesla.
Is this National Geographic?
The Katina man's tired. All right.
Did you hear that?
What?
It's like Quicksilver asking, is this National Geographic?
I know. Renata's like making fun of me. She's like, National Geographic with Sharif. Hey, we're in a position, man. We were in a good position. We're still like 75 pennies in the money. It didn't break our level yet. It's held VWAP. Possibly even here a double bottom, a local double bottom. If we can take 233 with any vigor, that'll be breaking of the neckline of the W. I would love that if we can start retracing to the high side, but I don't want to count my blessings too early here as we have been very close to getting stopped out on multiple occasions. I will not be taking any out here. This is either we move up or I get stopped out, and that's the bottom line. Now, we also have a series of lower highs and a flat bottom. What does that usually mean? It usually means a flat bottom break, okay?
Yep.
But because I was able to delever a lot on the top wick so far, Ob, we're gonna hold on to the rest of this. Maybe here we go a little bit wonko, and wonko, that's a new one. And break that 233 and stay above 233. That's really what I'm focusing on. If we can get above 233 and close above there, that will be an interesting trade. Otherwise, 22.05 is mine.
Yeah, I want to take a look at Dollar Tree as well. DLTR, let me pull that up. Has it broken that low yet? It's still teetering right there, right? So like, what are we waiting for? You know what? I might just pull that up right there. Give me 1 second. That trades on the NASDAQ, not the NYSE. All right, so as I say that, we literally break that low here on Dollar Tree. Let me pull up the tape here so you guys can see as well. Yeah, we're breaking that low, that 126 low as we speak here on Dollar Tree. Let's see if we're gonna get a little bit of that continuation there on the sell side. I might be a little late to the party. It's funny that I pull it up and as soon as I pull it up, we crack that level. It doesn't even give me a second chance to kind of push my order in that. So I knew it was teetering before. I knew we were selling off heavy, and now as the market kind of comes back in, the ES and the NQ kind of push back towards their day low. I definitely want to see that dollar break, and that 126 came in real hot, about 50 pennies right away on that. So yeah, decent look there. I guess I pulled it up a fraction of a second too late. But yeah, what other things are breaking their lows today? I think there were a couple names that had earnings today. I think a couple of banks, right? TD and RY both had earnings today, so let's see how they're doing. TD, I like the 60 area, so yeah, it's still holding 60. RY, I liked that 90 price, so let's see what that's doing. Oh, it's still at the 90, huh? Interesting. Okay, haven't really gone too far off of those prices that I find interesting. But yeah, let's see what maybe a day two, right? That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, here we go. I'm gonna get stopped
as well.
out.
Go for it. What are you looking at?
Very close. Well, my Tesla trade. Here we go. If we get hit 05s, that's the end of the trade. 232. Yeah, looks like a flat bottom break coming in any time here. The bid still a little above 232. If it crosses, that will be the end of it. I'm seeing it at 10s. It's tightening up a little bit now, but yeah, a series of lower highs on this name, and we didn't really necessarily have lower lows. Now we do, and that is the end of the trade there as we cross to the downside. Still a good trade all in all. Counter trend trade, bit of a head and shoulders pattern here. Looking obviously, definitely on the 1 minute chart, you got to suspect it a little bit more. But let's see what the future's doing. Yeah, future coming right back down. Good as we could get was 15,039 on that big move up. But right back down we go below 15,000 at 14.9 3/4 at the moment. Yeah, maybe should have taken everything all the way up here and then gotten short. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But still a good trade nonetheless. We'll watch this one, see what it does. But it was definitely stronger than the bunch on the day. So I'm not too eager to want to short this. If I do, it'll have to be something that was a lot weaker on the day. Let's bring in the side charts to see what's up. What's near lows? Meta had kind of the same move that Tesla had, but just on a shorter time frame. It kind of got started a little bit later, got into that 291 and change. Pardon me. And now it's kind of trying to do that hold of 290. We'll see how long that lasts for. Apple looking real weak on the day, very much near lows at the moment. Likewise with Microsoft, and Ob is involved in the Amazon short as well. Shout out to him. He's a few pennies in the money, it looks like here. Don't mind this NVIDIA chart. It's obviously not accurate at the moment. For some reason, it's frozen. I guess maybe there's a lot of demand on the chart, and therefore it's acting up, it looks like here. Move these bad boys up, out of the way. Yeah, so looks like Tesla might be giving up the ghost here. Let's see what some of these small caps are doing. We were talking about ELIQ earlier, and there is the bamboozlement. I need to show you guys this. ELIQ, we talked about it breaking through 3 1/4. ELIQ's on the NYSE, okay? Oops. ELIQ. It's on New York. Why isn't it? Oh, wrong one. There we go. So let me show you the 5 minute chart here because that's where you can see it a little bit better. Talked about this being the quarter dollar being the high, and then you get right into the quarter dollar on the second time, and then Huadunk City, here we go. This was the quarter dollar that we had trouble breaking through, and there's a 1 5-minute candle. You break through it, and then all the shorts come in. But now, is this a buy off 3? Because usually the first attempt at that level is always met with some sort of bamboozlement. And it's the second and third that usually you get a little bit of maybe another test on. You like to see the fact that there were enough buyers to push it back up there, but it's a bit of a risky trade. I haven't traded it well on the day, so I don't really want to, keep taking, bad shots here at this. Yeah, that's a better look there. Here you go. See, the quarter dollar was definitely resistance, and you don't get bamboozlement, but then you get it here. But now we're at that 3. We're at view up. This might be interesting. You know what? Let's wet our beak, Obi. We're going to wet our beak a little bit. Nothing too huge. Let's go ahead with that. Where are we at here? Okay, we're going to go long here, and yeah, we're going to see. I'm not going to give this much room. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to give it much room at all. I'm going to give it to about 90. So it's about 13 pennies or so, but I'm looking for a hold of 3 and view up, especially since we just rejected right there. And you see this over and over and over on these small cap gappers, where there is the initial breakthrough, a local resistance level, and then there's the flush. And then I don't want to say every time, but oftentimes you have a retesting of that level successfully. So we'll see. Where do we get long? We got long O2s. We just got some 10 prints there. So let's see what we do on this one.
Yeah, I just laughing at this joke, and Anita Stong saying, "Wonder if Obi found any cities when trading Amazon." That's funny.
Why?
Not any cities, but learning a lot about trading beta and price action. I guess that's what I've found. I guess trading Amazon. But
Gotcha.
yeah, gotta. It's soon time to migrate off of kind of maining this name here. I think we've. Yeah, it's like main focus.
Oh,
it's
got
like a.
I like it. I like it.
So, yeah, getting off maining this name a little bit, and again, today's a great example of why, right? If I'm trading using some of these market levels, like bigger market levels, there are definitely other names which will, I guess, pay more handsomely when it comes to following the beta, right? Yeah, definitely keeping that in mind as well. Right, we talked about that 15-3 break being pretty nice, that morning consolidation break, and then there was a lot of shorts to be had, and I was able to catch a couple points off of that on Amazon, but other places would have given you a lot more than just a couple of points. So off the same move, on the momentum, you're playing the market move, right? So.
Absolutely. All right, we're long this ELIQ off VWAP and off 3. I've got a couple of profit takers here because old man hands can't hang. And I may or may not see it. And oftentimes, it doesn't really spend too much time at these levels before it retraces. So I want to definitely lock in some profits if we're able to get through. I got 12s, 15s, and 18s, and then we're going to hold a little bit here. I'm expecting resistance at the quarter dollar, much in the same way that we had it earlier. If we do get up there, and then ultimately that rejection at 36 will definitely be on my mind if we continue. But it's 110 points to the good. We're getting more into the liquid part of the day. The traders are coming back to their desk. Lunch is over. We'll see if we get that break. But we do have a series of higher lows here. Look at this. These are all higher lows.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And we not only have higher lows, but we also have higher highs. So there's a bit of a channel forming. Again, small cap gapper, and I don't want to say it's manipulative. Well, it's 15.3 million share float. That's small, okay? I'm not saying that it's going to happen this time around. What's the short float on this bad boy? Let's bring in trade ideas. ELIQ. No, I should have checked this earlier. The short float, negligible, 0.4%. In fact, here, it looks like the float, according to trade ideas, even smaller than what I have on my platform, 4 million shares. If that's accurate, well, then that is quite small and very prone to volatility. No question about it. When we saw that earlier, let's see if we get on the right side of this trade this time. The Tesla trade kind of got us out a little bit of trouble there, so we shall see if we get that going. You know what we haven't been doing lately is holding the chat to account for likes, guys. So we're going to do a like check right now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's have a look
what are we
here.
at?
Yeah, before we do that though, Obi, actually, we're going to have a look at that real quick. Where is my, oh, okay, well, I've got to load it. I've got to load that bad boy because I closed it here. Let's bring it down and have a look at our YouTube. Where is the like count at? And I'm guilty of it myself. I haven't hit the like. 1,400 likes. We're going to need a little bit more than that. I think we should get at least 1,600.
Pump those numbers up.
There you go. Yeah. You heard it from the man himself. We need at least 1,600, otherwise we're not trading anymore. No. No, let's get the like count up, guys. While we do that, we want to tell you about this, guys. We are sponsored by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits and enjoy a relaxed trading environment with an 8% max trailing drawdown. Shout out to our folks there at Surge Trader, guys. And they have a whole bunch of educational content that you get free of charge there if you sign up. So make sure to give them a look. And there we go, right back down to $3 on ELIQ, right back into our entry area so we don't get printed on any of our profit takers. But definitely the trend's still holding for now. We'll have to wait and see how long that continues.
Yeah, for sure. I see that the ES kind of broke its day low, and we're pushing to kind of continue that right here. What price was this here? Previous day low was around 44.07-ish, and then right here you break that by a couple points. Let's see if we get that continuation, and let's see if we kind of see that happen on the NQ as well, right? NVIDIA is still kind of holding up decently as well. Apple kind of teetering on its lows. We know that 177.50 pretty an area of interest. So let's see if we can kind of get below. And if we get below, oh boy, that might be something decent. But if we hold, that could be something as well, right? So I think that's a decent level to look at. That 177, 177.50. I think 177 was a little harder than that 177.50. But you know, you get the point. That general area, and we see that we're kind of holding above that level there. On Apple.
VFS, guys, is going again.
VFS is going again. I hear Sharif saying.
Yeah, knock on the door 49. It just moved $3 in a matter of like 5 minutes. So this one's
I mean that thing.
Again.
Like, what's the float on that thing? That thing can teleport like a few points here and there. Like it's definitely a small cap. Like definitely with the way that thing moves, it's definitely less than 25 mil float. I'm willing to put a bet on that.
1.3 million.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
1.3. Tiny.
So it's definitely like a micro cap, pretty much. But yeah, a little bit of liquidity, a little bit of float cornering. That thing, you can get that thing to move real nice. And that sets up for manipulation as well.
Oh,
right?
goodness,
like
it's been manipulated all week.
Yeah. And the thing is, like that's when like playing the meta really comes into play, where it's like, can you kind of sidestep the Fugays, figure out who's being sold to, and get on the right side of the move?
Yeah,
right?
very good point. And like it's always like playing chess, right? Especially with these small cap gappers and low float names, you really need to be thinking like 2-3 moves ahead. Sometimes you end up on the right side of it. Sometimes you don't. Let's have a look at VFS. Well, just as we say that, it comes into 49 2/3, and as quickly as we were there, now we're at 47 2/3. So, yeah, lots of volatility, lots of danger. But if we had to look here, where do we see a bit of resistance? Well, I got to tell you, that 47.5 really standing out to me. Sure, early on we wick above it, but look at the closing prints here. All 47.5, 47.25 rejections. Likewise here around 12 o'clock. We get the same deal here around 12:40, 12:45. And again, here only two candles on this one, 107, 108, all 47.5 rejections. Does former area of resistance act as support on the way down? Look, you won't find me in this trade, I'll tell you that. But fact of the matter is, let's just make the observations that we need to here. That 47.5. Very interesting. Right back up into 49, Obi. I'm not seeing any size here on the book except, just a few lots here at 49 to be expected at the whole dollar. Up 31%. We know this bad boy made all-time highs, pardon me, this morning. It seems, traders really don't want to take their foot off the gas with this one, as it has been possibly quite profitable to the north and south side. Now, I haven't been able to locate any shorts on my platform. I know they're quite expensive on ours. We typically, with Day Trade the World, we almost have access to every type of short you can think of. But if you're retail and you don't have a good, broker for shorts, well, it's been hard to get your hands on any. And quite frankly, every day I check whether anybody's underwriting options contracts on VFS, and there just are none. There are no options contracts available on my brokerage anyway, so nobody looking like they're underwriting them at the moment. Whether or not, that happens anytime soon, we'll see. All right, back into our ELIQ trade here. We're right back down into that $3. Do we get that eventual break? I'm going to give myself some room here, to be honest. Small size. We had a good trade on Tesla, so I'm not really going to be as strict as I typically would be with one of these. Let's see what it does. And there was a flush right back down to 292. Do we get continuation? We really haven't broken we haven't made a newer low. There's no question about that. So I'm going to be patient on that one. Let's see what Tesla's up to. Wow. So Tesla is finding a lot of support here at 232. There's no doubt about that. Every time we dip below 232, we are bought right back up. Now, we haven't broken through that. The Catena is long Tesla, by the way. We haven't broken through that 233, so there's no newer high in play quite yet. So if you're looking to jump in here, the trend right now is 232 seems to be support. But have we broken through the previous areas of resistance? I'm looking at 232.80 as the top end of the trough. Maybe you're looking at 233. We'll see. It's a good look there. 232, definitely an area of support. And right as quickly as we broke through 3 on ELIQ, we're right back up there. So buyers are stepping up at the $3 level. Let's see if we can ride this one for a couple of pennies profit. But Tesla looking good.
Yeah, man. Decent action here. A little bit of a bounce there off these levels. Let's see if we can kind of bring that back in, right? That's what I'll be looking for. I know Google is teetering on that 131. So yeah, I think that 131 could be a decent level to keep on watch. I just did a quick scroll through of all the tickers there. I can do it with you guys as well. Apple right there, kind of pushing near lows. Microsoft as well. Yeah, no real. It's sideways consolidation, right? That's what we're seeing on a lot of this stuff. Sideways consolidation. NVIDIA as well, right? NVIDIA kind of pushing back into this kind of range. Let's see if we can get back up or we get back below. A little bit of uncertainty here. Like again, it's 140, man. It's 140. The probability of the trades going on right now, like if you're not already positioned from the morning, is definitely, I guess, a little bleak depending on how you're looking at it. But yeah, no, I'm looking at, like, you guys can see what bias I might have on my Amazon chart here. But yeah, no, the markets look like they are catching a little bit of a bid here. And yeah, if we kind of get back above that 15, let's see if that'll bring in some of that buying, as NQ is pushing a little bit of it's had a higher low, right? It's had a higher low NQ, but yeah, definitely the ES as well, right? ES kind of gets below that day low, kind of bids back up. So we are still consolidating here. So let's see if we consolidate during lunchtime and kind of take it back up in the second half of the day for the closing.
It's got a news headline here. Canada to start planning how we'll make internet giants pay for news. Listen to this. They're going to force mandatory bargaining. I don't even know how that is. How do you get mandatory? The Canadian regulator responsible for implementing the country's online news law on Thursday said it will start setting up a framework for negotiations between the news organizations and internet giants this autumn, with the aim of initiating mandatory bargaining by early 2025. Meta's already pulled them. I mean, how are you going to force the actual online companies to have news on their site? Meta's already pulled that. You can't get anything on Facebook anymore.
Maybe you shouldn't have passed that legislation in the first place. I don't know.
Wiser words were never spoken there. I mean, I don't like when government gets involved in business.
You shoot yourself in the foot and you're like, ow, it hurts. I wonder why. I don't know, man. Okay. Anyways, back to trading.
Yeah, so we're holding 3 here on ELIQ. Nothing really to report other than the fact that we haven't made newer lows, and we are holding the VWAP level as well as the whole dollar level. We got bamboozlement through that 3 1/4, which we earmarked as a top. We got to 335, but I submit to you that the first break is always a bit, not always, but sometimes the tricky the tricky break there. So we're going to try to hold this for the second attempt at that 3 1/4 touch. We'll see what happens. We've traded this one with no success on the day. It has been 0 for 2 for me on this one. Let's see if we can make it 1 for 3 on the day. But here we go back to Tesla because my eye is still on this one. If we break 233, I'm going to be interested in going long. Now, 232 held quite nicely. It didn't hold strictly in the sense that we did dip down into 231.80-ish area. But number one, it held VWAP. Number two, it held that whole dollar level. That's what you want to see, but quite consolidative at the moment. I'm going to wait for confirmation through the break of 233 because especially on this crest, we definitely couldn't break it. We broke it, but albeit by 10 pennies. And on the second crest, we definitely weren't able to break it. So I'm waiting for confirmation on that bad boy, especially because, you know, well, it's a counter trend trade, but we did trade a counter trend successfully earlier on. But I don't want to, you know, overstay my welcome, so to speak. So those are the two things that I'm looking at. I'm seeing some other people shout out here to Jay Lee in the chat. He's talking about Oracle 114 again. We traded Oracle unsuccessfully yesterday with the mad one. We kind of got a news headline that came in out of nowhere. We got price action that came out of nowhere that was not supported with a news headline. Let's go to Oracle. Here it is. I think this is what Jay's talking about. That 114 level has absolutely been money on the day. You got a touch there at 12 o'clock. You got another touch there at 12:10. A few more touches here at 1:30 and then again at 1:35. 114, definitely a good look on that one, but you really haven't kind of got the movement up, but kind of maybe here, a double bottom forming, but it could be a lower high, right? And then a flat bottom break. That's what, you know, you wait for the 115 confirmation to kind of, you know, for the double bottom if you want to take that type of trade. For me, I'm hands off on this one, but 114, an obvious level of support on Oracle, at least on the day, guys. Back to VFS because it just did a 50 touch right there, but now it's dancing between 48 and 50. It's like each 1 minute candle has $2 worth of range. That's, you know, is quite dangerous. There's no question about that. 1 minute candle with $2 worth of range, that has to influence your stop. You can't put a stop that is less than that if, you know, if that's what the range is, at least on the 1 minute. All right, back to Tesla here, guy. I got to look at a bunch of them. It just touched 233, but we're getting some selling again. We're getting a nice series of higher lows starting from around 130 till about now. So 15 minutes worth of higher lows with that 233 top. Let's see if we get that buying through. Keeping my eye on that one for sure. A few pennies out of the money on this ELIQ as it dips below $3. We may have to cut this one if it breaks 80.
Yeah, I saw the chat talking about Coinbase. Now, Coinbase.
Interesting.
I haven't taken a look at Coinbase in a while, but yes, it kind of looked like it's following the move as well. I know Bitcoin as well has been kind of selling off. So yeah, decent look there. I think this can provide us with the decent opportunities as well. On the day, but yeah, the 75 coming in, we went from 78 all the way down to 74. That's crazy, man. A lot of opportunities here, a lot of things doing some Arval today and providing us with decent opportunities. Yeah, man. What do you like?
I like Tesla here. Just let's see if it stays above 233. The Katina Man is long this one as well. He's printing on it. Where'd you get in, Katina Man? 232.12, so he's hit it. I thought you were going to hit the dollar club in the money. Yeah, I'm long here at 233. I like this look through this level. Let's wet our beak out with some profits here if we're able to. At the $0.25, we'll see how that one does. We'll leave Tesla be at this moment, but I did like the fact that we made a higher high here. Let's see if we can get that continuity. We're at the 50 period again on the 5. We want to break through that. Here comes the $0.25. Let's have some resting orders here in case, you know, old man hands can't hang, bro. I mean, I tell you, how many times I got to say it? I'm just not fast enough, right? So we need some resting orders here. Let's see how the $0.25 does. There we go. We get a couple of prints to the high side there. Tesla, dare I say it, secularly strong on the day because, well, it's been kind of a sell type day. No new dude booty. Let me put some more profit taking there. Back to ELIQ because I got to manage this trade. In fact, I'm going to put my stop on this bad boy. Let's go ahead and put the stop in here. I'll send it back to you, Ob.
Yes, sir. What was it? I have here NKLA, someone mentioning in the chat. So yeah, we can take a look at Nikola. Nikola hasn't really been, I guess it's been doing volume, but hasn't really moved onto my radar as of recent. But yeah, some decent moves here. If you're taking these moves here, 132 to 120, so about a 10 penny move today on that, and then you wipe the whole move back up. That's pretty interesting there. On Ponzi Fonzie saying Amazon wedgie forming. What does that mean? What, you mean like a wedge, like a wedge formation? Yeah, I guess there's a little bit of a wedge forming here. Now, which way is the wedge gonna go? You let me know, Ponzi Fonzie, because I have as of this moment, my probabilities are a little skewed here. My positioning isn't the best either, but I'm trying to stay with the overall trend on the day as to say, right? We're kind of weak on the 15 right here. Let me pull in the 15 here on Amazon. So we're looking a little weaker than I guess before. Relative to this here right now, we're holding. We kind of held this as resistance over and over again, that 133 area, as the market kind of, I guess it decides, as the market kind of decides whether it wants to push back above 15 or not, right? So I think that might be a little bit of a decisive move if and when that happens, if we have a distinct flush or a distinct rebid back through that 15 thou on the NQ. So that's what I'll be watching for, man, right? I'm sticking to my idea. I even drew the line on the chart for me to remember, don't fight the trend. The trend is down, right? And wait till it kind of disrespects the trend and holds. And you know what? We kind of disrespected that here, but bigger picture, right? Bigger picture, worked out of it, that's fine. But yeah, bigger picture is what I'm trying to keep in mind. But yeah, Ponzi Fonzie saying Amazon is doing a wedgie. So which way is this wedge going to break? It's kind of pricing it. So the price is compressing, as Sharif likes to say, into a flat bottom, right? So this flat bottom being here, right around this 132.50, 132.60 area-ish. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. If we can convincingly kind of break below this wick low here, which is what, 132.50-ish, I think that will really set us on course for a potential 132 retest, right? But again, we want to see that confluence with both the ES and the NQ being heavy, and seeing as what are these? Let me pull up how much is time left on the 15. We got about 8 minutes left on the 15, so it's quite a bit of time there on the 15 to give us more information. But yeah, so if we can consolidate, kind of get below these levels, the short will be on. And if we don't, then yeah, we'll be wrong on the trade, and maybe we are turning on the day and we bounce, right? Who knows? But right now, the probabilities are a little skewed for me in terms of how I'm able to assess them. That's something I guess I'm actively trying to work on as well. Is as the cards are laid out, how are the probabilities changing in real time, and how can I tweak my execution and manage my position relative to those changing probabilities, right? So yeah, so that's what I'll be looking for. I like the heavy look, but the hold above low a day on the NQ, I'll be watching that as well. I want to see that distinctly kind of come down. Maybe we're setting up for that 3-bar down here. Down, doji, and then maybe another down. Who knows?
Yeah, our friend Tesla came back into a level here, but it hasn't made a newer low. If it breaks at 232.20, I'll be out, because that will be a newer low on the 1 minute. I got an opportunity to add there at the $0.50. I'll give it to the break essentially of 20. Otherwise, I'm going to have to cut that trade. Back to ELIQ, just a couple of pennies out of the money as we retrace back into 3. But the one that I need to keep my eye on so I don't get too much money back on is this Tesla trade. It's really going to have to hold that higher low. Otherwise, I want no part of it. It was kind of doing a bit of a smiley face. I don't want to get, strong-armed out of this trade, because the chart pattern doesn't look all that bad. Now, we had maybe a false break here of 233. We'll see. We'll see if we get that continuity up. But yeah, a bit of a tricky one on Tesla so far. We should have maybe jumped in when the Katina man did, but didn't. But anyway, let's see if we get that move back into that 233 level. That's what I'll be focusing on our friend Tesla. Now, if it breaks through here, that's what I'm talking about, the newer low coming in, and that'll be the end of the trade. So let's go ahead and put that stop in now so that I don't actually have to make the decision at the moment. I'll send it back to you, while I put this one in.
Yeah, go for it. Dollar Tree, another missed opportunity there. We said that we didn't get a chance on the break. Price kind of bids back up into that 126, and look at where we are. We're at that 125. So if you were there and if you were observant, and you know what, I definitely wasn't because it was right on my main screen and I didn't take the trade, but that 126 kind of comes back in. You try to push push the trend again, right? You try to push this trend, which is pretty clear here. Look, take a look at this, man. Boom, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to give you some sort of direction, right? So the trend definitely coming in on Dollar Tree as well. That 126 being day low not initial reaction, but like the reaction low off the selling in the morning, and now we've kind of broken below that as well, giving you about a point in the money off of that break in here. Might have been a decent opportunity to get back into that trade there on Dollar Tree. But yeah, no, Dollar Tree just needs some water. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get the joke, but what?
Because the tree, bro.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
All right. You want to? Let's find out why Dollar Tree didn't do that good today. I'm gonna look here.
Sure.
What do we got? Okay, let me minimize this because I have to be able to see the trade. There we go. All right, Dollar Tree hits over 1 year low after downbeat profit forecast. Yeah, so we guessed right, Obi. It was the guide because you said they beat.
Yeah.
Dollar Tree fell as much as 11.4% to hit more than a 1 year low of 126. Stock is down about 10%, set for a worse day in about 3. Come on, man. Where's the English editing here? Current hold. Dollar Tree sees annual profit forecast largely below what Wall Street estimates were looking for, hurt by higher overall expenses, fuel prices, and a shift in consumer spending to lower margin perishables. What's going to be lower margin than Dollar Tree? What is this article talking about?
Yeah.
Company tightens fiscal 2023 per share profit forecast. Okay, so it was a worse guide. Like, we were essentially right on this. All right, Tesla coming back into my entry here at 77s, but we're definitely going to need continuation through 33s. We definitely had the bamboozling trade there, but you know we haven't put in newer lows. I've already put in my stop. There's only about 5 minutes left on the show, so if this one doesn't get going in a hurry, I'm going to have to cut it. Much in the same way that I'll have to do with the ELIQ. We're about exactly 10 pennies out of the money on this one with small size, albeit definitely looking for that hold. We haven't really made that newer low below that 281. That's where my stop is sitting. Surprise, surprise. But the one that I really want to work is this Tesla trade. If we can break 233, it will be an interesting look. Yeah, it's been good. Tesla's been good to us today, no question about it. But it's going to have to continue to be good. What's the Fuge doing? The Fuge. Yeah, we're at lows, we're at lows. There's no question about it. 14,794. We're really not making any newer highs. Unquestionably, look how we are very much at lows on the NQ. There's been really no buying here unless we get a double bottom and this starts breaking through 15,040. Right now, it doesn't look all that good though on the 5. It's a series of lower highs. The only thing is you have a lower high, a higher low, pardon me. We didn't quite make it down into the low of the day at 14,943 last time around. Worst we could do is 14,961, but really for how long? That's the question. So Tesla is still out of the money. Oh my God, VinFast, you animal. Look at that. Breaking through that 49, breaking through 50, topping out at 51. The spread is only like 50 pennies. I'm kidding, of course. That is a lot for this type of name, but it's going, man. It's going. There's no question about that, Obi. We got 3 minutes left on the show. What are your plans for the Amazon trade in case anybody's following?
Yeah, the same thing I mentioned before, that 15 over under, and I want to see. Let's see if we can crack this low a day here, right? Also on this 132.56 kind of wick here that we've had before in this consolidation wedge. The wedgie, as Ponzi Fonzie called it. Yeah, so the consolidation low on the wedgie there at 132.56. If we can convincingly get below that, I think that sets us on a good pace towards this low a day. But again, we were there, we experienced this low a day firsthand, right? We were on both sides of this, got long and punched out on the low, and I was like, well, damn, started going long again. So, you know, and then punched it short. So like, yeah, clearly a little got a little confuzzled there on that price action. Maybe a little bit of internal tilt as well that got me going against the trend. But yeah, so that's the plan there. Let's see if we can kind of get back into these levels. The ES looking like it wants to make a newer low here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if we can test that 44 even, right? If we can test that 44 even, we're only a few points away. We're teetering right above that. Right? So if we can test the 44 even, we can push below this 14,950. I think on my chart back there, I have a 14,9 something as like the level to potentially test. So like, yeah, it makes, I don't know, to me it kind of makes sense. We kind of consolidate above, get people a little long, and then you kind of finally go down to the real level and then maybe consolidate there as well. But I could be wrong on that, right? So I'm keeping all those in mind and actively giving them whatever probabilities I can. I'm not like, oh, that's a 70%. No. Higher, lower, more than before, relative change, all that. But yeah, let's see what this market really does going into the later half of the day here. I'm kind of sitting right in the middle of this consolidation. Not really the best price here, as the best price probably was my first entry here at 136. Right, so yeah, a little bit of a lesson learned. Got to review that a bit. When market's hot and we have like an in-play name that is a market leader, you might want to hold on to a winning position that you initiated at the beginning of the day. So that's something I'm going to be, I guess, writing a little bit about as we start to get some strong action here back up to that 133 as we close in on the hour as it's 2 p.m.
Absolutely, right? Sir. All right, so it is time for OBNI to take off, and we will be on tomorrow at the same bat time, same bat channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Take care. See ya.
Guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a pretty red afternoon here. Market continues to grind along the lows here, specifically the NASDAQ, as we get day one well under